time to lollygag, man, I'm on the go. I go 0 to 100, I go Tony Roll. Check my Robin Hood, Reddit latest post. Counting up these hundreds in my portfolio. No time to stash a bag, man, I'm on the go. Just rack the guap, market's hot in Tokyo. Cash in, cash out, don't let that chart catch vertigo. Counting up these hundreds in my portfolio. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a mil, a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half. No time to take a break, man, I'm on the road. Lunch break, steak with Ray Dalio. Warren Buffett, where you at? Hey, hit me, bro. I'm trying to know where interest rates about to go. Inflation looking crazy, it's out of control. I ain't tripping though, I put aside some crypto. Even my chips got cookies, Nabisco. That mean my dough don't take no risk unless it's official. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a mil, a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread,
아무래도 잘하는 선수들도 있었고 개인적으로는 우승도 할 수 있을 거라고 생각을 하고 있었는데
중심은 뭐 아쉽게 됐습니다. 연패를 끊어내지 못한.
각자 팀에서 하던 스타일이 있었다 보니까 그걸 바꾸는 게 되게 힘들었었던 것 같아요.
아쉬움밖에 없는 것 같아요. 팀의 가능성을 보긴 했지만
연패를 계속 하다 보니까 저도 지치고 팀원들도 지쳐서 많이 힘들었던 게 기억에 남는 것 같아요.
7위를 했는데
일로 와! 이거 30번째 킬 아닙니까?
더 많은 경기가 있으면 좋겠다라는 생각을 했었거든요. 내 폼이 좋을 때 좀 더 보여주고 싶은 그런 생각이 있었는데
이거 지켜보고 있던 장단 처음으로 기어해 갑니다.
코치님이 정말 서럽게 우시길래 우리가 뭔가 해내긴 했구나, 밑바닥이었던 우리가 뭔가를 해냈구나. 저는 약팀이라는 건 부정하지 않고요, 팀 플레이 하나만으로 우리는 같이 이끌어온 거니까 새로운 시작이자 기회인 것 같아요.
폼이 좋을 때는 다 이길 수 있는데 저점이 낮은 팀이었던 것 같아요. 플레이오프에 가도 잘한 거다 약간 이런 생각을 가지고 있었는데 더 올라갈 수 있다고 생각을 해서
보니까 뭔가 감정이 약간 이상한 거예요. 원래 내가 저기 있었어야 되는데 나 여기 지금 뭐 하고 있는 거지? 갑자기 좀
잘하는 팀이라고 생각하고 있었고, 그렇지만 저희도 충분히 할 수 있다고 생각하고 있었고요. 눈앞에 딱 그냥 손만 뻗으면 잡을 수 있는 것들을 못 잡아서 너무 아쉬웠던 것 같고, 다시 만들고 싶다, 이 기회를 다시 맛보고 싶다라고 생각했습니다.
몇 번째 우승이든 간에 저는 아직도 부족하다고 생각합니다.
스프링 시즌 충분히 경험했고 확실히 보여드리겠습니다. 꿈을 이루기 위해 다시 돌아왔습니다.
제 이름처럼 두려움이 뭔지 보여드리겠습니다.
이번 시즌 최고의 유망주 기대해주세요.
지난 시즌 소년만이었다면 이번 서머 영화 한 편 만들겠습니다.
이번 서머는 더 높은 곳에서 분명해 보이겠습니다. 이번 시즌이 끝날 때 제가 가장 기억에 남는 선수일 겁니다.
제가 돌아온 이유는 하나예요. 4번 기아를 다시 한번 정상에 올려놓겠습니다.
2위에 만족할 수 없고 이번 우승은 절대 놓치지 않겠습니다.
누가 돌아오든 누가 더 강해졌든 여전히 우승은 저희 겁니다.
Welcome everybody to another day here at Lal Park. It is LCK 2022 Summer, and it is me, Valdez, with Wolf, joining you tonight for a couple of great matches. How are you doing today, Wolf?
I'm feeling pretty good. I did spill my coffee earlier, which was a little bit of, you know, up until that moment, everything was great, and I know that everything after it will also be amazing. So I'm feeling good. I did have to acknowledge that I did explode my coffee all throughout the cafeteria, and
Nice.
Right before the show, so everyone was like scrambling to clean it. I couldn't fix it myself, felt really bad. But anyway, it's going to be a good set of matches tonight. Genji against a reinvigorated Hanwha, and then later on, the banger of the night, which is going to be Frederick Brion taking on DRX. Very close right now in terms of their skill level, so I'm pretty hyped.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very interesting to see how that match does go. But first off, Genji versus Hanwha Esports. Let's take a look at the points of the match. Hanwha went neck and neck versus Kwangdong Freaks. Will they awaken their destructive power today? Well,
That's the question.
I feel like they started off relatively easy against Kwangdong. compared to what Genji looks like.
Especially because Kwangdong, you know, in that series we heralded some of their better decision making, their wards, and how they played around advantages, but then in their series yesterday looked a little bit weaker than perhaps we had judged them in that first series. So yeah, a much tougher opponent, as you say. And Karas is back against the DPM king in Chovy, who was able to nearly break 1,000 with Azir in his first game against KT Rolster, and in the second, cracked 1,200 with his Corki. So he's playing both of the champions that people, you know, love to meme about in a slow meta, but we'll see what he ends up playing today because he might be a little bit more aggressive against a team like Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, maybe going on to something like an Akali, which is something I thought maybe he would play. We did end up seeing that from Faker, so certainly something they could try to pull out. Samdi's 3 consecutive Ezreal games was less than ideal. Definitely Teddy was absolutely outshining him in that series, and now he has to go up against Ruler.
Exactly, so 2 very similar players in Ruler and Teddy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we do have the player interview. Let's jump into that now.
저희가 젠지를 이길 시 되게 연승 많이 이어갈 것 같아서, 그리고 어쨌거나 넘어야 할 산이라고 생각해서 오히려 좋은 기회다.
하나생명 하면 또는 이기죠.
저희가 하나생명한테 한 경기 정도 졌던 것 같은데 하나생명도 아직 맞춘 지 얼마 안 된 팀이라서
일단 육성? 별 6개라고 하죠. 그게 좀 확실히 마음에 드는 것 같고, 그러니까 이런 동기부여도 되는 것 같아서 서머 시즌에는 이런 느낌, 이런 기분 많이 느낄 수 있게끔 하는 게 제 목표인 것 같아요.
조비도 당연히 잘하지만 그래도 우리 미드 카리스, 모니카.
카리스 선수도 충분히 잘하고 있는 선수라고 생각합니다. 탑에서 아칼리로 다 잡던 모습이 기억나는데 그때 되게 인상 깊게 봤어요.
라인전 체급의 끝판왕? 배울 것도 많은 선수긴 하지만 그래도 내가 이길 부분은 보인다? 내가 이길 수 있다? 약간 이런 생각은 할 수 있게 뭐 자신감은 있는 것 같아서 제가 꼭 이길 수 있는 것 같습니다.
저희 감독님이 한번 그런 말씀하신 적 있어요. 이번에 피나 선수 하는 걸 보고 베테랑으로서의 모습이 잘 나온 경기인 것 같다고 저한테 말씀을 해주신 적이 있는데, 그 역할을 서로 더 잘한 쪽이 이기지 않을까 싶습니다.
저는 뭐 딱히 경계하고 있지는 않고요. 제가 또 연차도 많이 쌓였고 하나생명한테는 질 수 없기 때문에 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
룰러 선수가 롤모델이에요. 일단 룰러 형 있으니까 그냥 좋아요.
롤모델이라 생각해준 건 고맙지만 무난무난했었던 것 같아요.
무난이라고 같네요. 저는 이제 잘하는 새싹인 입장인 반면에 룰러 형은 이제 조금 나무태가 많은 나무가 있지 않는가. 조금 이제 올드되고 있으니까.
신인이라는 느낌은 아니니까 새싹을 직접 밟는다기보다는 지저분하게 자란 잎사귀 같은 거 좀 자르는 그런 느낌으로 싹을 잘라내겠습니다.
그래주면 저야 고맙죠. 같이 쳐주세요. 랭크에서 만나도 이제 친한 척 안 하고 생추도 안 받아주고 서운한데 이제 롤모델 안 할 거야.
일단 제 개인적인 목표, 서머 시즌 딱 끝났을 때 이 선수 진짜 잘하더라, 이 사람 잘하는 미드라이너더라 라고 듣는 게 제 개인적인 목표인 것 같고,
저희는 나이가 깡패라는 느낌으로 가겠습니다.
지금 못하면 생명의 위협까지 느끼는 단계라서 저도 엄청 잘하려고 하고 있으니까 응원해주세요.
제가 이제 하나생명 바텀한테 유미로 혼났었는데 그 치욕 잊지 않고 꼭 갚도록 하겠습니다. 야, 효성아, 넌 뒤졌다.
이제 롤드컵과 제일 연관이 큰 시즌이라 생각해서 썸머 좋은 모습 많이 보여드릴 테니까 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
And there it is. We did have, of course, a lot of nice words thrown back, but also some mean ones, as Lehens will never let down an opportunity to smack talk his opponents.
And Chovy searching for words to be kind. It felt like the producer was asking him, do you have anything nice to say? And he was like, There was that one time I saw Karas get some kills when Frederick Brown overextended in the top lane. I do remember that. Well, Gen.G come in as massive favorites tonight. They were pretty big favorites against KT Rolster, but you could argue this is a matchup they're even more favored in. It's a nice, clean start potentially here for Gen.G, who had, you know, a lot of time to prepare for this season, get their read on the meta. They've already showed us they like the late game scaling. They could show us some more depth in this series, or you could just play it slow. I think revealing less early on in a meta that's still unsolved here in Korea is probably the best way to go about things. So I expect even if it is a one-sided affair, the games will be longer, they will be slower. We'll be seeing that Chovy late game, we'll be seeing that Ruler late game, maybe some more Doran GP. Time will tell.
Yeah, I think that's a great point you make, because certainly we saw T1 do a little bit of that yesterday as well, which led to some very funky games and some fun ones. But we'll see what HLE also have to pull out. Samdi definitely does need to rise to the occasion, I think. Maybe a bit of a slow start for him, but we'll see if maybe Cars can do the carrying today.
Or maybe if they end up winning the bottom 2v2, Ruler will accept his friend request next time.
Not sure about that.
I do love Ruler's personality in those trash talk interviews, but HLE, it's a tall task tonight. What I was most impressed with for Hanwha in their previous series against Africa was honestly their drafting. They had a really good grasp on what champions to put together in a composition, even if they couldn't necessarily execute on it. The one standout, of course, being the Ezreal priority for Samdi. And in a best of 3 where you have both Ruler and Samdi, in a meta where Ezreal is very strong, not necessarily blindable as we've seen, but I think the priority on Ezreal will be very high in this series. But I'd rather see HLE Esports actually draft around their solo lanes where they've been looking very good, especially considering that Dudu is looking strong right now and Doran has had a rocky start despite the 2-0 lead.
Yeah, definitely could be a big one, as we do have our key player. He was perfect in their match against KT, all first so far, as every team has played. And of course, some of those numbers helped out by some of the champions he played, especially the Corki, but can't take away from his strong performances.
Yeah, definitely cannot. Also, CS difference plus 22 in a game where he was playing Corki. Now, the Azir game, I believe he was matched up against a Galio where he had a massive CS lead the whole time. But still, I mean, these stats, again, are a bit early, but it can't take anything away from what we saw this guy accomplish in his laning phase, in the late game team fights. And maybe we just see more depth of the scaling. You know, today might be the Victor day. But I personally, selfishly, would love to see Chovy on something like Swain, get him a Talia opportunity for more fun gameplay, broaden that champion pool we know is so big.
Yeah, I definitely want to see him on the Talia. We saw Fate yesterday showing off what the Talia can do, and I think, you know, getting it onto someone like Chovy who can get farmed up, not necessarily make some plays though. You know, he's definitely very lane focused, so maybe they won't go down that path on second thought, but certainly a strong pick in the meta, at least right now. Gen.G are the home team today, so that also means that they do get to select blue side in a meta where blue is considered very strong.
Yeah. We only have, right now, 3 champions who've stayed 100% picked and banned. They are Wukong, Gwen, and Lucian. Even Talia fell out of a draft. Viego as well. So, you know, Renata is up there in that list too, is only falling out of 1 draft. So a lot of champions we've figured out after every team has played now that are at the top of the list. And I think Wukong will continue to be high priority, especially with On Fleek on the Rift.
Yeah, wouldn't be too surprised, as I was saying before, definitely a blue side pick here. Even Gen.G, a team that had picked red side a lot in the past, they have identified what is the stronger side at this moment in time, as everybody seems to be in a good mood. You know, lots of laughing on both sides of the map, as this is a sign referring to the nickname of all the players.
Yeah, Donut Churros.
Yes, on the side of Gen.G specifically.
All right, it's time. Game number 1, picks and bans here. As you mentioned, Gen.G will choose blue side with their home advantage. There's a lot of, you know, on the star-studded super team that is the Gen.G roster, a lot of champions that you are very fearful of. Doran on the Gwen, something I think we will absolutely not see. Talia, a strong champion, not necessarily, as you mentioned, towards Chovy's strengths per se, but they're going to take away, Gen.G will, Samdi's Ezreal. He played it all 3 games. We will not be playing it a 4th time in a row.
Yeah, I think that's a good read right off the get-go. Take him off comfort, take him off something that's good. They don't necessarily have to first pick it for Ruler. That guy can play pretty much anything, even showing that he can play the awesome dudes from time to time. So not a Glask also, as you mentioned, seeing a lot of focus here in the pick bans. It will be banned on blue side. They don't want to first pick that either.
She's super strong in the early game because she can help you push lanes, and when objectives are being contested, she can help you get plate advantages. And then in the late game, her ultimate is one of the strongest in terms of supports because she can shape the entirety of a team fight with some good berserks. Her zoning abilities are so strong too. Twisted Fate taken away from Chovy here, so a global focused mid remove the Lucian pretty much guaranteed. And I think Gwen will fit this final slot, which does mean there's an opportunity for high prio Talia pick here for Genji if they'd like to take it. Can of course still be flexed. Peanut could pick that one up. So let's see what Hanwha Life Esports are going to leave open here. They'll leave the Gwen to Doran, and I think this is potentially going to be a move they will heavily regret. But they take Wukong instead.
Oh boy, already starting with this. And yeah, I mean, Doran could have just blind picked, first picked Gwen, which I feel like is definitely stronger than blind pick, first pick Wukong, even though it is a solo lane. And this is Dudu's opportunity to pick it up unless he really doesn't want to get countered. But, I mean, it's Gwen.
Yeah, and, you know, we haven't talked about Jace too much here on the broadcast because he's only been banned once. He's only just kind of appeared for a moment. It almost felt like a shout-out to Kana when it was banned against him. But
yeah,
Jace is the most common counterpick to Gwen in the LCK. And he's not very strong right now because he's a lethality champion in a meta where everyone has base resistances that are higher. It's a slower meta, so you feel pretty safe picking Gwen early. Wukong is very unlikely to be flexed top. We've seen that one into the Gwen. Jax, also something that we have seen as a response.
Hey man, Senna's available. Could have been flexed to the bottom lane for Lehens, but not this time. It will be selected, in fact, by Hanwha Life.
Get the Jinx into that for some early range control. And it will pick the Tahm Kench that pairs well with it and is also a strong denial pick for the Senna. We've seen a lot of unusual pairings with Senna, the Wukong. We saw it MSI. We've seen Yasuo paired with the Senna now. Tahm Kench, of course, the most common. We saw Lehens play the Singed. We'll see what Hanwha Life Esports has up their sleeves for this one because obviously a lot of these champions are now off the table and not really in Vista's wheelhouse. Don't think we'll see Yasuo in this draft. I do like the Vi, though, with the Gwen pairing here for team fights for some flank angles around objectives. All right. This is going to be a little bit more of a fast-paced one than the last time we saw Genji play.
Yeah. It's into the Wukong as well, which definitely here is considered to be a very strong matchup for the Vi. So outside of what we saw Krako able to do in terms of setting up team fights and just essentially solo carrying the team on this champion, I think that had to do more with Krako than Vi, but certainly showed off some of the strengths of this pick.
Corki is removed. I think we will see the Azir to follow here. Works well with Wukong. Team fight setups play out the fights a lot slower. The double mass build so powerful right now. We saw Faker build Ludens and struggle to get that damage done yesterday despite the win. Alternatively, you could go for Doran's Gangplank, but into the Gwen, especially with a Vi on the table. I think it's a risky pick here for Genji to pick up. See what they do, end up locking away, taking it down to the last second. They will ban the Gnar instead. Interesting.
Yeah. Gnar, definitely a pick that we've seen from time to time against the Gwen. You know, it is ranged and can kind of handle what Gwen does. And once you hit Mega, you can go inside the mist and all that stuff. So the Swain also going to be taken off the board.
Usually the Gnar has been picked into Sejuani in particular, or other tanks like Ornn. We've also seen it picked there. Because of the hyper procs you can use in lane, kind of, as you mentioned, be useful versus Gwen. The Swain ban does kind of allude towards maybe a more tanky front line. The Gnar is already banned away, so that's not going to be a response to the potential Sejuani. Swain has been super strong into that too. Now this pick is very flexible, actually, this set pick. Could be going into the mid lane or could be the support down there for Senna. So this gives Hanwha Life a lot of chances to kind of react to now what comes through. There's that Akali you were calling for.
Yeah, finally we are going to get the Akali. This could be in the top lane as well because we do see it often in the Gwen. And once again, Chovy going to be picking up the Azir. not a pick he was very well known for outside of just, you know, kind of underperforming on the pick, but he certainly looked good against KT on this one. And as you mentioned, we do have a chance for a flex if they wanted to pick yet another one to support the Senna. Let's see what they go for.
Yeah, I really don't even want to try to predict this. I mean, there's a pretty good chance to just Set down there in the bottom lane, and it will be. So, Set going to be the support. Will be given extra gold and will be a lot tankier than normal support Set into Jinx, Tom, Kench. So engage opportunities once Kench has the Devour available. Not so strong there, but can be very powerful when Akali's trying to get into the backline, can lock her down. And because of this Set pick here with the Gwen, I think Chovy will be going for that double mass build. It is going to be a slower game, but there's some potential in the mid game, obviously, with the Akali pick, with the Wukong here, for some aggression. And we've had a lot of swap bugs. I thought since I since I spilled my coffee, I thought that like kind of put us like that was the bad thing that happened to me before game one. So I thought maybe that meant that we wouldn't have a swap bug, because you know karma and all that. But it looks like we do have a swap bug, or it's Senna mid. Victor Set bottom lane.
Yeah.
It's a swap bug. It's confirmed. Oh wait, no swap bug?
No, wait, what? No swap bug.
What? all right, guys.
Okay, there's no swap bug, so unless we missed a swap at the last second.
Yeah, let's wait until that panel comes up.
Yeah.
Let me see that panel one more time.
Because the panel says Victor mid.
Okay, yeah.
So they must have gotten the swap off right at the last second.
Yeah, I didn't see it on our screens. Okay. All right, everybody calm down. It's okay. Not going to be Senna mid lane into an Azir. That would have been a problematic situation, but all right, everybody relax. We'll talk about the comps, win conditions and stuff as we get onto the Rift, but do you think we have a pretty slow-paced game on our hands here?
Yeah, definitely could. It could also come down to how quickly these teams do want to play it. I think that HLE do have an opportunity if they want to try to make some plays, but certainly Gen G have drafted to sit back, relax, but also potentially, you know, that early game Azir Jinx that we've always beamed in the past. It has been selected here.
So I have good news and bad news, Valdez. There was no swap bug, as we clarified earlier. But the bad news is that there was a crash while the game was loading, so it is being remade. So we will have a little bit of downtime regardless. But we didn't really talk about the win conditions of these comps all too much. I love you so much.
Yeah. Also, the one on the left is like, really, you're forever 4th place. And then it's our mom's son-in-law. So the word for 4th place and son-in-law is the same.
Yeah.
So a very fun play on words there. Basically asking Ruler to marry her.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Well, I mean, he didn't answer Samdi's friend request, so I think her chance...
As far as I know, he's not married. So there is still a chance.
There's always hope, right? And, you know, maybe a fan sign is what will really break through and get to his heart, you know? Believe it or not, and I'm sure all of you do believe because you've heard the stories, but there are so many stories of the fan who came to watch the pro gamer, but actually they got together, they got married. It's since the beginning of esports, like since the beginning of Korean esports and Brood War, this happens a lot actually. So I mean, the chances are higher than you might think.
Shoot your shot, you know?
Yeah, but like make sure your sign is good. You know, that sign was pretty clever. You know, play on words. She dressed up nice. Like
there were a couple of small hearts on the page as well, you know? Making it very clear.
Yeah, this one, I mean, she's not asking Lehens to marry, but it's a little bit less creative, but it is very shiny.
Yeah, does say Lehens.
And it does also really speak to how golden, how much of a gem he is here for us in the LCK.
True.
And, yeah, we'll be getting into the game momentarily, guys. This has been kind of a new tradition for us in week 1.
This is another play on words, just calling Ruler very cool and handsome.
Yep.
Also saying to put down your luggage or, you know, what you're carrying, basically. That's the play on words.
Yeah, this is just a Gen G fan saying that Summer belongs. Let's get the trophy this season for Gen G is Ash Ketchum with his pet Chovy. That's how the anime goes, I'm pretty sure, in the new seasons.
Yeah.
It's actually just Chovy. It's not Pikachu or whatever that Pokemon was that was with him. I don't know what
It's
called.
like when Ed Sheeran, you know, guest stars in some TV show, but it's actually good.
Yeah. There you go.
Not
I didn't know
very
where you
happy
were going with that,
his
but yeah, like,
guest
shots
starring
fired.
appearances. They have not been very good, and more so just distracting. Other than that,
This is a fan of Peanut since the Rocks Tigers days. And,
burst it.
well, actually, I assumed it was Peanut because he was a Rocks Tiger, but it's a Hanwha Life fan, so.
Yeah. It's just highlighting the history
Yeah.
of the Hanwha Life esports
Yeah.
team.
Says like the Tigers who took the spot of the Rocks Tigers is what he's calling Hanwha Life Esports on that sign. She came for the first time to watch Genji.
Yeah, there are a lot of first-timers, and it's no coincidence that that's happening because we were closed down for a while, and then we had limited audience, and now we have full audience. So it's cool to see all the newcomers making their way down to Lal Park.
Indeed. I can update you guys that we are still in the draft phase of remaking the game, so champions are just being locked in instantly, so we're getting closer. Doran fan here. Doran, I love you, it says. Give him the POG.
Yeah. I don't really get the second part of that because the second part of Doran doesn't start the word for love in Korean. I don't know. Very, very interesting.
She's just gonna get it in there no matter what. Definitely not as good as the previous sign, sharing love, that we were talking about earlier. Now this is actually a much faster reading sign than the ones we saw yesterday. The meta is evolving. we're starting to figure it out.
Okay, so this is another Chovy Pokemon, but also with Corgi Corky facing backwards. So, whoa!
This is the Doduo signs are real. He's got a big sword.
That arm
Or is it
reminds
like
me
a-
of the, you know, in SpongeBob where he has like the inflatable arm.
Yeah.
He blows it up. Tries to go to the gym.
I couldn't tell if it was a sword or if it was a bat with nails in it. More common.
I think it was a sword with blood coming off of it. But
That's
I don't
what
know.
I thought. That's what I thought, but it was hard to tell for me.
That was also Chovy as a cat.
And that's Pepe as a cat.
Wow, 2 cats.
Ruler fan, also a Totoro fan.
Mm-hmm. That's a nice drawing.
Yeah, very cool. The U is very big on the ruler part. Are
That's
you
true.
Lur is the question.
Okay, now what is that? It's Cloud Templar.
But it's like, but it looks like he's like a Naruto character or something almost.
Yeah, it's also his first time.
Yeah. It's crazy too, like, because not only do we have like the whole thing opened up now, but
oh, so they went to the same high school.
Oh, okay. Not only do we have the studio opened up though, but we also have, because of that, more opportunities for tickets, so they don't sell out as quickly, so you have a lot of chances to like get a ticket in the first 20 minutes instead of the first 20 seconds of selling. So, you know, a lot of people get more chances in that way too.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm excited for when Atlas and Chronicler are casting tomorrow, and they get to translate all the signs as well.
yeah, that's going to be fun.
They did level 1 Korean together. They'll do their best. I'm excited.
I see players in the game. We got the wide crowd shot. And I think it's almost time, Valdez.
It is time. We are ready. Let's jump into game number 1 of this series. All right, off we go. The fan cheers are back.
It is a very happy feeling to have that back.
Yeah. You and I used to get those all the time back in the day for StarCraft Pro League.
Yeah, the fan chant started in StarCraft, actually, and then when the StarCraft Team League came through, it became less about the players and more about the teams.
Mm-hmm.
Then there was obviously League of Legends that came next, where that kind of carried over. And then later even into games like Overwatch and Valorant. And Valorant being the most recent esport where the chants also come through. So it's a long-standing tradition here in Korean esports, and a lot of you guys are hearing it for the first time this season because it has been absent for so long, and that's why we keep bringing it up, not just because we like to be like, we've been around a long time, we love these, but I did miss it, and it's really important.
It is, and of course we were stopping that because for a while we didn't have fans, and then even when they were in here, due to COVID-19, just trying to stop the spread.
Yeah, just some safety measures. So we talked about these comps like very briefly. We were scared for a second that Samdi was going to be playing Victor and all of that, but talking about how these are going to collide in the later parts of the game is quite interesting as well.
Oh, no. This is terrible for OnFleek and such a good invade for Peanut. He doesn't need to kill OnFleek. He just needs to push him out of the jungle. And speaking of which, he's over the wall, trying to force a flash, but OnFleek very calmly just going to back out of this one, but he smited away the Gromp as well, and Peanut already getting a big lead.
Yeah, early levels for Vi. She doesn't have her full kit, so can't really fight back. Whereas Wukong will do incredibly well, has Conqueror, and his kit is much stronger than he can. Once he has level 2, he can obviously chase over the wall like that. So OnFleek will be...
Oh, he's going.
Yeah,
oh,
he's
you
going
know
again.
he's going.
He has 3.
Yeah, and he can just take the one turret shot, and OnFleek's going to have to call his mid laner over. But Karis, Jovi doing a good job of pushing that in and trading aggressively, meaning that he's... Oh, this is just terrible for OnFleek. Peanut is just demolishing him right now.
And it is Peanut who has the forethought and the rotations over here to punish, but it is also in part due to 3 players of Gen G besides him, Chovy, Ruler, and Lehens, who have controlled enough prio to allow him to make these aggressive decisions, maintain that level lead. So he will be able to just completely neuter the early game power of Vi here in the first 10 minutes or so of this game because he's so significantly behind in experience and farm.
Yeah, and you can see OnFleek, he finally finds a piece of the jungle that he can farm, but Lehens is trying to take the Scuttle Crab right now, as OnFleek will be forced to smite it away. But at least I think he should be okay here against Lehens. Lehens is going to walk away, but they were trying to take away even that, and Dudu had to go run to the red just to check and try to keep it alive here for OnFleek so his jungle doesn't get boomed.
Yep. Notice we had the win rate for Akali. It's kind of considered a soft counter for Gwen. We see it a lot.
Oh no.
This is not over yet. He was not able to secure this one.
This is just very mean, but also very smart from Peanuts. The Vi considered very good into the pick, but not early on when Wukong is just jumping over walls and in your face the entire time.
He has 2 points in his queue. He is so great at dueling early. Wukong is more about front-loaded sustained damage in a 1v1, whereas Vi is a lot about her CC, but when she's behind in all of those stats, plus Wukong's resistances coming through, yes, her ability to remove resistances is quite nice into this matchup, but in the 1v1 like this where you don't have anyone to assist you, you are just simply going to be bullied. You're also behind the curve in terms of HP, etc. Like, it's just all bad. And so Peanut is really maximizing his advantages. Though this is not the first time Peanut has done this, but it is the first time this season on Wukong where he's been able to get this sort of domination. It's a very common thing to see Peanut just totally gap people with lane prio. And just going to pick up another Scuttle. Just add it to the list of farm advantages he's holding on to.
Yeah, and you can see it's a team effort as well. First, Lehens comes up, not even just the prio in the lanes, but the ability to walk into the river and get some warding down, spot that, try to steal away the Rift Scuttler, and then also even Ruler pushing up because he's the one who has the ward. As Lehens in a bit of trouble here, though, he might have to flash. The Ignite is out. Lehens getting pretty aggressive there. Does get caught out by Vista and Samdi.
Does not get hit by the true damage there of the Haymaker from Vista. Avoids that one, so will escape with his life. And Ruler's just going to have to catch this wave. Scary moment there. But otherwise, still feeling great are Genji in this early game. Notice the difference here between Peanut and On Fleek in the experience. He's nearly a full level ahead at 6 minutes into the game, which means his level 6, which is really critical for both of these champions in the early Rift Herald fights, for example, when that spawns at 2 minutes. It's huge that On Fleek will probably not have his.
Yeah. There are definitely a lot of members of the online community that love to point out the jungle catch-up experience. Level 6 here, though. Something to talk about. Dudu is trying to get this going onto Doran, who is just trying to deny the needles, but he picks up his level 6 now as Peanut is in the top side, but the damage is huge! And the Ignite is not enough, though. Dudu is not able to pick up the kill, but he's still able to bully Doran and Peanut here and push them away.
Yep. Lehens is roamed mid as well, so that they can lock Karis down here, making sure that there's no way he can come over and assist this. Doran going to Blast Cone back to catch this wave. He'll be okay. So a lot of aggression despite the 0-0 in kills. On a previous patch, you know, might have actually seen a few of those come through. But this is what I love about Genji. Atlas coined this term last year, and it's so funny, but it's so true. The Azir Jinx early game Genji comp, where they scale so incredibly well, but they put themselves in such a good position with good prio setups and early game jungling so often that you don't have to worry through the mid game before you get to that part. And this is just another great example of a game like that.
Yeah, definitely a lot has to do with Peanut being the jungler that he is and using what he's given. And again, team effort, you know, everybody on the same page, drafting this way, and then also making the advantages. Peanut is going to be spotted here, but still going to force the flash out of Karis, as Karis also did see Peanut making his way in. That is what you do with the Azir.
Indeed. Drake being taken here with all the control the bottom side has to offer here. Level 6 for Ruler. And Peanut has this as well. On Fleek, I mentioned earlier, not going to have it for these early objectives. As this Herald spawns, Genji can take this break with early prio in mid and bottom and then rotate over to Herald before On Fleek can do anything about it. This is just so desperately trying to catch up to 6 now. So first Drake goes over, and right now Genji have full control over the pace of the game. Karis so low on health here. To try to rotate over now would be folly. Has no teleport.
So I do want to point out one thing. Peanut is going to go for the kill, though, Karis. That is going to be your first death. On Fleek trying to make something happen here as the Senna ultimate even coming in. He's trying to get the kill onto Peanut. He might just be able to one more hit. And a Q comes in, and he will, in fact, pick up the kill here. Chovy not able to pick up the follow-up there as On Fleek just flashes away. And a really good look here from On Fleek.
Yeah, really smart moves from On Fleek. Just knowing his limitations here perfectly. Hit 6, comes over. And, you know, Chovy had flash there, but Lehens did not. Peanut just a little bit overextended there to grab that kill onto Karis, and this will allow Hanwha Life Esports, well, that was a bit of a passing ships in the night.
And we got another fight here up on the top side. Needles are being thrown as Dudu trying to get the kill, but just barely out of range is Doran. And On Fleek, you can see he's trying to set this up. He doesn't want it to leash, but Peanut is coming in here trying to deny this. Note, both junglers are level 6, even though Peanut has almost double the CS of his his opposing jungler.
Something catch-up experience, yeah.
Funny the way that works. Yeah, even with Peanut picking up the kill first, he did not hit level 7. They are trying to pick this one up. Doran is, oh, it's going to reset, but they are going to pick up the kill onto Doran. It leaves a huge sweep, though, from Chovy as they are trying to fight it back. And that will be a couple of kills for Genji on the follow-up. They even want Karis here. And not quite able to pick that one up, but still 2 kills at least for Genji.
Yeah, 2 kills going over to them. Ruler has rotated over now to the mid lane, so some of that experience will be picked up from him there, and might even have enough time to go back bottom. Peanut is going to need a little bit of help here to clear this one up in time, but will be given it by Lehens. Really nice ultimate there from Chovy. At the end of the day, they had to go so deep to get that pick onto Doran that he's basically behind enemy lines when he does end up pulling out that Emperor's Divide. On Fleek comes over here to drop a control word to see if he was given said help, and he was. As he might have been able to go over the wall there and steal it away if he had been doing it alone. But that's why Lehens helped him out, to prevent such a situation. As we're going to go back to the pick onto Karis. Peanut has Flash and his W, so is able to clone engage on, but On Fleek traps them here. Second part of the ultimate comes through, but Peanut does get knocked up by the ultimate. And On Fleek is still holding his Flash. Peanut used Flash in the engage. On Fleek's aware of this, so he gets out. Those are positioning in this fight here for Chovy. He walks up while everyone's already at low health, and they commit with the ultimate there from set, and it gives them the opportunity to scoop in and get that double kill.
Yeah, able to flash in and just help that one out just on time to really salvage that. Hanwha Life were very close to picking up that Rift Herald as well. It was just unfortunate that at least right at the last second, and even the Smite was committed to, so didn't have that for the fight either. So a bit unfortunate for Hanwha Life, but Gen.G really nice job collapsing on that and making the play. So definitely a great spot for them now. They have that Rift Herald. They picked up the first Drake, about 2,000 gold in the lead, and all their carries are getting fed.
And despite the catch-up experience for On Fleek, he finds himself with a Warhammer versus Divine Sunderer, boots, etc. I say this, he picks up a Kindle Gem as well. Like, he's not in it's not in an unplayable position, but it's basically unplayable. He's still level 8 to 8, but his jungle is being taken away. And this is what happens also with bot prio as the blue gets stolen. This is another reason why blue side is so strong. You cannot do this on red side even if you have bot prio.
Yeah, it's very true. As we will have a fight here, Hanwha Life, they want to go in on this as Chovy just going to sweep the Vi away. And look at Samdi, nearly able to go down the zap.
He has
almost catches him.
He has ult.
Yeah, he's going to go for it, and he lines it up perfectly, but the heal was there. And so that's not quite going to be the kill.
If he had done it blind, he might have had a better chance to actually hit it, but he wanted to guarantee it hits so it doesn't kill. But I really respect the patience there from Ruler. Good reaction on the heal, as you mentioned, though.
Meanwhile, those second bit of the needles did go wide, but Doran is just trying to get some range on him as the last bit of the needles come in. And it does not matter what champ you pick into Gwen, she is going to find value.
Certainly true. They're both even in leeching Lear. Doran actually having blasting one, I believe he just picked up, but ends up just losing out on the trade. And Doran 2 deaths in this early part of the game. The second one being a solo kill. The first one, of course, being in that fight where his death allowed Gen.G to win the fight. But still, it's been a rough start to the season for Doran despite the 2-0. We mentioned it earlier. This is a matchup I think where Hanwha Life Esports should definitely be focused. They gave the Gwyn over to Hanwha Life Esports, one of the strongest blind picks in this meta, if not the strongest, in terms of the top lane for sure. So, coming back to bite them a little bit. We said it in draft. Now Riftmaker is completed with those extra plates he picks up. As he just hits this first Q, it's maxed out. He's going to, use these needleworks to reset these.
I think I can get him. I got him. Cut. That's just what they say in general for when you, cut off a member of the enemy team, meaning kill them. But also he's playing Gwen, so it's very clever.
It is very perfect that it's Gwen. But yeah, it's basically the Korean word for I got to pick. It's generally, you just say cut when you're doing comms. It's faster than saying I killed someone.
Yeah.
I
achieved the elimination.
I think it might have actually originated.
Hello, teammates.
Yeah. I think it might have originated from Overwatch because in that game you just don't have time to comm.
Yeah.
People would just say cut, such and such cut, whatever player they picked, so that the enemy, the enemy support is down or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, extra kill here, going over to the side of Hanwha Life Esports, evening us up. They're still significantly down in experience because of that Rift Herald, because of the early leads, and because of Peanut. So still have a lot of Storm to weather here, and it's Nazir Jinx comp, so it doesn't necessarily get easier. Look at the plate gold on the bottom side of the map as well. That's really heavily contributing to this.
Yeah. Definitely not going to get easier against those 2 picks, but certainly Hanwha Life do have scaling elements. That's just kind of the meta we're in, right? It's like everybody's got the scaling now. It's not in the past where it would be like, oh, well, I don't know. They've got that Renekton. It's kind of awkward. But you look at it, they do have the Senna, they have the Victor especially, and the Gwen, of course. So we'll see. I mean, but definitely not putting themselves in a great spot going into the later stages of the game as they are down 3,000 gold.
The Ludens build here for Karis, I think I do like a lot, actually, considering there's no traditional tank outside of the Tahm Kench. Wukong can be quite tanky, obviously, with his armor and his passive, but I think it's a smart choice because the mid-game fights over Hanwha Life Esports are going to have to bring this game back. Man,
I love
he's gonna be
this.
spiking here.
They're just trying to fight around the Gwen as everything's going to kind of miss. And now Doran is trying to get in there. That is a easy scoop for Doran. Now he's the one saying cut. The needles will come out, but he easily gets the range. That is going to be just a kill straight up for Doran, 1v2.
And a turret comes with it because 2 players committed to weak side of Kali down there means that they get a free push here. Gen.G are already wrapped around to guarantee, plus they have the control word vision there to stop Hanwha Life Esports from denying this. So even though Hanwha know this is happening and they want to stop it, there is no stopping it. There is no opportunity. Vision is pre-set up for Peanut and Chovy to push that, and they can cut them off at their pass, basically, to try to come through. Then Peanut rotates down, takes Raptors. They have mid-plyo here for the push. Gen.G, a masterclass in macro this game. 1 kill up, but 5,200 gold is what's in their pockets.
Yeah, it's just been really beautiful to watch as now we're finding the engage onto Ruler. The Tom Kent exists, though, as he gets into Peanut. Not sure if that was the option he was going for. They're trying to take down Peanut now, but he has got a lot of range cards. Still on the chase here. Laser will be enough as Lahens engages. Gets a little bit close to the sun. Meanwhile, guys, take a look at the bottom
Doran.
lane, as Doran is getting free push and free pressure.
Now, Hanwha Life Esports are going to try to take the Herald in exchange, but at this stage of the game, it's just not that significant comparatively. And Chovy, I mean, he's got that Leandri's damage taken through. He's got ult. They're starting to get low.
Yeah, he has flash too, so he can kind of do this just without being scared of dying. Could have potentially blown that flash, but not going to be the case. So will be a trade of the bottom tier 2, and Hanwha Life, at least they do pick up that Rift Herald.
So this is Doran's perspective on the missed punch here. He knows a Vi is coming, goes to the left side of the turret there. If you stay under the turret, you have less room to work with. It's just out of range. Does avoid it, escapes, cleans the wave up. And then, of course, down here. Chomper's placed to deny the rest of the team from rotating in. Wukong Ultimate turns this one around. They heavily do, commit in here with the set ultimate. There's just not enough chase power. And look at Chovy's angle here. They have to respect that he could actually catch them if they chase even further. They collapse onto him, but they can't actually go deeper into the blue side jungle because of Chovy's positioning there. And they knew he was there because he was pushing top. So nice restraint from Hanwha Life Esports at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was a decent try. I think that the Tom Kent being available was certainly very nice. And also with Peanut so far ahead and with the Hex Drinker really makes him extremely difficult to kill at this point in time, as all those resistances with the items and the champion, as you mentioned, are very annoying to deal with. So now Hanwha Life actually trying to fight over this one, but 3 of them going to get ultimated up 3 times, twice actually, the 3 of them, as now the set goes in and he is just going to get demolished. Meanwhile, a 1v1 as the Senna is left just to die all alone. That's going to be the end of that, and this team fight is a wipe. Everybody's going to be cleaned up here. Not a single member of Gen.G is going to die. A triple kill for Ruler, and that's probably the game here for Gen.G.
Pretty much, because Hanwha Life Esports were in a position where they thought, okay, if we win a fight here, we have the opportunity to stop Soul Point. We can have a little bit more wiggle room, try to get back up and scaled. And they made the call, we're going to break through this choke point. They had enough cryo to where they could actually break through. Notice how they just barely get in here, but this is up against so much AoE. And because Peanut is here, they're trapped. They can't escape, and he gets the double knock up there into, there's an Azir. And so the fact that they even walked through their choke point in the first place, they got away with it, is kind of just lucky. And then once they got in, what can you do? How do you fight? You don't have positional advantage. Peanut's got the flank angle. He's so far ahead. Double knockup is there. I think the better choice would have been to actually just say, well, this isn't Soul, it's Soul Point. Let's just back off, try to do some side laning, and hope for when Senna gets a little bit stronger later on, we could use her extra range, her extra sustainability to bring this to a 35-minute, 40-minute turn of the game, not at 18. And now they've just kind of given Gen.G the win, because now Gen.G do have Soul Point, they do have control over this game, they have all that extra gold, double mask is done, 6 stacks here for Chovy. It's basically unwinnable now.
And Doran, he's confident enough to even go in on the Gwen, doesn't really care, as he does have the second part of his ultimate, just waiting, just holding on to it, and Dudu shows the respect that is required right now just because of the item difference. The Dark Seal with 5 stacks and an entire Giant's Belt on top of that means that, yeah, Doran just wins those trades now. Doesn't matter that he's Gwen.
Yep. Stopwatch is broken.
And so are Hanwha Life.
Yeah, they certainly are.
Unfortunately.
They made the call, you know, to go in that choke and look for that fight. But it wasn't the right move.
It wasn't even set up, like, well, right?
No.
The fact that Samdi got basically 0 value as the Senna, which might happen again, honestly. He's left here all alone, and they're just kind of meandering through the jungle. That's not your jungle, guys. That is 3 kills for free, and Karis just backs away.
Yeah, let's talk about the Senna, actually, because she goes for Glaive first, right? So just kind of in general, at this moment in time in the game, her strengths are not there. She doesn't have that many stacks yet. She has a Glaive against champions she can't really hit. So in terms of the lethality that she has right now, it's worthless. She can kill wards as... Okay, Doran should be fine here.
Yeah, we do have him actually hang around, but now there is a Victor, so he's like, uh-oh, I guess I actually do have to run. As, yeah, dude is not going to chase that far.
We'll get the empowered recall off from the Baron. But Senna, later on in the game, her power comes from her range and her ability to sustain you in a fight. She can repeatedly heal. But at this stage, like, Samdi is not able to really do anything. He's like trying so desperately to do anything in this game, and he's just, there's so much CC. And if you can be CC'd as Senna, you probably shouldn't be where you are. You probably should not be looking for a fight or a skirmish there. But now they're just so far behind, they're just trying to wrestle control back a vision of their own red buff. And that's the state of the game. And that's why this game is simply put, oof.
Thank you, Wolf. We needed to get it from the official source, and I'm glad you let us know that the game is in fact over. Yeah, I mean, just giant CS leads across the board. Ruler was having a ball CSing like so far ahead this entire game as well, because he was just so safe down on the bottom side, and the fact that Hanwha Life didn't have a jungler from minute 1 meant that he was really able to push that lead. So now he has 261 CS, even more than Chovy. And Genji might just end it here. I mean, they have the Baron, and Hanwha Life, I mean, this is not a spot where they can actually fight.
Did you write down what the second ban was for Hanwha Life Esports? I didn't write that one down.
I did. It was Twisted Fate.
Oh, that's right. It wasn't Azir. That was a bit of an issue for their prio in the early parts of this game.
Or Wukong. I mean,
yeah.
You're not going to ban... Well, at that case, they probably would have just first picked a Gwen. So at least they got one of them. So definitely a good point, as now we have the giant safe of money just crashing in onto their heads. This game is over, guys, and we will get into game number 2 momentarily. Genji, an incredibly strong performance once again. They were the favorites coming in here, but they absolutely made it look very obvious that they were the favorites in this one. 16-3 the kills, 23.5-minute game in this meta, in this LCK. A very strong victory to start us off.
Yeah, I don't, because it's only been 3 days of play, I don't have the stat with me right now of whether that's the fastest game of the season, but it is definitely up there. It is ahead of the curve. It is faster than the average.
Yes.
Sure. And Prio Control and Peanut just having a masterclass of understanding the matchup, which is one of, by the way, one of the most common matchups in Korean solo queue right now, because both Wukong and Vi are top 3 picks in solo queue. So it's one that you know well, you understand well, you've played so much, your team is supporting you, and you just push that advantage so incredibly hard that it becomes unplayable for mid-game fights. Then he had great flanks. He controlled that last fight on Soul Point. Oh, you guys got into the choke point. Sure, but you can't get to the Drake because Chovy's here. He's going to start burning your health bars down. He can ult you, so you have to back down. Oh, where am I? I'm on the other side. There is no escape. You came in to the Drake fight, but there is no way out. You don't even get to touch it.
Yeah. Outside of the jungle getting absolutely boomed, there was the one moment for Hanwha Life on the Rift Herald where they were able to like get in there early, and On Fleek like kind of made that kill happen onto Peanut after the gank on Karis, and then he was chipping away at it, and they almost smited it down and nearly took like a 2-for-1 or 1-for-2 trade in kills, but also the Rift Herald. That could have been like okay, but after that, it just felt like they got this massive early lead to Genji, and then they just compounded on it so quickly.
Yeah. Do want to add, I don't think we've mentioned this at all, normally we have first 15 minutes of the game as the light color one. All of our 15-minute stats have been adjusted to 14. We're kind of doing the whole, we're now adjusted, we're following the other regions. I do like it. Just want to point out all of our stats now, if we say 15, we mean 14. We've moved it towards that that extra better spot that the rest of the world is using because it's more relevant.
Yeah, it's more precise. And yeah, that was game number 1, guys. Not too much to see here, actually. Just a mega stomp from the side of Gen G. We'll have to see if game 2 is any different after the break.
들어갈게. 나 펜터 가겠네. 나 한번 빠지고. 리얼 펜터. 가비요. 지훈아, 너 나왔네? 무조건 나오지.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread. We cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I am Atlas, this is Chronicler, and that was some early game Azir and Jinx. Thanks to Wolf for the shout out there. Of course, this is something we've been talking about for a very long time. The fact that Gen G can pick theoretically late game scaling champions and then win at 25 minutes, like the fastest game that we've had all season.
Classic. All I missed was Renekton, and then that's a vintage.
Rascal's a
that's
thing
a
of the
vintage
past,
comp.
you know.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
What we did have there is and we actually talked a lot about this. We'll talk about it a little bit later on as well. But important there is that Wukong is getting traded for Gwen, and Gwen is busted, but so is Wukong. and it's a really good example of in isolation. You know, you in particular were like,
I was worried. I was very worried.
Which is fair, especially considering LCK MSI. We saw what Gwen could do to us. And Doran also, I think, both in form and also and just in general gameplay at the moment, just not looking too hot. The Akali counter pick was one that works very well in the past, but seemingly not as effective here. Maybe needing a little bit more items, a little bit more levels as well. But the prio was there for every Gen G lane, as expected, even with a draft like this. And if you have prio and you have a proactive jungler, you can make magic happen.
Yeah, and also you can make a few mistakes on the top side of the map, and it doesn't necessarily matter too much, because Peanut put on an absolute masterclass. I think that if he doesn't win POG, I'm going to be extraordinarily upset, because he basically won the game for Gen G at a minute 50.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. No, he did. He did. And as always, you know, it's the ebb and flow. We'll get into it as we take a look at the highlight, because he can do this because his lanes have actual pressure. So no one can come and assist on Fleek. And it's actually Wukong that in a lot of matchups has issues with getting invaded. But if you are the one in the play and you get the grump, you get the health, you get the experience, it immediately becomes unplayable. And getting these couple of camps for Peanut is really, really nice, even though on Fleek is able to like get a Raptor camp at some point, right, and the Lahenzes to bully him out. But the key thing, what is happening here, is that Peanut is able to put on Fleek rather on the back foot to the point where all that on Fleek is doing right now is trying to get to 6 and trying to catch up. And because of that, Peanut can save Doran here.
Yeah.
Peanut's not here at this point in time. Maybe he dies. There was a gank just before this as well where the flash was forced. Peanut can get away with it. Even with the punish that comes through there, because he does end up dying, he is topside. He is mid. He's mid again. He got a Drake, and he's still going to be ready for the Herald that is going to come down later. And it all comes down to you have prio in your lanes are pressure, you go and invade, and the enemy jungler is only going to be trying to play catch up, and you can do whatever you want on the map.
Yeah, and that's why I think that this Gen G team has so much potential, right? Because there is a mid laner here in the LCK that generally just always has pressure.
He does.
His name is Chovy. He's very, very good at the laning phase. Leveraging the laning phase is exactly how you play around having someone like Chovy on your team. And Peanut did it extraordinarily well in this game particularly.
He was playing first strike Azir. It's not even airy, you know? And even with all that had happened, we saw that OnFleek was able to hit level 6, but Divine Sunderer was finished when for Peanut when it was a Coalfield's Warhammer for OnFleek.
Yeah. Yeah, and so OnFleek was leeching some experience, so they made it to parity in levels, but relatively, it was like a gigantic item.
Even that, yeah. Yeah, and experience got to come from somewhere as well, right? And there we go. And that's bad. That's really bad.
He's got some nice shoes, though.
Even, I mean, his assault and battery had a lower cooldown, which was nice. Even we didn't really talk about this in drafts because there was so much to talk about with this game. But the fact that Vi is put so far behind in this comp is really important because the rest of the map has basically no agency. Gwen is relying on setup from the Vi. Victor is relying on setup from the Vi, and the bot lane was getting absolutely dunked. We didn't talk about it because it was not good.
I mean, we barely even watched it in the game because there was too much action coming from Peanut around the map. But yeah, Ruler and Lehens did some laning up against Sunday and Vista this game. Let's have a look at our final replay though here. This was the one really meaningful fight where Gen.G basically took their 4,000 gold lead, turned it into a 10,000 gold lead, and the game was over.
Yeah, Peanut just casually cycloning 4 people, and Ruler's like, I get to auto-attack?
And also, the Wukong delivery system from Lehens was very cute. Didn't really mean anything, but it was very cute.
No, that was actually the worst play, is we're not even going to see it because they end the game 5 minutes later, is Lehens tried to get Chovy into
Yeah.
You actually caught this, I didn't see it. Lehens tried to catch Chovy and get him into the fountain.
When your Devour is used just to like move a Wukong Nimbus strike distance and to try and kill your own Azir, that's when you know the game's gone pretty well for the Tahm-Kench. It's basically how it is. But let's see the Peanut of the game, or the POG. I think this has to be Peanut, and he will pick it up here. 100% kill contribution at 14 minutes, and I love this because this was the first pick from Gen.G, and they leveraged their first pick priority on the Wukong that I was upset about, but I don't mind now because they used it so beautifully.
It's a really nice illustration of what it can mean to draft certain things, to prioritize certain champions, and when it works out like this, it looks really good. We have seen in the past that the LCK sometimes is a little bit too stubborn with this, but going into game number 2, if you play it out like this, there we go.
Finally, we get a 13 out of 13.
If you play it out like this, you can feel very confident going into the next draft as well. And I'm going to be honest, it's Gen.G versus Hanwha Life. It is our team that we know is going to, at the very least in the regular split, going to decimate people against what was one of, if not our weakest team during summer. So
Yeah.
that definitely plays a role, but it also showcases that Wukong, when utilized well, lane prio, when utilized well, can main a game, even right now, is over as quick as this.
No, exactly right. Absolutely fantastic game number 1 from Gen.G. We'll see whether they can back it up as we move to game number 2 here at the Casters.
Thank you, Carpet Spaceman, for your wonderful breakdown of that game. Definitely very true. A great illustration of what it means to first pick a champ and use it to your best ability. That's what Blue Side offers you, and that is what Hanwha Life will choose.
I think the banning Twisted Fate instead of the Azir was a decision I mentioned once in the actual game itself, but I think that's definitely the decision that Hanwha made that will haunt them the most, because that was the problem. I mean, topside was going well. You know, this is the Dudu versus Doran angle we were talking about. If Vi actually got to play the game, maybe that goes even more disastrously for Doran. Maybe Gwen gets ahead. Then the bottom side deficit you had early on kind of gets shored up as the game is slowed down. But it wasn't a real game of League of Legends. I mean, it technically was, and it does count. But for Hanwha Life Esports comp, they didn't really get to play the game they built. Their comp just gathered, I don't want to say it gathered dust, but it just gathered blood.
They gathered the Storm, and I don't actually know if they gathered Storm.
I don't think they did.
With their runes, but
maybe
either way, it still felt like they were doing that, and they never got a chance to really get there. Church of Chovy.
Yep.
Says Amen on the bottom.
Amen.
With a little Chovy face. I like how you kind of just...
Oh, they called her out on the spelling, I think. I can't believe they would do that to her.
You know, I didn't even notice.
She just looked really surprised and looked at it and then showed it again, so maybe they were like, I think there's an R there. I wasn't going to say it, but I think the Korean casters did, so...
Oh, no. Well,
all right.
She tried her best. This message still got across.
Hanwha Life Esports will have Blue Side this time around. So that is going to prevent early game jungle things like that from really snowballing as hard. Like I said before, you can do plays like this on Blue Side so easily because of your access to the blue buff and the Gromp, which you would not be able to do on Red Side. You know, you can get in there and like steal Krugs or something, but it's not the same sort of play. It's not the same sort of control. So that is one part of the asymmetric nature of Summoner's Rift that Gen G were able to utilize quite well.
Yeah, it's very true. I'm very curious to see where we start with on the bans. I think that there's always a lot of discussion about this nowadays, especially because, a lot of champs that are considered very overpowered and very strong. So 3 bans each side, not necessarily enough to get it done. We're going to take away Ruler's Kalista. Kalista strong in general, but Ruler's Kalista a cut above the rest. Wasn't banned or picked in the last game, but that is what you can do on blue side.
Yeah. The Twisted Fate ban once again, this time early on in the draft. We'll see if Karis has the opportunity to play Taliyah, as Taliyah has been pretty strong in solo queue, has a high win rate on it, and it's a pick that suits his playstyle and his ability to roam with her ultimate. The Taliyah is what I was talking about.
Yeah, no. I'm saying,
you're
maybe
questioning
Azir here? Yeah, but they're just going to ban away Taliyah themselves.
This could be a first pick Ezreal angle, which would really worry me if Life Esports actually decide to go down that path. It's a very unusual red side, or rather blue side ban. The Taliyah, it's normally in that 3rd slot for Gen G. They could just ban Ezreal again themselves.
Or Wukong or Ahri. So what are we going to see here from for Life, rather?
Would rather see the Wukong,
especially on fleek.
Yeah, I would rather see the Wukong than the Ezreal, and that is what we are going to see. And the follow-up here could just be Ezreal for Ruler, and I know that sounds very unfun. We could also see the Senna. Senna Kench here would be a strong rotation. And then Gen G will actually get to showcase how to utilize it in their composition.
I was wondering if maybe it was Peanut was going to throw in the Vi just to play the opposite side of the matchup and then try to win that one as well, but not going to be the case. Just prioritizing the Viego here. Life could take away the Tahm Kench if they wanted to, just like Gen G did in the last game.
Yeah. Samdi not as known for his Jinx play, so will be the Ezreal instead, it looks like here. And it'll be his 4th time this season, 1 and 2 so far. Played it all 3 games in the Afrika series, or rather Kwangdong series, earlier this week. And what do they pair with this? It's a tough question to answer. You could just go for the Karma here. You're not going to get the opportunity to play it if you don't pick it now. Be likely to be banned.
Gnar.
Straight up blind Gnar here.
So you're playing blind Gnar. When you could have gotten a really strong bottom lane, even potentially stolen away the Tahm Kench and played that old Ruler Core JJ style where the Ezreal actually never dies and is never in trouble. But
this does limit what Gen G's capabilities are, though. Because now you make them choose between the Tahm Kench or the Azir Corki, right? Because now you can ban away the Azir and the Corki. Please not some other weird ban like the Twisted Fate we saw in the previous set.
Or 2 Gnar counters to really try to go into the doo-doo carry kind of zone.
You could ban Gangplank Azir here as Life Esports, and I'd be pretty happy with it. Bard is banned away. Bard is very strong with Gnar because of how he could set up combos with his ultimate. There's the Corki. So at least one of those 3 champions that Gen G are looking for is removed.
Yeah.
Would you rather face the Azir or the Gangplank, though?
I would say with how much Chovy's playing Azir, I would say maybe try to make him play something new. That would be my choice, but I could easily agree with the Gangplank choice as well.
I agree with your choice, though. I'd rather see an Azir ban here and then try to play around Wukong on the top side with the Gnar. Difficult but possible, and OnFleek has proven himself to be a pretty capable Wukong player. It's his most played. It's every jungler's most played right now, but they disagree. They will ban the Gangplank instead of the Azir, and I have a feeling this game may look very similar to the last one.
Yeah, and you can do this because, if Chovy goes for a blind Azir, then perhaps you can put Karis onto something else that could do a bit better into the Azir, but Chovy is just like, yeah, why did they do that? Like,
there are very few champions in this meta that win Prio versus Azir. Now, they took away the Yuumi and the Bard, so Karma does make it through. So that's, you know, you're thinking your lucky stars on that one at least. As Hanwha Life Esports, you do have a strong bottom duo into the Senna Kench. But what will be the choice here? This is not an angle for Swain. It's just a Victor into Azir. Again, I saw this movie last game, and if you guys weren't watching, I'll spoil the ending. The Prio wasn't good, and it did not really amount to anything in the later parts of the game. Genji can now just look for a champ here for Doran where he can control the mid game. Like, even an Aatrox here I wouldn't hate.
Okay.
This is a kind of picking Sejuani into her most common counter pick here in the LCK. But he's got Peanut to back him up. We've seen a lot of failed Sejuani Viego ganks trying to punish the top laner, namely the Gnar, so far this week. But maybe Peanut and Doran can actually get it done this time around. Because you do have, obviously, if you can get that 2v1 off, you have a lot of CC with Viego and Sejuani. You have the Ignite.
It's just a pick here in the LCK that we've seen very obviously just kind of picked for tier almost. You know, like we saw it in a matchup yesterday. I forget exactly which one, but it was against a carry, and it kind of got boomed, and it wasn't that great. And I don't know. Generally, just used to see it into tanks and stuff like that. But
if they had picked
top laners, just love it.
If they had picked the Sejuani earlier, it opened up the opportunity, I think, for a Swain pick for Karus. They saw his Victor. And Victor wants to build Ludens in almost every scenario, as we saw last game. But Ludens is going to struggle to break through that Sejuani tank health bar. So he might have to alter his build and go for the Andres instead here, which Victor can do, but his ability to actually proc the Andres consistently isn't as strong as a lot of our other mid laners in this meta, namely Azir, who really sticks out like a sore thumb here. So I like the pick in that regard. And again, if the top 2v1 is played well, things can, you know, go well for Doran.
Absolutely. Game 2 will begin right now. Here we go, on to game number 2 here. And we'll see if Hanwha Life have any better luck on the blue side. I want to see if On Fleek tries to get revenge, you know. Definitely a player that I could see trying to do that. Will be more difficult against the Viego, of course.
I guarantee you we will see a blue steal attempt on blue buff's second spawn, because unless this is played very poorly by Ruler and Lehend, or rather very poorly by Samdi and Vista, or just they get completely outplayed, which we have seen, by the way. Karma Ezreal should have some prio down there on the bottom side to try to make that happen. And we see it all the time. So they should have at least that opportunity, which is one they will try to take, see if they can actually succeed with it.
Yeah.
Or if Ruler just ends up out-trading them, because Senna can be quite useful in that way. Not usually as good with the Kench versus Ezreal and Karma, but like literally we saw this, I think, 2 days ago, where the Senna Tom Kench actually got the prio, so it has happened.
Yeah, definitely not supposed to.
It's not supposed to.
Yeah, but as you point out, it could be a little bit of a player diff, and we'll have to see how Samdi and Vista do navigate this matchup, if they can, in fact, punish the melee Tom Kench, who is kind of just going to be sitting there trying to farm. And yeah, you look at this composition for Genji, it looks very strong as the game does come along, you know, regardless of, you know, how the draft did go. You just have a really nice front line for the Azir and for the Senna to just kind of chip away. They have excellent range to handle even the Ezreal and the Victor, and they just need to get to a spot where they can do that, as Peanut is looking pretty sneaky.
Yeah, he's coming over here, is going to ward this Raptor camp. And Karus has flash.
Oh, the flash. Looking for the flash stun, but Karus, a lot of respect. He's like, no, I'll just flash away. But that does mean that now he doesn't have Flash here. Should get it up before level 6, I would imagine, but it could be close.
It's a really common strategy, you know, with Lee Sin, Azir, which we've seen so many times, also with the Viego, to force the Flash out so you can time your level 6. It will be close, as you mentioned, with Chovy, and how quickly he gets those CS numbers down. It's going to be very close, but I think he should be able to have it in time. Still a nice attempt here for Peanut, whose Flash is not going to be very valuable until he has level 6 himself for a potential gank up topside. But it does mean that Dudu will feel very comfortable to actually continue to trade. I mean, he has Flash against a Flashless Sejuani and Viego topside. And as is expected, at least in these first few levels, Vista and Samdi are pushing this advantage down here on the bottom side. But what's crazy about that Flash attempt from Peanut is if Karis is even half a second later on his reaction time, he dies. And this is once again set up by the Azir Prio. So just go, it all goes full circle, right? Peanut is using the draft to shape the rift.
We do have a ward here, so Peanut not going to go for a gank just yet. Can absolutely return to that lane a little bit later, as you mentioned. He'll just pick up this Scuttle Crab. On Fleek actually did a kind of interesting path where he went into the enemy jungle to try to clear out some vision with the Scryer's Bloom. And he did get one ward, but not the second one. But he saw the second one actually die in front of him. So knew that he was on vision and just went for a back here, as Karis is going to do himself.
Indeed. I mean, Peanut's just stealing some camps away, as you do. They had a ward to know Peanut's pathing because his red buff was warded, so On Fleek is seen also here now as he comes over, but has the right idea. What Sejuani is like actually engaging with Dudu. Dudu's not here to help out. He's going to come up here, but I just don't think there's really any opportunity for him right now. And it's just going to come up empty.
Chovy going for a good timed back, actually. Right as On Fleek gets back onto the map, he avoided the Scuttle Crab vision. And so as Chovy backs, he will be totally safe. Hey, you take a look at the bottom lane, and actually Ruler and the Hens are doing just fine. Really trying to abuse, you know, the lick of the Tahm Kench and use that. He's going to get the knock up here, and the root comes in on the Vista. I think he's dead. Yep, first blood will go to Ruler in this matchup, as they are just once again going to dominate these two.
Somebody say player diff in the
Player
bot
diff.
2v2. Yeah.
I did it for you.
I mean, you mentioned it earlier. The timing of which On Fleek would be looking for that blue buff invade would be around now. It's actually, in fact, that time where Genji get a kill bottom side and will take the Drake for themselves. So Ezreal, Karma, Prio not meaning anything in this case.
Yeah.
Yikes. A bit of an unfortunate start here. And I say a bit. Level 6 hit for Chovy, by the way, with Karis having about a third of that cooldown left on his flash. So said it was going to be close. Actually, not really. He's actually completely got an opportunity here if anyone helps set him up to look for that ult. Flashless, and he knows it. He knows the timer.
Yeah, On Fleek is hanging around mid, and Karis is playing around that. So Lens here, just getting caught a bit, but he is extremely tanky. Already has the Bomby Cinder. And On Fleek and Vista level 4, they're like, wait, what? Why does this guy not take any damage? And they're just trying to fight here over this Rift Scuttler. He will be able to pick it up, but
the roam timing is so good for Lehens because he has bombies early, like you said, because he's actually playing, you know, Senna Kench lane where he has money. If Karis comes over, he gets scooped. He gets scooped anyways.
Yeah, he's so dead. And we do see On Fleek here, and actually caught in the stun is Peanut, but it's still going to be enough. And you can see, especially because Ruler is here, that is 100% a kill onto Karis. Wait, no way. I think he actually can kill him here.
It's the stun.
Yeah. And ooh, he does get the stun, and he's not going to chase more because Vista's coming back. Otherwise, that was a solo kill.
That almost happened. If that happened, we just have to, there would be a pause. That would be like the moment Doran's like, I wasn't watching, but the game was broken, right?
Yeah.
Up on the top side of the map, Dudu did trade aggressively, obviously knowing that the attention was elsewhere. So is it going to be able to push this wave in and pull Peanut up to the top side of the map? So good play from him. Samdi is not having a good time.
Yeah. I mean, the earlier trade, maybe it's going to be the replay here. No, it's just going to be the kill on mid.
So Vista is nowhere to be seen, and Chovy knows he has just enough mana to actually use his combo, to actually go forward and get the knock-up. I think that's probably what Karas miscalculated, is I don't think he has enough mana, because you saw his mana bar, he just barely had enough to do both. And he ends up getting killed there. Obviously, Peanut there to back him up.
Yeah. And you can see the way this lane is going now.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to force it earlier when Lehens came up, like, oh, I hope Karas tries to rotate over, he's flashless, I'll kill him. He was patient then, but not the second time.
Yeah, that is very true. Zonfleek and Dudu going to get started here on this Rift Herald. They have 5 members. Everybody on the side of Hanwha Life are going for this, and Gen G are like, okay, I mean, I guess, if you really want this. So Hanwha Life put a lot into picking this one up. You can see that there was a rotation from Gen G, but they were a step behind. The one thing they will get is the red buff.
Yeah, red buff stolen. The Nara bar was well-timed from Dudu. That's another thing they would have to fight into, which can be very difficult to do at this stage of the game. It's perfectly set up for that, so saw it just expire there on the top side of the map. They're going to try to contest for this Raptor camp.
A lot of damage that does come in. Ruler, he knows he's got a Devour here on Lehens, has hit level 6, so just totally fine to try to steal as many of those as possible, and now we'll even get the Swift Scuttle.
And Ruler is getting close to having enough gold for the Umbral Glaive, which is what he's looking for as his first item here. Trying to get some extra gold there, and once that one's on lock, he can then, of course, use it to control vision for the next objective. Doesn't quite have enough just yet. Still sitting on the Dirk and 2 swords. Samdi is going to have a wave to push through. The game here is very much in Gen G's control. And with Hanwha Life Esports' draft, they're kind of also a scaling comp, but will kind of be scaling into no vision. They will get a little bit of gold here to this bottom duo. Split 3 ways, not the greatest.
Ignite even committed to here. With the root, they could have committed to it, but they are not going to actually follow Lehens underneath the turret, of course. As Dudu gets himself into an awkward spot, he is Gnar, but over the wall with the Heartbreaker, and the Sejuani also will go very wide. It might not matter, though, as the Hop is on a long cooldown and no flashes available right now for Dudu with the Ignite. It is ticking. One more flail could do it. One more flail, anything. No, they're not going to have enough to take down Dudu.
Ouch, that hurts. But it's great for Dudu. Does get away with this one with his life. Only a flash expended. Empowered autos here from Samdi trying to break this turret down, and they do have On Fleek nearby, but the defense is too good. So much sustain on this Senna. They know On Fleek is here. They're actually trying to catch him. They get a root.
They do get the root, and
I don't know about this.
Lehens. It is only Vista here, so with the 2v2, neither side really wants to commit to it, as Meganar is available. Dudu just trying to clear the wave, but with a freeze coming in, looking for a bit more, but a wallop will be enough.
A lot of action in these last few moments coming up empty. I don't know if it was on broadcast or not, but I think Atlas said like the missed Sejuani ult is the new Chains of Corruption. Like,
yeah,
we've had a lot of those so far this week, and maybe let's just say it was very predictive of Doran. He just didn't predict the right direction on that one. If that one hits, it's a kill top side, and things get way opened up. But didn't happen this time around.
It's so annoying for On Fleek to even play this game. I mean, this is the maybe 3rd time these Raptors have been stolen. The red buff got stolen. He has not had any position on the bottom side. Scuttle Crab even going to get a back deny here onto Dudu, as Doran is able to spot that out and trying to get it again. He will be able to stop the back, but does not land it, importantly.
Also, Karas' back is denied during this, too.
Ooh, trying to get the jump here onto Samdi. They will land that stun onto Vista, as the damage will be enough. Heartbreaker comes in, as Peanut will be devoured and saved. A double kill on the bottom side will open this up for Gen G.
Karas did get his back denied. He was denied several times also during this. So, like, the one part of the map you guys didn't see where Gen G was dominating, where was Chovy was preventing him from buying his Mythic, which he did choose to Leandries, which is, again, the correct choice given the Sejuani frontline, like I was talking about Tom Kench as well, but it doesn't feel great with Victor. You know, you very rarely see this item built on him for that reason, but I think this is still the right call. And I just feel like all the advantages that Hanwha have, like all these small things, all the things they're doing right, are just so tiny and insignificant compared to what Genji is doing with this. Like, obviously, Viego cannot dodge turret shots with his transformation, but does have the ability to be devoured, pulls turret aggro onto the Kench, and gets out alive. Now Senna's got Umbral Glaive. He's got Crossfire Gauntlet.
Yeah, they're going to begin to start to own that lane, even with the Trinity Force complete here on the Ezreal. They can get so much done. You can see that Life still have not broken this bottom turret. It has been, you know, they try to make the play that all these great teams make, where you get priority in your lanes, you pick up that early Rift Herald, you throw it into the bot lane where you have the priority there as well, you pick up that early turret. Just bit by bit, stuff has kind of gone haywire. They've not been able to do that exact blueprint of a plan.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really the bottom 2v2 having such great control, and that early kill that came through too, that is so problematic for them. Because if they had weathered that, they probably would have gotten the turret. The reality is that they didn't. They weren't able to do so. I'm curious to see what Vista builds here, because Shirelia's in this situation also doesn't feel too powerful. I think you might even want to go for Moonstone Renewer to help shore up some of that Senna healing, but it's not a great item right now, so, you know, tough calls all around.
You see Genji are trying to put on the pressure again into the red buff jungle of Life Esports here. They're able to steal some of the Raptors, but not the red. You can see that this top lane play is, Thorn is having a little bit of trouble, but...
It's a tough matchup, right? And this is where things are going well, you know, for Dudu. Doran's been given very few resources, minus the failed gank where the Sejuani ult didn't hit, but... Besides that, like, Genji are happy to have a weak side Sejuani up here while they take literally everything else. And
he's not going to miss it this time, and with Ignite, he is absolutely going to go down. Doran gets right up close and personal.
No longer weak side, I guess, he says, as Viego will pick up his second kill of the game. Flash expended here in the mid lane.
Yeah, no ult for Chovy.
Yeah, we know what happened here.
Looks like Vista was probably around to, you know, discourage Chovy from continuing, but it's a pretty common thing where you just go in, ult, and the Victor flashes. It's just the way it goes sometimes. As Zonfleek might be able to pick up a second Rift Herald at least. See Genji kind of rotated up again, but they did not commit again. Lahen's left alone down in the bottom side. He's already level 10, actually. Ahead of everybody on the side of Life Esports' bottom lane. Keep in mind as well that Vista is level 6.
When you have this early burn damage, he had the early bombies, then he finished the gauntlet. So he could just clear waves, actually, very quickly. And pick up all that money.
Abyssal Dive not here, so Dudu is trying to actually punish this as Meganar is coming in. Abyssal Dive is denied. Dudu looking for it. The exhaust might be enough, though, as he flashes away from that one. Ruler trying to get the ultimate off, and he's going to be saved by Devour. They're trying to get this kill onto Dudu, and they finally do. It is traded for the Tahm Kench, as everybody now on the side of Life Esports is trying to get into the action. And Karius, can he follow up on this one? Remember, he does not have the flash as the stun comes in from Peanut to try to deny it, but it will not be enough. As now Teleport coming in from Jovi, they want to make sure they at least punish this very big overextension from the side of Life. They will take down Karius.
It's a slight trade up. You could almost argue for Life Esports. Well, not anymore. Flash expended, he does get away with his life. Whoa, if he's back in there, though.
Oh, come on.
No way. I mean, is this scripted? Come on.
He's still going for it, and yeah, he's just got to run out of there. He should be okay. Heal can come in from Ruler.
Ruler's not even going to queue him. Okay, well.
He's fine.
I mean, that's greed from Vista. I mean, that's frustration. He's literally in the middle of a conversation about how that play went and what's going to happen next. He's in comms talking about strategy and just backs in a risky place and is punished. But this feels like, I don't know, we've talked about the Rascal Stripe, right? We've actually talked about the Doran Stripe, where one player is doing really well, the top laner in particular, but the rest of his team is faltering. We haven't really talked about the Dudu actually being the king, and Dudu's having a great game and the rest of his team is falling around him. This time, unfortunately, despite his heroics, it's Tahm Kench, and they have to go so deep for it that Genji can turn this one around. But still, it was a nice heads-up, proactive play. Karius is able to follow up your ult Peanut. But we know what happens next. They do trade back.
Here we go again. Genji not going to let that one go without punishment. As they say, how dare you try to 1v2 us? In all likelihood, due to just a bit up the lane too far, with actually 0 vision in the river as well. So overextension from him leaves himself dead.
But objective bounties are up. And Karis looks like he's going to pick one up here with his empowered Qs. Clears this wave. They go just barely be able to get that. They're going to drop a Rift Herald into mid. So it's not all for nothing. It's just, again, you're trying to trade even, but you're actually trading down slightly every time as Life Esports. Chovy has his double mask completed and a stopwatch, so can look for a deep shuffle into this upcoming fight, which will likely be on Baron before it's on Drake, because they already have Soul Point. He has Flash, too. Like, there are very few holes in Genji's game plan right now.
Yeah, they're just hanging out. You know, they have a lot of ways with their lead to bring this into a very strong mid game and feel totally fine. Chovy's items are pretty ridiculous, and he is already at 211 CS. And yeah, Dudu is just, I mean, that's just a bit too far. He has that control ward in the side Frybrush, but
I think he just placed it like about 5 seconds before he died as well. He's like, oh, am I dead? The answer is yes.
Yeah, just nothing in the river. So you're going to get flanked there, buddy. That's going to be at the end of that.
Again, it gave them a bounty turret, but the map control you lose with that Gnar death is, I mean, it's worse than the gold that Genji gave over, if that makes sense. It's only a 3,000 gold deficit, but the problem is composition. The problem is where the items are. Is you're having 2 at this stage means Unlife just cannot compete. Void Staff will be the second item for Karis because double mass build is not even a thing. That's how weak burn damage is on the kit of Victor, so won't be able to burn through that Sejuani very easily, and she'll probably build magic resistance on 3rd item here. It's a rough time. They have control of the Baron on spawn, like I said, to look for this. And Chovy has all the tools, stopwatch, flash, ultimate.
Yeah, they also have control of the waves here too. Chovy topside can just push it in. That turret on the top side is also very low. Would make this even easier. If Genji could set this up. Kar's doing a good job of holding the wave and trying to clear it, but difficult at the same time. They try to get onto Chovy here, but he's just so tanky right now. They do take out Ruler, though, as Tom Kench was not here. Lands is playing very much a side-laning Tom Kench kind of game, and that means that Ruler takes a bit too much.
Really nice combo between Samdi and OnFleek. The Cyclone knockup comes up as he uses the True Shot Barrage, does a ton of damage. And Chovy cannot stopwatch, actually decides not to. It's a smart move by him because he needs to use his ult to actually prevent further death. Says, uh-oh!
Oh no, Karis taking a bit too much. The Ignite will not tick down. The shield from the Q is enough. Oh! Close.
Man, Doran just cannot catch a break this game.
And he's just dead.
He dies anyways.
Yeah.
Still got the assist, Doran, don't worry.
Yeah. Peanut is 4-0-4. But we know exactly what he's doing in
Enemy
this game.
jungler not found. We had to make the joke, right?
Ruler just evaporates.
Yeah, like, Ruler just dies. Chovy shuffles backwards, flashes, and then uses his ultimate, knowing that he probably survives there, needs to peel for his teammates.
A Baron is happening. That's what I want to see right now.
That's what we're going to see.
Yeah, and OnFleek, just somebody has to check, right? As he gets extremely low. Somebody's got to go in there and check. It's still very early, so Genji not going to actually be able to get that, as well as not get the kill. So they do stop the Baron, I suppose. That is a good thing at this point. Yeah.
A successful denial of Baron take. And, you know, Genji's slowly coming back over here to set up for Cloud Soul, which we haven't mentioned. First Cloud Soul of the season. Took us until day 4, but we got there.
Had to be when Atlas wasn't casting.
Yeah, it's very weird how that happened.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll get to have his moment on the desk about it, but Eclipse done. All right, everybody has 2 items across the board on Genji. It is their prio on this Cloud Soul in 45 seconds. Mid turret is up, which is actually shocking. It's almost as if it was designed that way so Chovy could get safer CS.
I'm sure he's totally fine with that. If that's the reason, he's like, yeah, that was my master plan all along.
So to make sure he's got all those bounces. But I mean, you're not walking through this choke point. You shall not pass. It's Chovy and Gandalf for one.
Tried, and yeah, we're going to see the result of that here. He is burning down. One more Q will do it. As Doran, he is so tanky. Will he be taken out, though? The magic damage actually doing enough, as he has not built any just yet. As
yeah, he went Bramble to deal with Gnar in the side lane instead. Okay.
Still going to be Cloud Soul here for Gen G, you'd have to imagine, though. Hamalife not setting up for this at all.
No, Magic Mantle comes in right afterwards. So it's, you know, small things that make us laugh in a game like this. Soul is taken. Gen G on the respawn of Doran can group up for the Baron take. Flash expended for Dudu is quite huge actually going for this, going into this next fight.
Peanut has taken those Raptors like 5 times.
Yeah.
So ridiculous.
That might be underselling it, might actually be more at the stage.
I feel like we saw this in game 1 where Peanut and Chovy pushed the top lane turret. Except this time they're going to push the bot lane turret and just get it for free.
It's been a... Like, game 1 was a really smart jungle game from Peanut. It was really all good, all-around strong macro play. So, oh, no. Can Doran get a kill this time?
Karis does not have flash, and they don't know exactly who's on the opposite side, so he avoids. You see the wall there where Wukong could have come over the wall and punished, potentially, or at least knocked him up so he doesn't get damage in. And they do secure the kill with the TP from Chovy. This should mean a free Baron, although they're trying to get onto Lehens, and a follow-up teleport from Dudu means that perhaps they will try to fight this.
Ruler, like in Lehens 2v4, deny their entry to the Baron pit.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this on Fleek, though. He is going to be pushed out of the pit, and that means it is a free Baron here for the side of Gen G. And now it's just a straight-up 5v4. Dudu's desperately trying to kill the Tom Kents, but he is just trolling around. Lots of low health bars here on the side of Gen G. Dudu hitting Mega Gnar. But at the same time, On-Fleek goes down, and Dudu can't just do it all by himself.
Yeah, Samdi not in position. He's too low health.
Peanut is
teleporting. Or that's,
Peanut,
actually, that's not his.
Yeah, Peanut is ridiculously strong right now. He's like 6-0-4 or something like that.
I mean, if he gets one reset in the fight, it's like, it's just ridiculous.
I want to see how much gold he's holding on to right now. As, okay, Doran.
Yeah.
They do have jumps and dashes and stuff like that, so that's not where you should have aimed, but everybody gets fooled by that at least once. That is going to be just Gen G with the Baron, and maybe they'll just push to win. They do have a ridiculous amount of gold,
I really do want to see how much money the Peanut is holding. Like, I want to see what he buys. So Baron and Powered Recall, what's he going to get?
Yeah. Let's see. Which full item? Ooh, not quite a full item.
And a stopwatch. Okay.
So about probably like 2,300, 2,200 gold.
Yeah. Just get very close to that GA. Oh, this is the freeze procking into... You can't miss that one.
Doran played it perfectly.
Yep. Now, the early kill onto Karis means that he's not here to offer damage in this fight. Notice he's got 20 seconds on his death timer, and Samdi is trying so desperately but can't break through the tank line. This is why the Sejuani pick is so strong. I'm one of many. But like, despite it being bad in lane, arguably, and Doran having a rough time in the solo lane, in a fight like this, he blocks so much damage. Meanwhile, the base is dying.
Yeah, you know, they go back and buy Magias, by the way, here for Chovy, as he was trying to hold on to his Sun turret in the mid lane. And they're not going to get the inhibitor just yet. This is because Mega Gnar is here and because Dudu actually does stuff for his team. And, I mean, Karis does deal some nice damage as well. But they're going to respect that. They will just back away. They'll take it a bit slower this time around. No need to force it.
Death by, I don't want to say 1,000 paper cuts, but what's like between a...
Death by 1,000 sand soldiers.
Yeah. Well said. Well said.
Death by 1,000 licks. They've got a Tom Kench.
Yeah, how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of Life Esports base? Where's the owl when you need him?
I hope that commercial was universal. Otherwise, we might have some confused non-American fans. They're like, what the hell are they talking about? But yeah, that's the spot we're in right now, guys.
It certainly is. The Negatron cloak is complete for Doran now, so you see the tank here against some of this magic damage coming through. Slowly pushing it in. As they're basically just trying to do what they can before Elder spawns. If they get in the game before, if Unlife Esports make a mistake, then they just kill the Nexus. If they don't make a mistake and survive, then Genji kill the Elder and then kill the Nexus. So
They're pushing in. I can just feel Jovi's energy. He's just waiting for the moment where he can go in and flash ult somebody. That's what he's waiting for. But looks like they're not going to go for it just yet. Even with Dudu not having Mega Gnar. As you mentioned, the Elder Drake is coming up here in just a moment.
Just something else to point out, like, he finished Majai's, Chovy did. The stopwatch we talked about a million years ago, like, oh, he's got that for this upcoming fight. He still has that, so he didn't finish Zonya's. He's like, nah, I just put Rylai's instead, finish my Majai's.
That's what you're supposed to do. We do see, I feel like half of the time players don't do that. It can depend on, like, inventory space sometimes.
Speaking of inventory space, just dropped a death cap casually right into one of those slots.
Wow.
And here we go, last fight of the game, last chance, Unlife Esports.
Onfleek he's gonna take the long route around. Try to avoid some of that traffic, you know. Trying to get to work on time.
Chovy has that stopwatch still, so who are you trying to kill? Ruler? I mean, if you get on top of him, there's so much peel, there's Devour. Like, Onfleek he's trying, but he has so little agency here.
Chovy is frontlining. Onfleek gets into the back line, but a simple stopwatch will be enough, and Onfleek just goes down. As that is going to be Peanut picking up the kill, and he is just gigantic right now, tanking up the damage from 3 of these members like it's not a big deal at all, and honestly, right now, it is not. Zamdi just kiting him out for as long as he possibly can. This is a wipe, guys. Question is, who do they give this kill to? It will be Ruler. At the end of the day, they will teleport to mid and end this game in about 30 minutes.
Tonight is all about the last Rocks Tiger. Peanut pushing down the mid lane with the rest of his squad. Fantastic performance, 7-0-7. Absolutely destroying Onfleek. Arguably, Unlife Esports' strongest player 2 games in a row to give Genji a 4-0 start in week 1 here for summer season. Made it look easy in this second series. Not a single moment in either game where we worried, where you had to doubt. You mentioned the closest Hanwha ever got was that pick in the mid lane.
Yeah.
With Onfleek punishing Peanut's overextension, but that was it. That's the closest you get to touching this super team. And it's good to see that Genji are still in full form, still hungry for a title here domestically. They've been robbed of so much.
Yeah, you know, this was a Omega stomp in the series. I'm very glad to see Peanut doing this because it shows determination and drive to not only just win, but to demolish, right? And we need to see someone like Peanut be able to do that. So when they do go up against the really strong teams in the LCK, like T1, who they did lose to in the finals, like Damwon Kia now, with the return of Nuguri, he needs to be on that game and kind of like demanding the respect every time, because otherwise you're kind of just sitting there like kind of facilitating like he has done many seasons. But maybe this is the season where Peanut makes a huge carry return. And it's hard to say because obviously I think as a team, Genji are heads miles above Hanwha Life right now. But it would be nice to see Peanut continue with that kind of carry stride into some of those later matchups.
Their next match is against Damwon Kia on Thursday. So it feels like a bit of a 4-0 appetizer, right? Till we get into the first big 3 banger.
Oh, that's Wednesday, actually.
Oh, Wednesday, yeah, that's right, sorry. We do start on Wednesdays forever now.
Yeah.
Yes, so Genji will face Damwon on Wednesday, the first day of the week.
And the first match of the week.
First match. We start off week 2 after we get the big meta check this week. So if you're a Genji fan, I think you're feeling pretty good going into that series. You know it's going to be a banger. It was arguably our best regular season game of spring, was actually the Damwon Kia versus Genji first face-off.
Yeah.
Where we saw Lehens on the Singed. So a lot to look forward here for the Tiger Nation.
She was hoping for a ruler penta. Not going to happen this time.
Hard to do that with Senna, unfortunately.
Yeah. Dudu tried. This was actually perfectly played by Genji, considering all of the members of Hama Life and all that.
It's like no turret as well. It's crazy. I think there's, I voted for Peanut, I'll spoil it, but I think there are probably going to be some Lehens votes, actually, in Game 2 here. I don't think it will be the 13 out of 13, because he just had such a phenomenal performance.
Yeah, could see, you know, 1 or 2 Chovy votes, too.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure put on in the mid lane, you know. It's not always, like, a guarantee that you're always just going to burn the Victor's flash on cooldown. It often does happen that way, but the fact that he's, like, consistently able to make it happen is very nice to see.
He reacted so well there on the top side, Chovy did. And it's in the mid to late game, actually, Emperor's Divide is a defensive tool more often than not, unless you're losing the fight really badly. You have to try and turn it. What's so funny about this is Lehens actually tried to collapse onto OnFleek and has to flash back into this fight too, because he was like, all right, well, they're just not going to pull the trigger. Let's actually just kill OnFleek.
Yeah.
And then Peanut is just so fed, he's unkillable. Look at how low he goes, and he has GA. So it's never really like a fear. It's never really an issue. Like, the fight is already over. He's like, how many of them can we trap and kill guaranteed? As Samdi is finally locked down there on the bottom side. Tipping his hat, Peanut did there. We're not going to watch him go all the way
Top of the morning to you. Hama Life Esports actually did pick up 1,000 gold from objective bounties. So that did happen. That was kind of like the split push that Karis did put on when all of the shenanigans were happening down on the bottom side. And I think they took the mid turret. But, oh no, they didn't actually. They did top and bot, and that's it, because they only had 2 towers. The entire game.
Yep.
Samdi with the most damage in the game as well.
I said I thought their drafting was the thing they improved on most when I watched that Afrika series. Yes, Ezreal priority was high, but watching the drafts on this one, that Azir go through twice, lost prio, lost control of the jungle. I think we're going to have to go back to the drawing board going to their matches next week.
Yes, absolutely. Well, guys, we do have the carpet space ready to go. Let's throw it over to them now.
Thank you so much, Valdez, and thank you very much for the cast on the day, 2 gentlemen. As I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and that was a, you know, pretty done and dusted video game, to be perfectly honest. But one very important thing did occur, and that was, it was a Cloud Soul! Finally! We got the Cloud Soul. I don't look quite as happy as I could in this particular photo. However,
You do have hair, though.
I do have hair, and that makes me a little bit more pleased. But it's just fantastic that we finally got the Cloud Soul back again, and I appreciate you, son, also making a little Cloud Soul picture for me.
Happy.
Even though I don't look that happy, I look like I'm very serious.
You look like a
happy,
like a mobster boss.
Yeah.
But I guess you just, you know, you're happy that
Next
Cloud Soul's
time,
there.
don't be so late. Anyway, let's get into the draft of this game. I think there was a little bit less that we had as far as issues with this particular draft. It was very standard by the end for Hama Life especially. But Genji just picked what they wanted and then won the game.
I don't think it was a great draft by Alma, but it wasn't a bad draft either. There was a lot of the Azriel Karma came through. The blind Gnar was the most egregious part of it. I'd personally say the Sejuani blind has been very successful. Gangplank blind, especially if you're able to then dedicate 2 bans to it, should also be something that, if it's in your wheelhouse, is going to be a lot more consistent than Gnar was. Gnar without primary engage, outside of like the Wukong, it doesn't really work as well as it otherwise might. For Genji, it's a scaling comp, but it's Genji and they're better, so that is not really how it plays out. And even though the game was not as dominant as game number 1, it was still, the feeling was exactly the same, where we just kind of witnessed Hama Life someone got picked off, Dudu died, and Karis gets taken down inside lane because the team has no pressure, but they're still trying to do stuff, and that was kind of just the whole. The draft was not great, but it was just the gameplay is,
Yeah, it was a little bit. Genji was better than Harmon Life Esports today.
Lot.
Let's have a look at the mid lane though, because we've been talking about matchups over and over again, and things have not necessarily been, very new in the mid lane. As you can see, 27-42 is the matchup between Victor and Azir. Of course, these are victories for these two champions, and Azir has been doing a lot more winning. Of course, when I see this matchup, I actually see the faces of Kuro and Faker, and often it was Faker playing the Azir and Kuro losing.
Okay, so say that's what, like 20 games?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a
so then
decent
it's
amount of those.
So then actually, if you think about it, really, Victor's favored over 69 games, huh?
Oh, that's true. Of course, Karma Tahm Kench is another thing that we wanted to talk about. So, Chronicler, take us through who you think should be favored in this matchup.
This one is a lot more interesting because the Azir and the Victor, it makes sense as we have seen in this matchup. It's very obvious what happens, which is Victor doesn't ever have flash and just dies to every single gank. So unless your team is winning, the Victor can't really stay. But this conventional wisdom, and the costs were calling for it, I think we were calling for it as well, was Karma into Kench is good. Stats obviously don't tell the whole picture because there's a lot of team strength and everything that's implied, but what we're going to show here is something that Carrier was the one who really notably pointed this out to us, and maybe we've been ignoring the signs. That matchup actually is not nearly as good for the Karma as we might otherwise think.
Well, as it used to be, right? When it used to be Abyssal Voyage instead of Abyssal Dive being on your W.
And that might really be the deciding factor, because ever since that change, we have seen this lane gone so much more often towards the Kench because the Karma
Let's have a look at our next highlight, which does illustrate what can happen if the Tahm Kench is allowed to get those free engages.
And we started joking about this as the carry-out way of, but now every Kench does it, and it's just been a thing that happens consistently. And this is aided by the fact that Ruler and Lions they're a better bot lane than Samdi and Vista. So no matter the matchup, this is going to happen. But it might be time for us to kind of rethink about how you can punish the Kench.
Yeah, exactly right. But it is POG time. Let's see who's going to be able to pick this one up. I think this one could have a few extra votes, not necessarily for Peanut, but let's see who does manage to pick up player of the game. And it will be back-to-back Peanuts. 707, the guy was absolutely everywhere, and we were sort of having the discussion about this, and as we were talking about who should get POG, I think he just killed 3 people while we were having the conversation. He's just having a great day today.
It helps. He has been the main instigating factor, and the key thing with drops like this is that if your jungler doesn't do that much, this drop doesn't have that much power outside of team fights. But because Peanut is always playing aggressively, looking for angles, slinking into Misk, walking up, and always being extremely aggressive, Chovy votes are fine, makes sense.
Not robbed twice, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was understandable as Chovy did output a lot of damage. I'm actually surprised he didn't get a straight Ruler vote as well because he had a really
I think Ruler had a great game.
But Peanut, being as active as he is also a really good look for Gen G because it's something that has been kind of hit or miss, and if he's hitting, that makes the team as a whole just so much stronger.
Yeah, and I actually feel like this Gen G is looking like they're playing around their PowerPoints so effectively, sort of realizing what this group of players is going to be good at and what they can leverage, and Peanut is doing so very, very well. So absolutely fantastic stuff. That means that we now get just a chat with Peanut, which I think so many people would love to see. So here's Ji-sun to take you through some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the Peanuts solo PUG interview after a clean 2-0 win for Gen G. Congratulations. Thank you so much. You were the first 13 out of 13 PUG of the split, and also you are the solo PUG today. How do you feel? Yeah, I also won PUG in game 2. I'm so happy, you know. I got very lucky to get 13 votes for game number 1. Game number 1 was pretty much over ever since you started to bully on Flick in the beginning of the game. Well, a lot of people said, you know, Wukong Bai matchup is more about hitting level 6, but you decided to actually go for early game action. Because I've been playing Wukong for a fair bit of a time, you know, I kind of realized that it is actually really good to kind of go for a counter gank early on, especially after the Damwon Kia game in the previous split. And with that early setup and early jungle pathing, you are able to have such a great performance. You had 100% kill participation up until 40-minute mark in the game, and the game was really fast. How was that game? I mean, yeah, pretty much, but I think I got pretty lucky in that game. Were you expecting this much of a fast game today? Not really. In Game 2, Hana Life Esports locked in Wukong very early, and you decided to play Viego into that pick. Game number 1 was mostly about your counter ganks. Game number 2 was about ganking mid lane. Why was the difference happened? Because, you know, after the game started, I kind of decided to play a specific jungle path, and then I, you know, let my teammates know in game number 1. But game number 2, I saw Victor trying to rotate a lot towards the bot lane, so I wanted to kind of gank mid 1 or 2 times. So some people say when laners are doing great, it is way easier for junglers to perform. So which laner did the best work today? Well, I think everyone was helping me a lot, but especially Lihans was, you know, covering me a lot when I was going for counter jungle plays, and also even Chovy. So I want to say thank you to those 2 players for the performance in this game. After watching you perform today, I kind of figured that junglers can really impact the entire game and map. How much big of a role can junglers do in this current meta? Well, pretty much similar to the spring split. You know, you have to set up really well. And after watching MSI finals, after watching Wei performing, I also learned a lot, you know, whoa, I guess junglers can also like do that good and impact the game so much. So I also got a lot of inspirations. And Peanut, you're so good early pathing and also scaling, team fights, ganks. You know, even in the spring split, you know, we were praising your performance, but you look even better coming into this summer season. I always try to kind of learn and kind of absorb all the feedback from my team and my teammates. And also I try not to forget those. And also I try to kind of watch all the games possible, you know. That's a lot of work you've been putting to improve your performance, and your next opponent will be Damwon Kia with Nuguri returning to the roster. Not an easy game, right? I mean, obviously, yeah, everyone has been mentioning Nuguri, that he's been doing great, and also me as well, you know. I still believe Damwon Kia is really strong. So I'm a little bit worried, you know, but at the same time, they are one of the opponents that we do have to take down. We'll do our best. I really want to end the regular split as the first place, and I think that will be one of the decider match, so I will do my best in that series against Damwon Kia. What is your kind of mindset or energy you want to bring for the summer split? Just like I said, you know, I want to end on the first place at the end of the regular split, and I will make that goal happen in the end. And this will be the end of the interview from Peanut, and back to Atlas and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation of the interview with Peanut. Always fantastic to hear from him. Still, Chin is massively up, moving towards their next few games. He picks up back-to-back POGs. Chovy in their previous series picked up back-to-back POGs. Looking like a very formidable mid-jungle right now.
Can't wait. I'm really excited. That matchup is probably what everyone's looking forward to next week, and I'm not that original. I'm following the trend. Yeah, let's see what ends up happening.
I'm very excited for it as well, and we've got a really fun matchup coming up next. Let's check out the standings first, just to see how things have shaken up. Gen G will claim first place because they played the most games and done the most winning as far as our undefeated teams. On the left-hand side of the bracket, Hana Life Esports unfortunately join Nongshim Red Force at 0-0. too. So see whether they can turn things around in their next week of games. But Gen.G looking fantastic, and we've got another fantastic series ready to go as well. As DRX taking on Fred at Breon. This, honestly, could go absolutely any way. I can't pick it. Can you pick? Who's going to win, Chronicler? I'm putting you on the spot.
DRX with a 2-0 that takes about 100 minutes.
Sounds pretty likely. All right, guys, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it will be that DRX versus Fred at Breon series. We'll see you there.
어디 보고 인사하면 돼요? 보통 정해주잖아요. 하나씩 다? 안녕하세요, 안녕하세요. 뭐야? 여기 있는데?
오늘 행복한데
네.
또 누구 오는지 알고 계세요?
얼핏 들었던 걸로는 헬리오스, 샤이형, 그리고 이제 막 전역한 빠른별?
얼핏 들은 게 아니라 말씀해드렸는데 왜 여기
아니 연기하라는 듯이 말했잖아요. 아니 진짜 열받네. 아니 아까 연기하라는 듯이
헬리오스님도 같이 하기로 했는데 평소 두 분 사이가 어떠신지?
만나면 반가운데 안 본다고 또 너무 슬프지는 않은.
아니 근데 듣기로는 크게 싸운 적이 있다고.
헬리오스랑요?
이게 아직 불편할 것 같다는 생각이 들어가지고.
그런 게 있었나? 헬리오스랑은 예전에 개인 방송에서 저 뒷담 까다가 걸린 적은 있는데 바로 쌍욕 박았죠.
오 쓰레기. 쓰레기 와서. 아니 너무 어색한 거 아니야 등장이 이거?
아 근데 봤어요 또 한 달 전인가?
한 달 전? 한 달 전에 우리가 봤다고?
결승 거기서 봤잖아.
그게 한 달밖에 안 됐다고?
한 달 더 됐나?
더 됐어. 바빠가지고.
오랜만이지 이 정도면 뭐 2달? 3달?
또 다르잖아. 눈을 못 봐서 지금.
근데 저 어색한 거 맞아요. 저희 어색한 거 맞아요. 저희 막 따로 사적으로 연락 안 하고 굉장히 비즈니스적인 사이거든요.
저 좋아해요. 좋아하는 친구 중 한 명이에요.
그렇게 좋아하는데 왜 뒤에서 욕했어요?
근데 그때는 얘가 개념이 없었어요.
뭘 내가 개념이 없어?
너 그때 쓰레기였어.
내가 쓰레기였다?
너가 쓰레기였어 그때는.
이거 시청자들은 상황을 모르니까
네.
요약 좀 해주세요.
저는 해설할 때가 좀 힘들었어요. 해설할 때가 얘가 막 저한테 독서를 해가지고 그때 마상을 입어가지고 그때 좀
아실진 모르겠지만 이제 스포티비에서 롤 해설을 저희 둘이 이제 첫 해설을 맡았었거든요. 세상에 있는 욕을 뭐 다 먹었다고 봐도 될 정도로 저도 솔직히 쓰레기였어요. 시읒 발음이 안 돼가지고 막 딸당면이 막 이런 거 나오고.
하지만 내가 헬리오스보단 낫다?
아니 그거는 아니고
이거 아니야?
그거는 그때 당시에는 게임 지식적으로는 제가 이제 그때는 이제 프로를 같이 하고 있었다 보니까 이제 그때는 지식적으로는 제가 뭐 좀 더 세다고 제가 맞다고 생각을 했었나 봐. 그러니까 그냥 해설할 때 핀트가 안 맞으면 그냥 그 자리에서 바로 뭐라고 했던 기억이. 동생아, 만지지 마.
아니 만질 수 있지. 아니야. 좋지.
차이님도 같이 하게 됐는데
네.
차이님과는 어떠세요 관계가?
굉장히 돈독한 사이인데 사실 선수 때는 그 정도는 아니었어요. 워낙에 샤이 형이 성적 욕심을 내고 싶으니까 이제 동진아 엘리베이터 와라 해가지고 가가지고 찍어 누른 거죠. 막 이거 연습 많이 해야 된다 뭐 해야 된다 했는데
그래도 제일 형이신데
네.
듬직한 편인지.
듬직하죠. 상면이 형이 동반 입대할래? 라고 얘기했을 때 저는 답변을 1분 안에 했어요. 바로 만약에 솔직히 캡틴 잭이 얘기했다? 그러면 형우야 하루만 고민을 해볼게. 한 이틀만 고민을 해볼게.
근데 동진아 미안한데 너한텐 제안도 안 해.
제안도 안 해? 쓰레기네. 그 정도로 신용하고 있다. 맏형으로서 믿고 있다. 형이 형다워야 믿는 거죠. 아니
형다운 형
맞네.
나 뭐 쓰레기 된 거 아니지?
아니에요.
델리우스님이
네.
많이 혼났었다고 엘베가 끌려갔다고.
그때 뭐 사실상 동료기보다는 부하였죠. 지금은 그렇진 않지만 그때 당시 탑정글의 이제 그 관계는 백정과 이제
맞아요. 저 와드싹이었어요.
이제 진짜 궁금해서 그런데 그렇게 혼낼 때는 어떤 식으로 혼내요?
이거 얘기해도 되나?
뭔데?
형 이거 방방바 알지? 방방바.
알지?
와가지고 이제 방에서 이거 진짜 얘기한다.
진짜 얘기해.
빨리 해봐.
그냥 나는 클템형처럼 못할 것 같다. 나는 꼰대기 때문에.
뭐 잠깐만요. 뭘 꼰대기 때문이야.
아니 샤이 형 그렇게 권위를
아니. 나는 내 스스로 꼰대라고 말을 안 하는데.
근데 상면이 형이 되게 리더인 게 그렇게 막 쓴소리하고 챙길 땐 챙겨요. 그러니까 말로만 하는 게 아니라.
그쵸. 그러니까 뭐 동진이가 동반일다 했겠지.
충성한 거지 내가. 내가 머리 박 박은 거지.
저희 빠른 별님도 같이 하는데 최근에 전역했잖아요. 연애 갔는지.
그거 왜 가요?
연애요?
네.
저희는 뭐 서로 안 가는 스타일.
근데 코로나 때문에 또 못 갔죠. 코로나 때문에. 근데 아니었어도 안 갔다. 왜 하는 거야? 야, 세르게이.
야, 군인이 머리 그렇게 길어도 돼?
아니 뭐야 이분? 아니 얼마 전에 전역하셨어요.
아니 머리가 이렇게 길어. 아니 전역한 지 얼마나 안 된 애가 군생활 한 거 맞지?
얼마나 편했으면.
아니 근데
아니 괜찮은데.
꿀빨기 나쁜 거야? 꿀 빨았어 안 빨았어? 다 빨았을 거 아니야, 그치?
빨긴 빨았지.
그러니까 맞는 말인데.
야, 너 빠는 거 왜 이렇게 좋아해?
나 진짜 한 100 정도의 꿀이 있으면 난 한 50밖에 못 빨았어.
거짓말 치지 마. 네 맨날 롤 들어와가지고 게임하고 있고.
부대 시설이 좋았어.
이거 봐.
제가 듣기로는 빠른 별님이 군대 계실 때
네.
헬리오스님을 되게 한심하게 생각하셨다는 또 소문이 있어요.
왜 뭐가?
그때는 한심하게 생각했던 것 같은데 동진이가 난 뭐 하는지 잘 몰랐어.
나도 뭐 하는지 잘 몰랐어.
연락을 했어야 되는데 연락이 안 되니까.
뭔 소리야? 내가 연락했는데 무슨 연락이 안 돼? 내가 맨날 카톡하지 무슨 네가 카톡하냐?
리나 근데 그게 맞아. 보통 동진이가 먼저 연락들을 다 하긴 해.
아니 우리 옷도 같이 공유하던 사이인데.
맞아.
맞네.
너무 지옥 같다.
네가 있겠다 그런 거야. 네가 반스까지 공유하려고.
네가 밀려갔잖아.
뭘 내가 반스를 밀려가?
난 누구 반스 안 빌려 이거. 네가 밀려갔어.
선수 때 네가 막 동진아 우리 반스도 빌려 입어도 되냐?
동진. 되잖아.
뭘 하나 이 새끼야.
여러분들 이제 너무 친해지신 것 같으니까 여러분들 의상을
내 이름 여기. 어차피 이거 다 끝나면 제가 가져가도 되나요? 카메라 좀 꺼주세요.
마이크도 꺼주세요.
민석이 형 괜찮은데?
뭔가 좀 덩치도 있어 보이고 뭔가 머리 있어.
핏이 다르지 핏이.
좀 다른데?
이 의사복 이렇게 입으셨는데 의사들 보면은 보통 서열이 있잖아요.
여기서조차도 이제 서열을.
또 롤에서는 또 그림티 아니겠습니까?
여기 롤 별로 안 하시는 분 계시지 않나 한 분?
근데
보시죠.
나 누구보다 높을 것 같아.
잠깐. 알 것 같아.
우리 일단 등쟁이 먼저 볼까?
아 저부터 본다고요?
라이엇을 등진 친구라.
안 등졌어. 아니
변절자
형 되게 잘 어울린다. 여기서 보면 진짜 의사 같아요. 와가지고 상담받아야 될 것 같아.
그러면은 전적 보고서는 한번 검진 내려가요.
저 아이디가 그 캡틴 잭이라고
캡틴 잭. 요거 맞나요?
네 맞습니다.
요건가요?
에 요거
지금 현재는 다이아 3
8점.
8점 43판하고
40게임밖에 안 했어요?
저희 판스로 해야 되는 거 아니에요? 판스로?
공부를 안 하시는데 이거 토크 되시겠어요?
군대 가서 많이 했다고. 이거 아이템 이거 뭡니까 이거?
뭐야?
그러니까 올리다가 AD가 너무 많아서 AP를 가져야겠다.
근데 서포트 아니에요? 근데 재화도 2개 샀어요. 그러게.
아니 뭐 근데 좀 그만 보면 안 돼요? 왜 이렇게 많이 보세요? 아니.
현재 뭐 다이아 3 8점에 위치하고 있긴 하지만 살짝 거품기가 있다. 너무 정확해요. 거품이 있다.
그러면 뭐 제 거 이제 그만 보시고 이게 얼마나 대단하신 티어를 가지고 있는지 한번 다른 사람들 거 보자고요.
그다음 제 거 보죠 그럼.
오케이.
오, 자신감.
래피드.
아니 다이아몬드 이긴데?
다이아 1에서 강등당하면 다이아 2 75점인데 25점인 거 보면은 기억이 날 수밖에 없지 않나?
잘못된 거 아니에요? 전적 갱신 다시 눌러보죠.
방금 누른 거야.
이거 벨베스는 어땠어?
아니
좋아 보이진 않던데?
아니 템트리를 이따구로 가니까 좋아 보이지가 않겠지.
아니 당신 롤 알아요? 아니 롤 알아잖아요.
벨베스 리뷰 한 사람이에요. 어떻게 아니 크리티컬 띄우려고 이틈 갔어? 이거 지금 이렇게 가놓고 지금 이게 이해도가 있다고 말할 수 있나?
크라켄의 모란을 가야지요. 상태가 별로 안 좋은 것 같아요. 본인이 이제 강등 당한 기억도 없고. 이 정도면 뭐 다이아 1, 2, 다이아 1, 2로 그래도 좀 치는 사람이다.
야. 장관님단.
오.
이야. 승률 77%. 63%.
최근 전적 75. 최신 메탈도 트렌디하고.
뭐 판수도 뭐 우리 넷 중에선 가장 많고.
깔거리를 찾고 싶은데 깔거리가 없다.
너 잘 빠는구나. 자 그러면 이제 마지막 끝내죠? 네. 그만 보죠 저희. 아니 뭐야? 김포 좀 그래.
아니. 아이씨.
냄새 한번 해봐.
아우 냄새나 그냥 꺼져. 아니 뭐야 이게 플래티넘이?
이 친구는 좀 많이 아픈 것 같은데.
전적 한번 볼까요? 솔로 랭크 눌러보고.
킨드레드, 케인.
오 근데
다 있는데.
쉬다가
그러면 대체 이걸 이기 전엔 티어가 어디로 나가?
지면 20점, 이기면 14점인데 어떻게 올려?
라이엇이 딱 이렇게 판단한 거 아니까 넌 올라가면 안 된다.
야, 한 달 뒤에 보자. 한 달 뒤에. 이거 다시 한 번 하자, 한 달 뒤에.
아니 근데 저는 점프가 플래티넘이다? 이건 좀 아니라고 생각합니다. 이건 좀 아니라고 생각합니다.
아유, 7연승인가 했어요, 마지막에. 7연승. 멱살 캐리 했단 말이에요. 우리도 뭐 아래티어 가면 할 수 있어요.
그래서 지금 이렇게 사연이 정리됐습니다.
네, 상황을
근데 이거 티어 올라가면 바꿔주나요? 매주. 매주.
헬로 강영우.
헬로. 개그 같은 건가?
야 이거는
이거는 개그로 따지면 훈련병.
이거 무슨
아이
본인이 읽어야지.
아 이거 중지 일부러 안 올리는 거야 이거.
방송을 위해서?
진짜 너는 대성공할 사람이다. 방송을 위해서.
한 명씩 자기소개 한번 해주세요.
안녕하세요. 혓바닥터스의 교수 샤이 박상면이라고 합니다. 반갑습니다. 교수님
안녕하세요. 혓바닥 터스의 곧 교수가 될 마르셀 정민성입니다. 그다음 내가 제일 근접해.
매우 좋다. 근데 미안한데 그 벽이 있어 근데.
네, 혓바닥 토스의 펠로우 캡틴 잭입니다. 그 판수만 올리면 가능성이 무한히 열려 있는 미래가 아주 창창한.
애교팀 이제 사원증 좀 보여드리면서.
저 사원이 아닌데요? 저는 안녕하세요 여러분 혓바 닥터스의 인턴. 네 일어나서 인사해야죠. 인턴이고. 인턴. 네 잘해주셔서 너무 감사하고요. 열심히 하겠습니다.
그래, 앞으로도 좀 열심히 하고.
네 열심히 하겠습니다.
LCK 팬들의 궁금증을 친절하게 답해줄 수 있는 것이 없는 것 같은데 궁금한 게 있거나 다뤘으면 하는 주제들이 있으면 언제든지 댓글을 달아주세요. 저 박 교수와 제 밑에 있는 아이들이 함께 집도해보도록 하겠습니다.
아 점수 올려야겠다.
매력을 지나마.
빠르게 자존심이 강해.
오빠 닥터스 외치다는 넬레넬레 하면서.
좋다.
닥터스.
그거 괜찮은데
닥터스하고 넬름넬름까지 한번. 혓바 닥터스.
The night beckons while you dream.
time to lollygag, man, I'm on the go. I go 0 to 100, I go Tony Roll. Check my Robin Hood, Reddit latest post. Counting up these hundreds in my portfolio. No time to stash a bag, man, I'm on the go. Just rack the guap, market's hot in Tokyo. Cash in, cash out, don't let that chart catch vertigo. Counting up these hundreds in my portfolio. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a mil, a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half. No time to take a break, man, I'm on the road. Lunch break, steak with Ray Dalio. Warren Buffett, where you at? Hit me, bro. I'm trying to know where interest rates about to go. Inflation looking crazy, it's out of control. I ain't tripping though, I put aside some crypto. Even my chips got cookies, Nabisco. That mean my dough don't take no risk unless it's official. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a mil, a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We are here for the second match of the night, DRX up against Fred Brion. Our first match was a total blowout. Our second match here could be a long and drawn out, potentially 3-game series. I mean, this is going to be interesting, Wolf.
I think it really is, and Fred Brion had a pretty great loss to Damwon Kia, despite the 0-2 loss that they took earlier in the week. They looked very good. They brought them toe-to-toe in a lot of those games, very slow-paced games. If you guys remember watching that one. Fred Brion have been much more aggressive in their drafting than you would expect from them in a meta like this. We'll see what they show us today, but I'm excited because I think both these teams' power levels right now are very, very strong, but very similar.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see it very close because of that. Clean 2-0 start versus 0-2 landslide loss. I think that's selling it a bit short. I think also that they put up a good fight against Damwon Kia, but it is Damwon Kia after all with Nuggery. DRX keeping the streak versus Bro getting their first victory.
I also feel like the DRX start was not a clean 2-0 either. It was definitely back and forth at times, and I mean, yes, the score line was, like, the tallies were 2-0 at the end and 0-2, but I think it does kind of undersell quite a bit how those series played out. Kingen on Ornn, on the other hand, he was the one who actually just finished the game. It was incredible, his performance on the champion in that final game. See how he plays tonight? You know, he ended up playing the Kale and the Ornn that time, and both of those champions have fallen down a little bit in priority since then, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's exciting to see Kingen doing well. We always know that he has it in him, but it's been off and on for him just a bit alongside of DRX and their struggles, so to see him starting off fresh like that in a carry position is very nice. LCK's heavyweight mid matchup, Galio IRL Zeka versus I don't think that's his actual nickname, but it can be, I suppose, from now on, versus Lol King Lava. Lol King is getting close to his 300th win, or game.
That's right. Very much going to be the key matchup for today, absolutely. We'll see what the matchup ends up being. Will we see Azir versus Corki, or will it be more aggressive from Lava, Akali making it back into the forefront? So many opportunities for a fantastic mid matchup there.
Yeah, well, guys, we have an interview. Let's jump into that now.
브리오는 엄티 선수를 필두로 되게 단단한 팀인 것 같아요.
엄티 선수가 초반에 한 라인을 정해놓고 정글 동선 설계를 잘하는 편이라고 생각하는데,
정글 동선으로 솔직히 요즘은 롤이 돌아가지 않아서 그거보다 다른 게 더 중요하다고 생각하거든요. 근데 그런 부분에서 장점이 훨씬 제가 높다고 생각을 해서
이제 엄티 선수가 이제 좀 나이도 있고 하니까 이제 표식 선수한테 약간 밀릴 것 같아요.
그 나이 때는 뭐 나도 날라다녔지, 건우야. 그래. 나도 날라다녔는데 스프링 때 실제로 제가 4등으로 뽑히기도 했고 표식 선수가 되게 안 좋은 평을 받기도 했어서 제가 표식 선수한테는 안 질 것 같아요.
1분 1초도 긴장의 끈을 놓지 않으면 될 것 같아요. 그냥 딱 그것만 될 것 같아요. 그것만 하면은 절대 질 것 같지 않아요.
핵심 라인은 좀 다른 것 같아요. 핵심 라인은 미드인 것 같아요.
라바 선수가 이제 잘하기도 하고 이제 현실 체급도 저랑 약간 비슷해서 빡셀 것 같긴 한데 그래도 잘 해봐야 될 것 같아요.
어마어마하시던데요? 목도 엄청 굵으시고 덩치도 되게 있으시더라고. 키도 크셔가지고.
지금 라인전 체급 자체는 건우가 많이 앞선다고 생각하는데, 좀 라바 선수가 그래도 꽤 오래 했다 보니까 정글러를 잘 써서 게임을 잘 풀어나가는 것 같아요.
롤킹에 맞서는 이제 현실 갈리오로서 인게임이나 외적으로도 밀리지 않도록 하겠습니다.
갈리오는 똥챔이기에 인간 갈리오 제가 카운터 쳐보겠습니다. (2대 0은) 좀 재미없으니까 2대 0으로 이길 것 같진 않아서 2대 1로 이기겠습니다.
전 라인이 이제 전체적으로 다 라인전에서 압살할 것 같다고 생각해서 쉽게 이길 것 같습니다.
일단 예상 스코어는 한 2대0 나올 수도 있을 것 같고 좋은 결과 있을 거라고 생각하고 열심히 하겠습니다.
썸머 때 제가 마지막이라고 생각하는 만큼 최대한 더 열심히 해가지고 팬분들이 만족할 수 있는 성적, 그리고 미라클런 이런 거 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
프레디 브리온이 이제 스프링 때 굉장히 잘했던 팀이다 보니까 이기고 나면 저희 팀 기세에 더 도움이 많이 될 것 같아서 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
더 나은 DRX의 모습으로 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 화이팅!
더 높은 곳에 올라가겠습니다. 레드 브리온 화이팅!
Well, I feel like there is a lot to unpack from that video, and we can go over it. Please note that Deft still playing online as he is currently quarantining due to COVID.
Yes.
We got through it, okay. But he's still able to play due to the new rules here in summer.
That's right, and assuming that he gets better in a normal time frame, he will be back in person next week. The coaching staff also quarantining, so because of this, the expectation is that, of course, everyone will be recovered by games next week, and all these players are tested and have been removed from those infected, so COVID out the window here, but Deft had a fantastic performance regardless of his inability to be in LoL Park physically in their last match. But it was a scaling comp. We saw DRX play both times around, but the second one in particular, we had the Ornn, Kindred, Azir, Senna comp. That one was the one that was really the standout. We'll see if they want to play that style once again today, because Fred and Brion, even though they didn't show it in their match against Dom Kia, are the type of team to play it slow. So I don't think this is going to be a 2-0 either way, Valdez. I think that was a correct prediction that we had there from Lava in that Trash Talk interview.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's almost impossible. Definitely feeling the 2-1 either way. I think that both teams are almost equally able to. Maybe a slight advantage to DRX. They did look very strong in their opening match. As everybody is here from the side of Fred Brion, one of the things mentioned is that this could be Umpty's last split. He said it himself. So, you know, in terms of miracle runs, maybe this is the moments they were able to push through the power of friendship in spring. Maybe summer is theirs.
Yeah, if they made playoffs in spring, right? And if they could make a top 4 or something even better than that as Umpty's last season, potentially, then I think it would be a great way to end things. And it is, for some of these older players, like we've gotten to the point to where it's time to go to the military, right? You reach a certain age, you want to retire, you want to end your career on a high note. That is the high note he's looking for. The Asia Games cancellation actually was, it affected a lot of things, and obviously MSI was somewhat tainted, I guess, by a lot of people's views based on the ping and all that stuff. But players like Deft actually don't get a chance to win exemption anymore, and so that kind of solidifies this is Deft's last season, right? So it is something we have to talk about every now and then, but we're leading into Deft, the myth, the man, the legend, right? He has so many fantastic champions he's played throughout his decade-long career. He has played, obviously, 2 of them in this very first match. The Xayah he played and the Senna, where he topped the damage chart even with lethality variation. Look at his kill participation in terms of the 80 carry pool we have in the LCK. He is first, and that is in scaling games, by the way, long games. Nearly 9 out of 10 of his team's kills he was involved in.
There he is, playing from an isolated location. He's got the camera there. Well, everything's all good. As you mentioned, he still had a wonderful performance, obviously able to fight through the COVID. Again, it's the player's choice. If they feel like they can't do it, then the team will have to call up a challenger player to fill the spot.
Yeah, and since his physical condition seemed fine then and now, looks like he'll be all right. Zumpty sits in the chair as well, had a pretty good performance last week, but it was really Pioshik of these 2 junglers who stole the show. On the Kindred, he had his Kindred ceremony at the end, as Pioshik always does. Umpty usually just points to his shirt, but that's cool enough too.
Yeah.
I'm most excited though to see how the top lane goes, because Kingen versus Morgan, a matchup in months past even, you wouldn't be that excited about, but with both of these players really feeling on form right now. Morgan's performance, as we saw even internationally on Hanwha Life Esports, Kingen popping off on the Ornn. It's that matchup and the mid matchup that we're suddenly very excited about.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot to look at. I think in terms of lanes as well, if you go to the bottom side, certainly DRX should have a advantage just because Deft and Beryl are down there. Delight has been playing to a pretty top level. It's kind of nice to see him, even in their losses to DK, perform quite well, which was very cool. As we got a Deft and a Barrel fan looking for the POG votes for Barrel. We'll see if it works out.
Maybe he's often stolen quite a few votes away. One of the greatest supports to play in recent years. DRX versus Fredit Brion. DRX blue side advantage going into this best of 3. And I think this series will be anything but the one-sided stomp we saw in our previous one. See what Fredit Brion want to ban away. Goes. Seemed to be some discussion here about whether we're going to ban the Ari first or not.
Piosik's like telling him where to find the champion.
I think the Gwen, the Lucian are definitely guarantees here for Fredit Brion, but considering Pyosik, you know, you're, I think, pretty okay giving the Wukong over to him. Very strong meta pick, so I think taking Talia away from Zeka is still going to be the plan here for Fredit Brion. Do really want to note that really interesting Kaisa ban, though, that will come through here very early on in the draft. The Senna reacts to that very quickly.
Yeah, also means they could be leaning towards that Ezreal first pick. Obviously, Deft can absolutely pilot that very, very well. And it's actually going to be DRX that will be banning the Talia this time out.
Well, this means that Lucian might make it through the draft, potentially, depending on what they go for. And
what?
He will. So, or through the bans, I should say. He's not making it through this draft.
You've given Lucian to Deft?
Very greedy style here.
Wukong is available, though, if you do this.
They'll take Zeka's Corki instead. So, taking Corki over Lucian really just shows you guys how slow this series is probably going to play out. We've already kind of set the time
I don't even know what to say.
You know,
I think you're exactly right, though.
You know, in StarCraft Brood War, you can set the game speed from like slow to fastest.
Yeah.
We're towards the slow end of that kind of turntable right now, or where the bar is going to go. We've set the meter too slow. Nautilus Wukong will be the response here.
That's certainly not a slow combination. Delight is a fantastic Nautilus, and everybody has to be able to play Wukong now. Umpty, no different. I'm sure he can pilot that very well. Fredit Brion oftentimes plays off of how well Umpty is playing, so hopefully this can get him to be one step ahead. But yeah, no prio on the Lucian at all. It's been banned in like every single series, and we still could see it for Henna, but the Ezreal is going to be the pick here, so already ridiculous amounts of poke.
It also
for DRX.
is technically possible to be played by Lava here in this draft, but considering what they're up against, the Corki, the Ezreal, it feels very weak, actually, in this particular case. I like this for Henna a lot more. Didn't have this opportunity in both games they played against Damwon Kia, but he was able to play it in Game 1. Also didn't have a very strong bot duo for it. The Nautilus is going to be much stronger than the Renata in terms of setting up really strong engages with the Kalista ultimate, Fate's Call. So once again, Fredit Brion saying, okay, I see you're scaling. I'm going to try to up the tempo and be aggressive. Not a very unlike Fredit Brion of 2022 spring thing to do.
Yeah.
Very unusual for them.
What's the other ban here against Pyosik? Would they ever consider banning away a Kalista? I mean, or not a Kalista, a Kindred?
I think there's a lot of...
Or the Vi? I mean... Or a Poppy?
I mean, that's kind of interesting. I think it does... The Poppy is quite strong into what Fredit Brion are doing in terms of their dive they've set up here, but... the Kindred is very strong in terms of the already set up scaling they have. Corki is going to be AP damage. Ezreal is going to be good range, and then they have a lot of different options what they want to do. They don't have a tank just yet, but this is very easily could just be an Ornn for Kingen once again, or the Sejuani that's much more common these days. They will not have the final counter pick, though, for the top lane, so have to be a little bit careful, and they didn't ban the Gnar. This is a very similar draft to what they did in game number 1 against Damwon Kia. Wukong instead of Viego, but every other piece checks in. We'll see if the Ornn comes to the last spot.
Lava's a quality Orianna player, don't mind it. Wukong, obviously a fantastic ball carrier. There's a lot that you can set up that way. The Trundle, you know, with already a couple more jungle bans, he is going to go into the Trundle. So this is actually very nice. You know, the Kindred might have been good if you were trying to fight against a ton of like heavy dive, but with the Orianna especially, I think going into the Trundle here, setting up pillars, allowing your guys to poke even better is not bad.
I think the Gnar is going to be pretty decent into a Sejuani that could come through here from Morgan. And the Ornn pick, which seems most likely, also going to feel pretty fine with this, especially because you have a Trundle already. You'll be able to steal a lot of those resistances away, chomp through, and be very strong in the 2v2. I like this pivot a lot. Instead of using a tank, when you already have the Trundle Gnar on the enemy side here, just actually back up your mid-game with a little bit of extra utility from the ultimate. The Cannon Barrage can help you out there. Plus, your comp really is going to excel in mid-game, and then you have a little bit more late-game insurance. If you can layer the Gangplank ultimate with an Orianna ult, Kalista knockups, and you get Runan's Hurricane later on, there are ways for this comp to really pop off later on. But my concern is every single target on Fredit Brion's side, including the Wukong even in this comp, is going to feel terrible when it gets hit by a Quirky Rocket. There's not really a concise front line. There's no Ornn, there's no Sejuani block for that. If Lava or Henna gets hit by 1 or 2 rockets, the fight is over. There's no neutral contest anymore. So more than damage, I think compositionally, Fredit Brion will struggle in the late game if they don't have massive advantages in both gold and vision control.
Yeah, I think from ahead, as you're pointing out, they could have some opportunities to keep you at bay with the Orianna ball, with the GP barrels. But other than that, I mean, imagine Corki and Ezreal make it through to a mid-game. They get a couple of items. They go from mid to late. And then all of a sudden, you know, it's not even just the Corki. It's the Ezreal, which we've seen can be quite ridiculous. And there's a lot of pieces of that puzzle that can deny engage as well. You've got a Pillar, you've got Gnar, you've got Braum. And if we're just playing at a 10 feet distance away from each other, I think that DRX will have the advantage.
Definitely have to agree with you on that one. See if Fredit Brion can change the tone in the early to mid, get that advantage, control vision.
Yeah, that really is the question. Another question is, what great fan signs do we have out there?
No
We'll have to wait and see until later, as the game is ready to go. Let's jump into game number 1.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
We went into games so fast they didn't actually get the champion run out of the fountain shot. Game loaded so fast. Going back to like kind of the original points, like imagine if DRX have, let's say, 3 Drakes to 1, something like that. They're on Soul point, and they're looking to set up on a dragon. They have package, they have vision, and you're Orianna, Gangplank, Wukong, Kalista, Nautilus trying to walk towards that Drake pit. Well, there are rockets firing at you,
especially
pillars.
Kalista.
Kalista can't get in there. You've got Deft just farming, you know, his shots. So the Q, he's just hitting them left and right. Like, could be so disastrous that I think Fredit Brion are really going to have control over the game on those late game objective fights.
Yeah.
Which in this meta we always get to. So keep an eye on that.
Note that it's double first strike, double teleport. Obviously very standard on the Corki, but also on Deft, who is really playing the role. At least we do get double Gathering Storm on the side of Lava and Henna. If that was double Scorch, I might have lost my mind, but it's okay. And yes, you know, in terms of the composition, obviously we can see that they're going to be trying to avoid just standing there and taking poke. They're going to try to throw in the Nautilus. They're going to try to get engages from Umpty. But that's why getting a lead is so important, because it's very difficult to pull that off without having like a desperate engage,
and
unless you're pretty, you know, far ahead and in control.
I'm glad the Observer showed this too, right as I wanted to talk about it, because this is also a matchup where you can get solo kills, so you can force out flashes away from Zeka. The Orianna into Corki is one where you have a little bit of agency. And as you mentioned in the draft, it's one of Lava's best champions historically too, so little bit of opportunity to get ahead early here. then stave off some of the quirky power later on. Not the Syndra level necessarily where you're going to force out an early Hex Drinker, but we'll see if he does in fact have to buy one this game or not.
Yeah. Poor Syndra, man.
She's just out, man.
Durability patch came in. It's like, who the hell is that?
Yeah.
We don't care about her anymore.
She's gone.
She was my friend, but now I have a new best friend. It's anything that scales better and doesn't rely on burst damage. Yeah, I don't know. Her setup was very good. Like I feel like as a control mage, her kit was very nice, even outside of just Unleash Power. But that was also a very strong part of her kit, and kind of having that taken down a notch. It's very difficult for her.
We had a very squishy top lane meta too for a long time, where Syndra could actually blow up, you know, an engaged champion, like just even a Kennen who's trying to flank or something. You find him, you stun him, and actually he's dead, or he's a half health, can't fight anymore. We're not really living in that world anymore, so her role in late game team fights feels bad. Laning isn't as good as it was before. Well, you know, I think for a lot of people they're rejoicing though, because we had a lot of that. We had, you know, she had her time. Let's just say, last year especially.
She did. You know who else had their times? Are Victor, Azir, and Corki, and Ezreal. Just saying.
Yeah, I will have to agree with you, and you know, I think their times are going to stick around a little bit longer. I think we'll be seeing a little bit more of them. At least we're going to the next patch next week.
Yeah.
So we're not going to have 2 weeks of this patch.
True.
But I don't think that's going to change too much so in terms of the scaling mid laners. But we'll see. You know, never say never.
Yeah, you know, as we've talked about a bit, I think LCK will jump at any chance to scale as much as possible. And it's been nice to see some of the teams, namely Live Sandbox and T1, really try to up the tempo.
Reddit Brion too, kind of, honestly. Yeah. Not as much in this draft compared to their drafts earlier, but
yeah, they've been known to draft those, you know, wombo combo, 5-man, Galio Camille ultimate kind of things. It's good to see them sticking with it as we're going for a very early Drake 5 minutes here.
We spent a lot of time last series talking about the 2v2 prio leading to jungle advantages, especially for champions like Wukong and Viego, but in this case on red side, what you get with this in a ballistic counterpick to Ezreal is fast Drake, and they will get it very quickly. And we'll leave them 2.5 minutes to reset and start getting ready for the upcoming Rift Herald fight they want to take with the level 6s that they have, because they have Reddit Brion have such a strong team fight on Rift Herald with the Wukong ult, Cannon Barrage, like Orianna ult. I mean, not one ultimate in this team is not actually fantastic for first Rift Herald fight.
Yeah, it's very true. We took a look at the Drakes. It was Mountain into Infernal. So if you consider the 3 that are left available, all 3 of them are going to be really good in this game. Cloud will offer you that extra speed, not only as a team if you pick it up, but also in the Rift. So you can dodge a lot of poke. The Ocean will be good to regen against a lot of poke. And Hextech, obviously, will be good for both sides.
Hextech is, I think, the real show stealer. I think Cloud is a lot stronger than people give it credit for in this meta, because jockeying for position, rushing to objectives, just having that extra mobility in general is so powerful, and slow resist as well is huge when fights happen over such a long period of time. That will actually get you more and more value. But yeah, Ocean we've seen a lot and has been ignored a lot.
Yeah, you know, I feel like as time goes on, I actually value Cloud more than Ocean, especially in certain points, you know.
In this meta, I do, for sure.
In this meta, as well as just against the insane amount of poke that we have, the Cloud can actually be really good, and it can offer you the Cloud can be really good. So, yeah, I guess Atlas was right all along.
He was just waiting. He was scaling for this.
Yeah. I think also in the LEC they were talking about how for a while, you know, they've been okay with Cloud and Ocean's kind of been considered not as good. So I think it depends on, you know, the meta, the region and stuff like that.
Yeah, the problem with Ocean Soul is it depends on how long you're able to get out of combat for oftentimes, which in a slower, extended team fight meta too, you're kind of consistently getting hit by damage and so therefore not able to get out of combat to proc that passive, and just doesn't feel as great, generally speaking. We're talking about dragons because the Rift Herald hadn't spawned yet, and it was a very slow 2v2 on the bottom side. Deft playing it very well, early back, but has teleport, grabs his tier in the Sheen, and this is when things are going to start to heat up. DRX don't have control of bot 2v2 regardless, so we'll see if they decide to contest this whatsoever, because remember, this level 6s across the board for Fred Brion are just so good in this early fight. For Herald, plus Lava has Prio in this matchup. Zeka's, look at his teleport timer, perfectly coming online as he backs here, but I just don't know if this is a realistic fight to take. We're going to look for a gank here, though. Pioshik comes up, and if they can get a kill here, 100% you could contest, if not just take it outright.
Yeah, definitely could happen, but is also nearby. There's the stun and into the wall. Morgan looking to potentially set this one up, but with the wave pushing, looks like Pioshik had a decent idea that was around, and so with the positioning of Morgan, made that a little bit obvious, and that means no kills, no Rift Heralds, no action.
It didn't really cost Pioshik all that much to go up there. A little bit of time, but it wasn't capitalized on because Umpty had to match him. And Zeka didn't lose any minions mid. Actually didn't even teleport back to lane or anything like that, so. At the end of the day, it's still going to be after the reset comes through. They have an advantage. Kind of pushed out of lane here, though, so will be, it looks like, at least one plate, eventually the 2-plate trade here. But,
yeah,
you know, at the end of the day, Herald's still too Fred Brion. I think DRX playing to their win condition well, trying to get an advantage top against Swishy Gangplank instead of fighting against all the circles. Let's just say that Fred Brion have to offer at 6 here.
There's a lot of circles. Why are there so many circles in this game?
There's a lot.
Maybe it's easier to program? Like, we don't have a lot of, like, triangle or square abilities, you know?
What would you call the shape of a true shot barrage? Comet-esque?
Crescent?
Crescent, yeah.
Yeah?
That's a good way to put it.
Although, I think it kind of lost its crescentness, if you will.
Yeah, it just looks that way.
Yeah, it kind of just looks that way, and it's just actually a straight line.
rectangle, yeah.
Yeah, just a rectangle that flies through the air.
If you, like, find the short part of the true shot barrage, flash that, you're good? No.
That would be a sick play, though, if it was a thing. I'd like to see more abilities that offer a cool outplay, actually. You see the, yeah, I think it just dropped yesterday, the new champion.
Yeah.
I just made a tweet that was like, she is immune, ...
She also, she dashes a lot.
Yeah, it's weird. There's so many dashes.
There's a lot of dashes, there's a lot of ability. Poppy stocks going up. See that champion on the Rift. I don't want to judge her too much until we actually get to see her in pro play, but or just released in general.
She's also immune.
Level 6 fight here still strong for Fred Brion, but that's a great true shot onto Umpty. He's basically out of this fight.
Yeah, Umpty is so low, but it is going to go the way of the Trundle. The package is here. DRX are ready for the fight. They take the Drake, and now we're looking for a kill onto Umpty. He is incredibly low, and he's just dodging all of the rockets. Make that another one as the big one will finally pick it up. First blood here will not be denied, and it goes straight into the hands of now an Infernal Drake buffed Corki.
And it is the Ocean Soul to come through, which, you know, again, of the three, definitely I think you and I agree is the worst of them that it could have been. So least impactful, so it will slow the game down around objectives quite significantly. But watch Umpty get hit by the true shot and the Mystic shot over the wall. And that's without Deft's vision that he just put down there as well. So very powerful exchange here that actually puts them in a huge advantage. And Barrage goes down here defensively, but it's very late into the fight. And by the time Umpty is shoved out, it's a Drake win here. He ends up dying because he's stuck around for the hopeful contest with the Barrage turn. So Barrage on cooldown. Nice. And they get Drake, they get a kill. Pretty significant start here for DRX, especially considering it goes to the Corki.
Yeah, I mean, in a game where nothing really happens, if you can essentially contest an Infernal Drake, even a singular one, and smite it away and then get a first blood on your Corki as well, I mean, that's, you know, it's not a lot in terms of numbers, but it's actually pretty significant when it comes down to it. And you know, hindsight is 20/20. I think if Umpty flashed the wall and then immediately started running towards mid lane, he could have used his own Wukong dash to then jump to the minions that were coming in and maybe have survived. Obviously, the angle wouldn't have been as good for dodging rockets, but maybe.
Barrel?
Okay.
He is Braum, so actually I guess it's okay. Will be a charge and some plates given over. I mean, the real story for me is not that he died there necessarily at the last part of things. It's just how well Deft aimed both his true shot and that mystic shot that put him down so low, which meant that he couldn't really hold Drake aggro anymore.
Yeah. He got a second one too.
Yeah.
He landed 2 mystic shots.
Yeah, that's right. Second one came through a little bit later, but putting that health bar low just really ruined the neutral state of that fight. It meant that Fred and Brion couldn't use their circles, as we've been kind of calling it here around the early game, to any fruition. So in a slow game like this where Drakes are traded, it's exactly what we expected to see from these two teams. Fortune favors the Corki in this case, though.
Yeah.
And he's got first strike, he's packing all that gold. He did not buy the Hex Drinker. He is just going straight down the build path. Muramana 2/3 of the way done.
Remember when we said that Bro needed to be in a position? Okay, we're flashing over. There's no flash for Lava, but the light is here. Is the damage enough? The question, True Shot Barrage is going to do a lot, and they get the slow on in. Deft is in, and he picks up a kill here to make sure that that is one dead Lava. Delight will have to flash over, but...
Deft, man, he is just not messing around tonight. He's not messing around this season. It's his last season of professional play. And yes, this is set up by a flash forward earlier by his teammate, but he flashes the last possible moment there, gets the kill, guaranteed, turns this into an amazing play. It could have been just a mediocre attempt. He's just not hesitating, hits the True Shot Barrage again.
Yeah.
Look at his itemization too. He's already got his Essence Reaver online. He's not too far behind Zeka in terms of the Muramana. He's a whole item ahead of Henna, his lane opponent.
Yeah, it's pretty clear he came to play. I think the biggest thing for me was just that he was in a position to make that play, right? Like, he was up the lane, ready to go, listening to his teams. His Umpty is, he's waiting for this thing, this scuttler.
Yeah.
Okay. But at the end of the day, windowed mode.
Yeah, he's a window player, but he's like, let's just go. He's got no flash. Deft hits it. And Deft over the wall. Barrel's just watching Deft do it, man.
So clean.
He almost hits that True Shot into the brush there in blue as well.
Yeah.
I think he would have barely lived, but almost a double there for Deft.
Yeah, Barrel hitting the slow means that it is secured, and that is going to be a Rift Herald now going into the hands of DRX. The first one was picked up by Bro. And, you know, we were expecting kind of an even series, but so far this is all DRX. I mean, Bro were able to use that bot prowl for the first streak, but other than that, we talked about how they had to get ahead. This is not quite it.
This is not it yet. Drake is spawning, that will go to them, but DRX are much more interested in controlling the top side of the map right now. Rift Herald is dropped again here. This time it's theirs. They got Herald for what is essentially a Elder pace setting Drake here for Fred Brion.
That's a circle.
That's a circle indeed.
Oriana's doing her best as well. But yeah, this is basically a consolation prize.
Yeah, because this Drake in its own isolation is not very powerful, and the soul that Fred Brion hoped to threaten with it actually just kind of increases the speed at which DRX are like if you basically go all three and you're trying to threaten the soul point, like DRX could just walk away from that too and not feel any real pressure, and just still the game will be slow. If DRX take another one, the game is guaranteed to basically go for at least 10 minutes after the 22-minute mark.
Yeah.
So you're like, you're not worried about it at all. Meanwhile, you guaranteed yourself mid-turret, which is extremely important for Corki's ability to freely farm and roam around the map and create problems. So the bigger win is this turret, the gaping hole in our Summoner's Rift right there on the ground.
Yeah, it's very true. And if you go back to the draft, I mean, there was a very clear plan in DRX's mind where they banned Kai'Sa. And it was like, okay, we're threatening Ezreal. And then there was a ban on the Senna as well from the side of Bro. And DRX immediately identified, okay, if we can pick up Corki first and maybe bait them with some of these other big picks like the Wukong, then we get Ezreal as well. There aren't a lot of counters, per se, down on the bottom side outside of the Kalista, which we can handle. And then we just have this amazing comp that can scale really well because we're expecting a slower game. So I feel like just from, you know, the first couple of rounds where they got the Corki and then also picked up the Ezreal because Fred Brion just let it go, looking to counter it with the Kalista. Like, the Kalista has done nothing so far in this game.
Yeah, and this has actually kind of been the tale of attempted prio leads so far here in the bot 2v2, right? Like, we saw Ezreal Karma versus Senna. It's like, oh, this should win. Has not been winning, really, and obviously later on, the Senna just starts to dunk on you a little bit. The same principle was applied last time Henna tried to play the Kalista. He's the only player who's played it so far this season. That was a loss. This time he doesn't get any leads. In fact, fell significantly behind. Deft is outplaying him around team fights. And I think part of it is just the changes to resistances also hurts Kalista because she won't be able to get that sort of advantage, won't be able to actually threaten as much. There isn't as much kill pressure. And that's a turret to Deft.
Yeah.
300 more gold in Ezreal's pockets.
He's getting close to finishing off that Muramana as well. And keep in mind, the DRX are getting leads like this when their Corki isn't online, their Ezreal isn't online. Deft is in trouble here, though. He's going to have to try to flash the wall, but there is just CC for days, and he will be punished. It's a nice attempt there, and pull off from the side of Fred Brion.
I think Deft felt pretty confident with the control of mid lane that they had, the lack of turret there, that if they committed to pick him off there, that there would be a punish, but there was not, because Fred and Brion were too fast. Delight goes in, hits him with the ultimate there, and he just has no way out. Doesn't even flash, knows he's dead. And you can see, if you look at the minimap, you can see there is a bit of a tussle, and like you could see the rotation of Zeka down as it's happening.
He saw them.
Yeah. He did see them.
No reason to path that way. I guess he just assumed that his teammates were close enough to help him.
Yeah, I mean, they were very close. I think that was the idea, and he had a wave of minions he wanted to clear after he true shotted them, but a little bit of greed. Gets punched. I'd say it's more of a proactive play from Fred Brion. They just barely sneak in, get that kill, and get out before they're punished. And picked up that bounty worth of gold, so that's pretty significant. Assist gold going to Morgan.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's not going to be what turns this game around in isolation, but small things like this can bring you back in.
Just going to check for any 20-minute Barons. They do have a Kalista after all. But not going to happen here on the side of Fred Brion. They're just hanging out, just waiting. Again, I think they need to do more than just wait. I think that they need to be a bit more proactive than DRX can be. DRX could wait for 75 minutes into the game and they'd be happy.
The problem is that in order to force a fight against DRX, there either has to be an overextension, like Def just did, or like
Kingen just did.
The only opportunities they get are things like this or objective spawns. And Kingen...
Okay, we are going to force this one, and Meganar is not going to come out in time. As that is going to be another nice pick-off here from the side of Fred Brion.
This is basically Fred Brion saying, we also don't care about the Drake that you guys are now going to get. They gave complete prio for this. There's so much vision control. Even Zeka grabs package. He's like, oh, they're not even going to fight for this, right? Now, alternatively, DRX could try to make a Baron play. Clear some vision up here. They haven't cleared that last ward, so Fred Brion would suss it out. And they're just going to take that 2-for-2 Drake trade here. But Fred Brion making plays like this in the side lanes is great because that's their best opportunity. When the next spawning Drake was completely covered by 3 control wards and they weren't in the vicinity to try to force a fight there, as much as we want them to be proactive, it's not a winning move right now, especially with the 2 items now hit for Corki. Ezreal has been online for quite some time. Grabbing Kingen on the top side though, this is a successful gank. This is a nice attempt. Notice, look at the Drake pick. Look at how little chances they had to actually groove up and try to get prio there. This is by far the better option, and Kingen does get punished here. They do commit the Fate's Call. The ultimate comes through to guarantee the knock-up there, and they get the root.
A little bit of a mistake from Kingen for sure. He has no vision on the top side, and his jungler is in the bot jungle. So the bot enemy jungle. So he's extremely far away. There's nobody else up there but him.
And they have
I think he's got to play a little bit more passive on the weak side.
They have a ton of vision on the bottom side, which means that like they know no one is down there. So where are they, right? They're more likely going to make a play top side.
So just you know, a little pause in the perfect game he's been having. Just going to be the first death to him. And I suppose with, you know, not a lot of action for our top laners, I can't really blame him too much. Maybe he got caught sleeping a little bit.
He does have Randuin's very early on in this game, which is going to further deter the attempts from Kalista to get in on top of the backline, kill the Corki or the Ezreal. Also makes him very frustrating to deal with while he's building up his Narbar. It can basically guarantee you'll be able to get it in a longer fight while Corki rockets are flying, etc. It just feels like this comp from DRX can't be beat at this stage, even though it's only a 2,000 gold lead. Those gold numbers don't matter as significantly as how this game is going to play out. So Fred and Brown need a few more picks like that. And not because they need the 300 gold from the champion, but because they need to be able to then get vision to set up for the Baron fight. If they can take a Baron, then they get more vision, then they get wave control, then the Corki doesn't have the ability to freely farm, and then you can get your way back into it, but you have to somehow win a real fight in order to make that happen. Because these picks on the side lanes alone aren't going to give it to you.
Yeah, you got to win a fight on your terms. You have to somehow just claw out some part of the map. If they can get Baron vision and then just like kind of clog it up in there and somewhat threaten it, and then they get some kind of engage with a big shockwave or obviously a Nautilus or a Wukong engage, then you're probably sitting pretty well. But the question is, can they catch the Corki and the Ezreal, as always?
Right now, with all where they were grouped and how much vision they removed, I think they had a chance to actually start vision, or rather start Baron, and force DRX to check that, then group away. Because they didn't, and they backed, the vision control they have over Baron now is worthless, because now DRX is just rotating in, saying, oh, you didn't do it, and now I'm going to clear it. And by the time they get back here, they don't have that same level of control. Def does not have teleport, but notice he's rotating up towards Baron. He's very aware of this possibility. Taking the red buff and can just sort of head on his way over there. Morgan does have teleport himself, is going to back right now. But the longer Fred and Brion take to pull the trigger in these moments where they have just a slight vision advantage, those windows will close faster and faster the longer this game goes on. So I think they had a chance to do something really risky, but also proactive with that control vision that they had over Baron, but they've missed their chance now.
Yeah, that chance is gone. I want to point out Def's itemization. We're seeing this once again. They're having a Hydra on Ezreal. We were big fans of it when, I believe it was Guma, who was playing that yesterday, was building it in both of his games of Ezreal. It's just so good. It makes your ult like old Ezreal ults, because it basically almost clears an entire wave of minions, and also just everything that you do just packs a harder punch.
Especially against a comp that's kind of running at you. It's super strong. I mean, look at that damage here, even in this early stage of it. And the rockets hit hard. You know, there is not a front line that's going to be blocking that in this game.
Yeah. It's going to be Delight with a shield, perhaps, as you can see, they're trying to get something going, but it's not that easy. This is why, you know, I was pointing out the draft. By the way, we're having this Hydra here for Zeka as well.
Yeah,
so this is just the item of the month, I suppose.
It's very common on Corki, and it was even last season, but, you know, in a meta like this especially, you're just going to have perma prio, and you're, like, in moments like this, DRX are like, yeah, I'm just running out your timer on Drake, and, like, you guys can't fight this. We have vision on Baron now, and we're just going to hover in mid. DRX are in a position where Fred and Brion have to make the attacking move, which is exactly what I was saying about. Can you imagine if you're walking into Vision, into Corki Rockets, into Trundle, Gnar, and you're not the one who actually makes the first move, how disastrous it is. True shot barrage in your face, Mystic shots coming through. And so, DRX are like, if I have mid-prio with my two, Ravenous Hydras, then we are always going to be on the objective first. And if you try to start it, we'll kill you. And if you don't start it, we'll take it. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So that's why this game is probably going to go for 40 minutes, even though DRX have basically already locked up all the win conditions they're looking for, is because the only way they lose it is if they actually overextend and walk into Fred Brion's trap. So like cryo, clear first, vision, group up objectives, see if they show up. If they don't show up, we take it. So it's a very slow, methodical thing, and but it's exactly the correct way to play this from DRX.
Oh boy.
Once again.
Yeah, this is what they have to try to do. Like, somebody has to go in there and clear vision. Who's it going to be? The Wukong alone? I mean, he's not actually that tanky. He has a death stance. I mean, he's got a bit, but it's not enough, especially when you're behind.
All that damage he just took is going to tick through over time. It's still going to show up. I mean, True Shot Barrage is on such a low cooldown, too.
Locket used by Delight to deny that is a nice amount of damage from Lava, but he's low on health, and Deft is going to be forced to use that stopwatch, though.
That's pretty big.
And he's just gonna do this on vision. They knew that ward was there.
Could heal up off of this, get his True Shot Barrage back.
And they're not actually doing it, as Umpty takes a huge chunk of damage. Look at him burn down as well, like you were saying. Like, he can't even back.
Yeah.
I think he's on vision. Is he? Yeah. Zeka should see him. Yeah, he's going to deny the back.
Now they are looking for Morgan. Oh, and down he goes. Down he goes. This is chess in League of Legends. Like, it is checkmate. There is no move. Fred Brion drafted no bishops or no knights. Like, whichever way you want to look at it. Like, their comp does not work. They like didn't play
Playing with the handicap, man.
Yeah.
They're like, I'll beat you without a queen. I'm like, no, you don't have to do that, Fred Brion. This is like a competitive league.
Yeah. Once you're pushed away by all the poke, you just lose the objective, and then DRX will slowly grind you out of the game. This should be at least one inhibitor turret, if not an inhibitor at worst case scenario here for DRX, because they have really good siege as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can just throw up a door from Braum and like cover your flanks and just sit here forever.
Like, Fred Brown's only move is to lose the game faster. Like, straight up. Oh, okay, should we fight here and defend? No? Okay, well, we'll lose inhibitors and lose the next objective? Or do we try to fight, which is a losing fight, and lose the game faster? That's why, like, DRX is like, yeah, come at me, lose the game faster, or just lose it slower. It's your choice. But they cannot lose this game. It's basically an unlosable game from this position if DRX plays slowly like this. Look at Umpty's damage tick through.
Yeah, he stepped on the package. That will do that amount of damage, especially if you've got a death stance, it'll tick down. As he gets over the wall, Zeka clears this, and let's see. Yeah, just finds vision.
To go.
And it was a max range rocket. A big one. Down he goes. I mean,
blue trinket value.
No jungler, no Baron, no nothing. I feel like the hardest position, just like Fred Brion, might just be our deskers. Our hardest spaces. They're sitting there like, wait, we got to get highlights for this game? Like, what do you mean?
Just show all 5 kills.
Just like show the draft and then like do a dance or something. I think that might be better.
Chronicler is very famous for those dances based on League of Legends things that occur within his realm.
Yeah, and also like the game didn't have to be this way. If Fred Brion were like just a bit more proactive, they played out the lanes a little bit better and like maybe made plays happen instead of sitting there and not being able to do anything and getting behind. Like, if you get behind against this comp, like we said during the draft, you're not going to win. It's not going to happen.
When I watched the LPL before week 1, like before Wednesday of this week, I saw a lot of games look like this, although a little bit more kills, but it's a very oppressive meta if you're a team that doesn't have the same wave clear, you fall behind, you don't have vision, because picks are so impossible to pull off with those extra resistances. And like, Fred Brion drafted in such a way where they would have to be ahead. Instead of drafting like, oh, we could be ahead, but if it doesn't work out, we at least have some opportunities later on.
Yeah.
This time they have, this is going to be the last fight they get to try to take, and they're going to be eating so much damage for it. That's not a Baron timer. Yeah, that's not a Baron timer in 20 seconds for the Baron to spawn, Fred Brion. Where are you guys kiting over to? That's when their Baron buff wears off.
Okay, so Lava TP top, so they're just pushing mid. And they pushed everybody out of mid lane, so DRX are like, yeah, we can just clear this wave in 0.3 seconds, and we are going to push it out, secure the Ocean Drake. Looks like they're not actually going to push the inhibitor turret, but there's the Ocean Soul.
The Ocean Soul, aka the Elder Spawn timer soul in this game. They secure the Elder's 6-minute timer so that they know that they can end the game in 6 minutes. Like I said, 40-minute game. I said it's going to take 20 more minutes, so we hit the 20-minute mark. We're 8 minutes away from that. 40 minutes is going to be the time where that Elder spawns.
Hey, but objective bounties just became available here.
Right after Lava got the outer turret topside, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to trash on Frederick Brion's
absolutely not.
But they lost it. They lost it 13 minutes ago. So you know there is no good play actually.
They lost it 33 minutes ago.
Well, I mean that's.
It depends on how hard you'll take the draft, but
there was still a chance. Okay, when the first few objectives went through, but then by 20 minutes they had not done enough. Then they had lost control. Then the wave clear that this comp has. I mean. We've discussed it to death, but
yeah, there's like nothing else to say, actually.
There really isn't. So
all right, well, let's throw it over to.
Why didn't you play when we were? Oh, Delight.
Yeah, we haven't seen it too much, but note how the Trundle Pillar just makes this comp even that much better.
Yeah.
Just throw it down. I mean, that's what Trundle's there for.
He also took Anathemas, so
yeah,
can't take damage.
Oh yeah, meant to mention that earlier. He's like, no. Like, you're just not going to do anything against me. And I guess in Frederick Brion's mind, they're like, you know what? We're going to get counterpicked for top. The GP will be our way into, the later stages of the game in terms of the wave clear, the scaling, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm sorry, he doesn't have the range. He can't do it alone either, I would say.
There was one ward. See where Kingen is right now? One ward, I think he just cleared it. That was the only ward on the map for a teleport flank. For a flanking GP to set up barrels.
Still there.
Oh, no, it is still there, yeah. It was covered by his portrait. I thought he deleted it, but nope, it's still there. And he still has a sweeper. But beyond that, like, Frederick Brion have to clear waves to move out. 40 seconds on the Baron timer. DRX have a time to buy their 4th and 5th items for some of these players on this back timing. And then head over to group up for it. So there's one chance for Frederick Brion to force their way in and look for Baron control. Like, one thing Frederick did very well is they kept all their inhibitor turrets and inhibitors alive so that there's not super minions contesting their prio for this Baron. But they need to get on this like ASAP, control this choke point. Lava gets a big ult while DRX are trying to rotate in. You layer the cannon barrage on it, maybe. It's probably not going to happen, but I mean, I'm really trying to find win conditions here.
Yes. I admire your effort as
this
level 18 Gnar. Okay, they're going to find King in here. He's about to hit Mega. Look at the giant big one into 3 of them. Good luck, guys. I mean, after that, they just have to back away. They're like, no, we took too much damage.
Hook, line, and sinker. Kingen's like, I look pretty overextended right now, don't I? How would you like to use some of that Nautilus engage? Toss a Nautilus ultimate out, toss the Wukong ultimate out. DRX like, oh, one big one hits, and that's another objective. Thank you very much. This one's going to be inhibitor turrets into Elder. Watch, look at the timer of this Baron buff with the Elder. It's just going to line up so nicely. Look at that.
Wow.
Very clean. 255, 215. They could have done it a little bit faster, but, you know, I mean, Kingen was busy doing other stuff before he had to set up that trap.
Like teleporting.
Yeah. He's pushing the mid wave. And they're just going to sit back outside of Nautilus engage range. Delight, his ult is coming up right now. He has flash, but who does he even engage on? Who does he even try to kill?
The Mega Gnar?
Not again. Please, no.
Yeah.
Deft has flash.
You talked about the siege. It's even better with Baron. And you could say, okay, I mean, Orianna and GP, they have to be the ones wave clearing, but GP's up in the top side. Orianna's mid. You know, pick your poison. Either you get slowly picked away in 2 lanes, or you save one and lose the other. I guess it's going to be lose.
I mean, honestly, this might just be game because Fred and Brion are just losing too much. DRX are a team who often just walks away from moments like this, but I think they probably could have pushed their advantages even further here.
Yeah, this reminds me a lot of the meta when I first started recasting League of Legends in 2017, where it was like Azir a lot of the games. But back then, yeah, back then there wasn't like this understanding of the insane amount of poke you could get out of Corki and Ezreal. By the way, he's not going to take the package because he has teleport, I guess.
Well,
the thing they're pointing out, by the way, is that he does not have boots.
Yeah, he doesn't have boots. Also, he wants a stopwatch instead, and like,
good choice.
The only way they lose this game is if he somehow miraculously dies, and they do not have. Even though they had those pushing lanes, they didn't get vision. And Umpty, I mean, this is how you can lose this game. If Jin Air Umpty gets on top of you.
Oh, he's right there on top of Deft, and Deft will go down, and
there
just
you go.
like that,
uh-oh,
there's an opportunity.
Okay, Elder in 12, Fred Brion's power spike in 10 seconds, and they find the backline. They found both Zeka and Deft there. Deft's the one who dies, but you gotta track vision better than this.
Oh, man.
You had 2 pushing Baron lanes, you got 2 inhibs down, but no vision, and he finds his way in. DRX have a chance.
Okay.
Because his rockets are big.
Okay, they're going to get on top of the Corki. And Zeka is going to go into a stopwatch. He has the package. Will it be enough, though, is the question. Trying to take down onto Henna. And he's getting so low, and he will get the kill, actually, with the package of it all. And Zeka alone, 4v5 with a front line, is enough.
The AD carry of this team fight for DRX was the Elder Drake.
That's very true. They didn't need much else. Umpty's in the pit. They just needed to continue to be leashed. That's going to be Elder here for DRX, and they did it without Deft. 8,000 damage for Zeka. 8,000.
They all stacked up. They ought to be in the pit there. Could have been played a little bit slower, but I think they're feeling the pressure. They killed the AD carry, but there's just so much damage output in this Corki, it doesn't matter. Fred and Brion found one chance, one angle. DRX pushed lanes, but did not control the vision with that prio. They paid for it, or Deft paid for it, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. If they had gotten Zeka instead, this might have looked different. But it was Deft who was caught, and that's the game.
Yep.
At 40 minutes, as we predicted, what a shocker.
Just like that, Elder will be good enough because now you've got a Corki who's hitting rockets that burn you. And it's not just him, it's True Shot Barrage, it's the Boomerang. Are going to even complement this comp even more. As Umpty tries to go in, Henna is finally getting a chance to play the game. Oh, wow. So that's what Kalista does. I wasn't sure. Yep. So that's going to be the end of him. Stopwatch comes down, and that's going to be game number 1, guys. Morgan will be executed. And they will look for this final kill onto Umpty as well.
So Umpty is gonna live.
Oh,
all right.
Oh, Deft.
His KDA might not be impressive in the final season potentially, but
all right, they win the game. 40 minutes later,
they win the game. That's a vote for Corki on the
the
good old POG select.
Oh, I can't believe you did.
I did it.
That's disgusting.
Who would have thought? I mean, look, leading into this season, I was somewhat jokingly, but also somewhat very seriously saying I think Fred and Brion could be a top 4 team in a meta like this. And yet now 3 games in a row of their potentially only 4 this week. They have not drafted like old Fred and Brion. They've not put Lava on his scaling champions he's famous for. Yes, he's very famous for his Orianna as well. But they've played themselves into limited options in a late game scaling meta. They're playing Kalista late game. Yes, they got the Gangplank there, but so squishy, no front line. I think there were a lot of different ways to approach the midpoint of the draft, even after they had priced themselves into a Kalista lane. But they didn't choose those opportunities. They didn't take that path. And you lose out. You lose out of vision control. I mean, this game could have been commentated without even loading into the Rift. And I could have said, what is the game? All I need to see is what the game looks like at 20 minutes. I could tell you what the result is. And that's basically exactly what you and I did. We just had
kind of what we did, yeah.
We actually had to watch the rest of the 20 minutes, and then Umpty got 1 kill. And we were like, oh, maybe. No, actually not even close. Not even close. Oh. Zeka 43.9 thousand damage.
I was laughing at Pioshik. He did his job though. I'm not, well, I shouldn't say I'm laughing at him. I'm laughing at the amount of damage that was even necessary.
He couldn't get close to anybody.
He didn't need to do damage.
Yeah.
He just needed to cast Pillar. This was the easiest game for him to play.
I mean,
put down a Pillar and be a frontline.
If
That's
you're
it.
with a Gangplank top, if you're hitting anybody as Pioshik, the enemy team is inting.
Yeah.
They are inting.
It's true.
Oh God.
Well,
I don't want to see that again, Valis. Let's see something different, please.
Something different, please. Maybe a ban on Corky or something else, or maybe a similar draft. Either way, guys, we'll take a quick break and be right back.
노틸러서 봐, 노틸러서. 미동. 얘들 노틸 봐, 노틸. 얘네 건다. 나 칼리 볼게. 미동. 아, 기동 셔틀이야. 미동. 죽어라.
에라 뭐야 기둥 멜로 낙타죠.
어쩔 코르키. 지지.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs, an analytical, collaborative carpet space. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and that was a game of League of Legends where DRX kind of just took control, and then Fred and Brion weren't allowed to play the game. And I think this draft had a lot to do with why Fred and Brion couldn't play the game.
Really interesting draft. Lucian, obviously the most notable champion, just slipping through everything. I want to specifically highlight the Brom pick that we saw from DRX. The Corki priority initially might feel a little bit off, but one, you're playing against Fred and Brion, and they take their sweet time in any game. And secondly, Lava was arguably our best Corki that we had last time around. So specifically, that pick makes a lot of sense. Then Fred and Brion going for the Nautilus prio that early was very interesting. I thought that they were going to follow that up with a Lucian as well. And the Wukong's fine, but that Brom pick, not only did it make DRX their setup for a Poe comp, which was bolstered furthermore by the Trundle, and Nara is very versatile, so you can slot it in a lot of comps. But it also denied Ornn, so they didn't need to waste a ban on Ornn that otherwise I guarantee you Fred and Brion would have gone for, because that pick loses so much value into the Brom.
Yeah, but they didn't really mind picking Callista into it, which also feels awesome, awful, and then picking Orianna into it, which similarly feels awful. I mean, try moving your orb around when there's a huge door in the way. Makes it very, very difficult. That's another Lava issue, right? Because he loves Corki and then secondarily loves Orianna so much, so it felt like that was relatively predictable, and the Brom just dealt with everything.
With this draft, as Fred and Brion, you're forced to dive into DRX because the range advantage is too big. And then we also saw that Morgan went for the traditional crit build, which normally I love, but I actually think the Zeus build would have been really good here because it would have given you a way with the Surrealist Ultimate to at least get to the enemies.
Yeah, you can actually control some space. But let's have a look at some archetypes here. This is Jisung's put this together. It's absolutely beautiful. This is sort of like the circle of draft.
It's the weapon triangle for all my Fire Emblem fans out there. And this is by no means exhaustive. This is meant to more serve as like a general, because we see all of these archetypes currently happening within the current meta, where the poke comp that we saw just now is trying to disengage, trying to keep their opponents at bay, is able to deal really well with teamfight comps as long as they can keep their distance. A champion like Brom also takes away a lot, which is why we have these couple of counters that can, when slotted into the right space, really deal with any of these, and then dive. If you do actually have the setup, can take down poke, where teamfight, especially if you get a good front to back, makes it really hard for dive to play the game.
Yeah, and then you've got these interesting flex picks that we can see right here. Of course, Swain, very, very good against dive compositions. Kale, very good against scaling, things like Ornn being there towards the top side of the map and teams that want to slow the game down. And then Brom, fantastic with poke and against poke because he can put up the door. And let's have a look at our final replay of the game here. In fact, it's our only replay of the game because it's the only real team fight that we had. This was Deathless because he just died, and this is an example of disengage and poke working in tandem.
As long as Zeka is alive, this fight is playable. DRX don't even... Pioshik and King could have just pieced out here because there are two super waves pushing into the enemy base. But they don't want to. They want to keep it going regardless. Heroically tries to go for a steal, but it's on full vision, so it doesn't do anything. And you might be wondering, why do we only get run replays? Because when poke comps work, there's just not a lot is going on ever.
No.
At all. There's just nothing.
Yeah, it was real difficult. Let's have a look at who picks up player of the game. I have a feeling it might be a Corki vote, and it is. Zek is going to pick it up 5-0 and 5. The guy did bajillions of damage. And honestly, it just meant that Fred and Brion weren't able to start any of the fights that they wanted to. The Callista looked like a very silly pick in the end, of course highlighted by Valdez, and we're going to have a look at some of the moments here in this game. Of course, yeah, this is the very,
back
very
to
end.
the replay.
Yeah.
Because there isn't actually a lot. Really nice attempts from the light here, and had they timed that reactivation from the better, then maybe they would have been able to get Zeka, and then still would have been a rough one. But him staying alive throughout all of it and maximizing his damage the way that he did is the reason why this comp works in the first place. Augmented very well by, there we go, by on one end Barrel on the Brom, and then also Pioshik on the Trundle. Didn't do damage, but he had a pillar. That's good enough.
He absolutely did. And Def did a fair bit of damage throughout some of the earlier team fights and got them off to the advantage that they had throughout the majority of the game. And we'll see whether Fred and Brion can tidy up this drafting, give themselves, maybe they could have a look at our triangle and go for a little bit more dive to counteract some of that poke. We'll see whether that happens as we go back to the casters for game 2.
We asked for more triangles. We got one, a very nice descriptive one. Thank you, Carpet Spacemen, for your fantastic job there on what was a game without much content and not much to talk about. Hopefully game number 2 is entirely different and we don't have that happen again.
So poke is lances, team fight is swords, and dive is axes for Fire Emblem fans out there.
There you go.
Yeah, boom, solved. All right, Fred and Brion will pick blue side. And let's see what the draft leads us towards, because, I mean, the last game, they were so narrowed in what they could accomplish. The game just played out itself, right? Like, so I hope we get either 2 poke comps into each other, 2 scaling comps, or at least some variation of team fighting here from Fred and Brion, because dive and the pseudo dive we've seen from them, the execution hasn't been good enough. To be fair, their opponents have been Damwon and Kia, and DRX, who look to be potentially a top 4 team right now in the LCK. So changing it up right now, I think, is a good idea. Otherwise, you might be looking at an 0-4 week.
Very true. And with Fred and Brion here on the blue side, I think that we should see something very different. We should. That's what I'm hoping.
Should, knock on wood?
Yeah. I think we could see something new. Ezreal banned away. So they see the Kai'Sa ban, they're like, no.
Not again.
Don't. Not again.
That was the other thing, is DRX drafted so well around eliminating some of the counters to what they were planning on blue side. And you know, they were like, yeah, you can pick Lucian, but we were actually still just going to outrange that, so I don't care. And then they didn't pick it up, and then they just kind of kept rolling with their draft. Not going to have the same opportunities this time around. Narban as well here does mean a lot of different things. Could just mean we're seeing Sejuani top to round out maybe Fred Brion first picking Corki. I would not be shocked to see that come through.
Yeah.
This has to be a Gwen ban, though.
The Narban. Very interesting. I thought maybe Fred and Brion would try to go back into just comfort of like Camille Galio and just try to dive you with a lot of circles, but not going to be the case. The Gwen ban is there. And you know who loves playing Corki? It's Lava.
So finally, it took 4 games, but finally Fred and Brion are going to play what they're good at. Wow, we got there in the end. And let's see what the response will be here from DRX. Zeka's Galio
Lucian
is very good. Lucian is up. And will be the Ahri into the Corki, so still a dive variation. Could just see Wukong or Viego to pair with this. Try to get ahead early. Not as committal as some of the other comps we've seen into the Corki, but uh-oh. Oh, we're turning it around?
Oh, no.
That's a Game 3 Callista right
Not
there.
like this. Not like this.
Okay, hold on. Let's wait until we get to the end first. So Fred and Brion draft Braum here now, right?
They don't have an Ezreal, so I suppose if you really wanted to, you could go for like a Ziggs, but obviously then you're losing a ton of AD. Renata Glask is up. That was banned in game number 1.
Felios going to come through here. Thought we might see a Jinx potentially here, but with the Aphelios now into Callista, can be fairly risky in the laning phase, but we don't see 2v2 kills very often in this meta. Be some potential prio control that Callista could get somewhat, you know, stopped by this Renata pick. Wukong will be the jungle pick over the Viego.
Yeah, there is still a small chance that it could go with the Callista. That combo is very nice.
Yeah.
And it is Beryl, right? This is the guy that on Dom 1, he did play the Sejuani support. Could be either way, but now with the Poppy bounce here, it does look like DRX are going to be full committing into a dive composition. Not a big surprise after you draft Ari Callista on the first round.
Yeah.
I'm just glad that they're kind of committing to it, you know? You don't want to go for those pseudo dive comps.
No, I mean, never go for the half measure.
Exactly.
Mike Armentrout taught us that.
Thanks, Mike.
I think Fred at Brion still have a good angle for the Sejuani top here. Not anymore.
Wrecked.
But I'm trying to think of alternatives now. I mean, the Ornn is still strong in this case for both teams, but I think Fred at Brion would gain more value out of the itemization. DRX will deny it. Surprise, surprise. Now you can't pick the Braum into this because you've already picked Renata. So, I mean, there's a lot of different ways to approach this now as Fred at Brion. Even something like a Kindred for them could work out here in terms of damage on the jungle, consistent damage, because you just want to play more passively.
Let's go
like
Cassiopeia top.
I don't like the Viego here as much.
Yeah, I think it can definitely struggle if it's good for like cleanup if the fight gets really messy.
Is this just the Scion angle? Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, baby. That's why I want more wet noodles in my LCK. And the Leona, I don't know. The Leona can.
How about Cannon?
Cannon would be good, actually. That's a really good
I
call.
want to see the Cannon.
Rel also
Rel
might
is
like,
also
Rel
very
is
good.
very
Yep.
good. But Rel is a good. This is a good option here. Yeah. Rel Leona I like the most here. You know, Rel is going to struggle to get to where the Corki is, but can help win you out some of those wombo combo fights. And the positioning for Morgan will be very important because he cannot just simply engage early. He will actually be playing very defensively the whole time. I think DRX have a far superior version of what Fred at Brion were attempting in their last game when they were on red side.
It's very important to mention that, you know. This is a very different draft, and there is a chance that DRX can win with this one, and people will say, no, there are ways to deal with it. Well, it's an extremely different draft that they win for, and we might just learn a lesson about how to draft against this kind of thing. You know, the Corki face up into Renata, Aphelios. You know exactly what they're trying to do, so how do you do it? You commit to the dive, and you actually do it, and you make plays early, you don't get behind. That's what we're hoping for from DRX. That is a very...
There's too many alpacas, man.
That alpaca, I don't know if that's safe for the TV.
It's a victory alpaca right there. That's what happens after you win. You just flop on the floor and have a shiny face, I guess. I don't know.
Why does he have green shoes on?
Damn, that's a drawing right there.
Who is that?
Yeah, I know. I'm like trying to figure it out myself. Like, I'm like, doesn't look like any of the players.
I know. I think that.
I'm like, CV Max is not with the org anymore. It kind of looks like him.
Yeah. I think that's a sign for Gorilla. Saying you're a good caster.
Yeah, that one is for sure there.
Handsome, excellent, nimble-minded.
And amazing. I think all of them are true.
Hashtag bro and hashtag go bro. Where's the hashtag
bro memento? Yeah.
Come on. It's her first time.
It's her first time coming, so yeah.
She'll get it right for next time. Oh, look at those stonks.
Look at the trajectory. She was chatting with me before the show, so I was explaining to her what was going to happen for Brion. I was like, yeah, listen, buy early.
Yeah, even look on the bottom. It says 2022 spring, and then they just keep going up.
I mean, you saw her nod when I said that too.
Yeah,
right? Like
she knew.
So we have a swap bug, just to make it clear, but I was gonna say something about swap bugs, but then I forgot what it was because we had too many good signs. This is a great drawing of Umpty's signature pose. Have you guys ever noticed how long Umpty's thumb is? It's very long.
No, I never noticed that.
Trust me. Now you can never unsee it when you see that umpty pose that he always does.
First time here came with her son, who made a very accurate umpty drawing.
Please win, Brion, it says on the left side there. We're out of material. Let's win DRX. Let's win Summer. DRX fighting. And Kupshik, Hakshik,
These
Hugo
are the
Pyoshik.
Yeah, these are the things that umpty eats well.
I'm guessing
one of them is Pyoshik.
Yeah, Kupshik is like eating when you're in a hurry, and the Hakshik is like when you're at school, I guess.
I think so.
I think that's what that's supposed to mean. I've never heard that term before, so.
And then Pyoshik is obviously the player, but also has.
No, I'm like, no, he's
same
when he plays
character.
Kindred, man, he's getting his marks.
Yeah. True.
He doesn't play Kindred. Is that a fox? Just don't know.
I don't know, man. It looks like a mouse king. It's gained a lot of weight.
We're just not sure. Okay. All right. Like I said, position will be very important for Morgan in these team fights. How will the composition of DRX break through that Scion health?
That's a good question.
Because they do not have a double mask champion. They don't have Leandri's champion. They have Ari, who in this game will probably build Ludens, I would guess, because Everfrost feels hopeful at best. But only time will tell us. Breaking through that health is going to be difficult with the low-range Callista. It's going to be all about combos and hard engage. Do those charms land? Zeka will have to carry this game. They will have to find picks consistently. But I think they'll have better opportunities than Fred Brion did in game number 1.
Who knows? Maybe it'll be Carry Kingen's Orn. Could be the way. Barrel on the rail. Lots of ways to get into that back line. Let's see if they can do it in game 2. All right, off we go into game 2. It sounded like one of the Korean casters started talking during the fan chant by accident.
Pulling an Atlas?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do it that soon.
Too soon, man.
He's got tomorrow to see if he can go without freely without interrupting. It's okay. We talk a lot here at the LCK broadcast. We're not used to it. It's been a few years. If this is a 2-0 though, man, you got 100 non-interruption rate.
I have all those years of Pro League under my belt.
To be fair, Atlas interrupted once because I was talking too long and he had to, like, you know, intro the game and stuff. That's actually my fault. All right, well, we're in it. We're live. And I'm looking forward to another action-packed game of 12.10 League of Legends.
Yeah. Just like our first series, right? Not our first game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rel in this lane, you can make some plays, but it can definitely be warded off by when you see these two ranged champions on the other side, the Aphelios and the Renata.
Bit of a hoof shake opportunity. Just push the Rel back with handshake.
What? I was like, what are you saying?
That's going to be your defensive option. Guardian here for Renata.
The hoof shake.
The hoof shake. Not a handshake. Well, I mean, depends on if the hoofs are hitting or the hands are hitting, but she's holding the lance, so I think it's the hoofs
that
are getting shaken here.
13-3, Beryl has played a lot of Rel, especially when it was popular.
And when he was on Dom 1 Kia.
Yes.
Playing it with Ghost Samira. Very popular combo down there. But yeah, it's a good win rate.
Here comes Umpty. Zeka trying to get aggressive. He's got red buff. That's a flash immediately. As Zeka will just have to burn that one to get out of there.
good opportunity for Zeka if there is no defensive rotation for Umpty. Still taking a pretty significant CS lead. His laning has been much more successful than what we saw from the Orianna out of Lava last game. Taking a massive CS lead. Had kill pressure if Umpty was not there. So, good start.
Speaking of kill pressure, this lane, once they both get, one or two items, like, not full items, but, like a Bonnie Cinder or any of those items, there won't be much. Especially because Kingen did not go Unsealed Spellbook. He did not, he doesn't have the ability to pick up the Ignite. Same for Morgan, so it will eventually be a lane that we will not talk about very much. But for now, you saw that King was taking some good trades. A little bit limited by his mana.
Rel was floating. That's probably okay.
Don't say that.
It's probably okay. Rel, one of our floating champions along with Alistair, sometimes just kind of hovers. But it's okay. I'm pretty sure it's fine. So maybe we're going to reset with this back timer and
yeah,
she'll be walking normal again.
Maybe it was because of that hoof shake. She
Yeah.
was used to it.
Just had to shake it off. We'll never know. He's not going to miss another shot. The observers are like, do not show the floating bug.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I don't know why we're up here again. We're zooming in.
Drake is spawning in 30. And there's a brief period here where control of the bottom lane will go to Hen and Delight because Beryl is roaming and he is walking normally.
He missed the ward. He actually walked perfectly around that ward.
Neither did he see, okay, no, he did just ping. He saw the control ward in the pit and we'll clear that one up. So at least he's able to get that, but Prio is not in his favor, and because he's on a ward, there's a small chance here for the bot duo Fred Brion to punish him, but he's Rel. He's got a nice escape. We'll get out of here just fine. Doesn't overstay his welcome.
Yeah, it's important that Deft and Beryl win this lane and at least get a decent lead, like 10-15 CS. Don't really want to go even with this and then just have an Aphelios in the late game compared to a Deft in the late game on the Kalista. Obviously, the Kalista is actually going to have some real value in this game in the later stages just because of Fate's Call and the ability of the rest of the team to engage alongside of it, unlike last game.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing, too, we haven't really talked about is not only is this a superior version of what Frederick Brion did in the last game for DRX, but it's an inferior version for Frederick Brion of what DRX did with their poke comp because it has an Aphelios instead of an Ezreal, so you have a lot more gap closing. Okay, Gravenum is ready here. Scary moment. I thought that Henna was going to try to commit there. But the poke opportunities are less, so DRX have a bit of a chance to actually get Deft into that short range to do that big damage. And then he has all the tools to compile with that. They'll get the first Drake. This is familiar. This is expected, as you said, excuse me, that you're supposed to win this lane, supposed to get Prio, supposed to get early Drake. That's all going for his plan so far.
Yeah, just like game one, the lane will be able to take this one. It does feel like, in some weird kind of way, the Drake's somewhat lost value. I don't know if that's just like a mental thing in my mind or what I've just been seeing from the biased view of this first week of the games, but I don't know.
No, I think you're definitely right. I mean, overall, Hextech Soul is the one that is still extremely valuable. In this case, not going to be available since it is the first Drake of the game. Infernal also not going to be the Soul, which is, I think, the second best. The rest of them, definitely not as good. So Drakes are often, like I jokingly said, but I did kind of also mean it for real, is kind of a timer for Elder. Because that one is always going to be valuable. So,
especially in some games where the souls aren't going to matter too much. So we'll have to see which soul it is this time. Infernal, the second best, as you mentioned. It's coming up next, so it's not that or Hextech.
Lava has been pushed to the brink repeatedly. Zeka took Ignite, and this time he will have to build a Hex Drinker that we did not see last game. This is another thing that's going differently the last game is just Corki actually put under real pressure. Orianna not able to do the same. I mean, she did push the lane in and harass him a little bit, got a CS lead, but not going to make that itemization change the same way that Zeka already has this game. So just something else to note that's going on here. That makes things look a little bit more hopeful for DRX's chances to make this one work.
It's very important to mention. I like how Deft is kind of freezing the wave here alongside a barrel because he just hit level 6, which means that, you know, at a moment's notice, there could be a play onto the bottom side in the 2v2, which might be part of the reason why we do see Umpty down hovering towards this lane, just in case. He's going to go in and check the blue buff, maybe even try to steal it away like he did the red buff, and try to get some information about where Pyosik might be.
It's really cool when you're on blue side to, if you ever have prio to make this happen. And Pyosik will be trading blues for this. So not going to be a huge win here, but still, if DRX don't freeze the wave the way they did, you can maybe get a kill there if they're playing too aggressively. And then worst case, you grab blue. So it's traded here. Rift Herald has been spawned for a while now, but DRX haven't had enough control over the game just yet. Right, Brion going to rotate their Aphelios duel up to the spawn. Obviously, Corki was nerfed a long time ago. Won't have package for this first fight unless it goes, you know, way longer before they actually commit. But it looks like DRX happy to slowly just let them take it, not actually commit hard, leave Callista bottom side, look for a 2-plate trade.
Uh-oh. Play here. Oh. Pyosik doesn't want to, yeah, he's a little bit too deep in there. There was first track. Lava was actually right nearby, so not actually going to commit to the fight, just being a little bit cheeky in that brush. And they will start up on this objective, will DRX.
Yeah, I mean, Kingen got to push top side, and with that exchange between Pyosik and Umpty, Umpty's pushed away, and now it's free Herald.
Uh-oh.
I mean,
We've seen this
Aphelios left
before.
alone. Yeah, Aphelios left alone with Crescendum is a bit of a problem. Notice he's actually not switching to it because he's worried and doesn't have vision of where the enemy support is.
Yeah.
But we'll just grab one plate here early.
That's definitely the benefit of DRX having vision, seeing, okay, they're not committing to the Rift Herald, so Deft could immediately go back bot. And not a huge amount of vision down on the bottom side for Bro either. So he wasn't really able to get as much value as it was looking like he might have been able to.
We've gotten to the Bomby Cinder exchange between these two on the top side.
No, we haven't returned to the top lane. Jonas Strong was like, oh, maybe there's a chance. But I think especially with no Ignite, like, it's basically less than a 1% chance here in pro play.
I love how Zeka uses his wave control to force Valkyrie with Charm and then hits his Q every time. Like, he's just doing that basically on cooldown, proccing his electrocutes as best as he can. Charm this time hits.
Oh, actually just hitting it, and the Magnus Storm comes in. And with the Ignite, will it be enough? Delight is right over there with the Guardian as flashing in his depth. He cannot land the ability onto Lava, and Lava will survive. We will not have our first blood just yet.
Zeka has quietly really just come into his own this season. He's looked really improved. His Akali, he was famous for last season. He played it in the previous series, and both of these games he's laned extremely well. Popped off on the Corki. Now he is showing the Corki how it's done in terms of lane pressure. He's played both sides of this coin to a T. He did build Everfrost. We were wondering about that in the draft, you know, whether he would go down that path.
Yeah.
But the kind of control over the game they have right now, I think it's, right now it still feels good. We'll see if that changes later on, but at the moment it still feels like a good choice.
Yeah, and you consider, you know, Lava did not go cleanse in this game. He took teleport, so he knew he was going to be pressured. He went for the Hex Drinker instead to try to survive against the damage. But when it comes to, if you get charmed once, it's charm into Everfrost, into death. So that's kind of, I think, what they're going for.
Yeah, as long as these two champs are still in lane, you know.
Yeah, Everfrost just such a amazing item on Ahri that you just go for it a lot of the time. Pyosik is having some trouble there, but he does force the flash away from Henna, so it's still a win for him.
I was a little bit nervous about being able to hit that Captain Jack if he was going to survive there. And very difficult to do against Cyclone, so does end up flashing, so a tool of escape down for him. And again, it's a 0-kill game just because it's so difficult to kill when not only it's this meta, this patch, these resistances, but also Fredit Breon are playing so carefully and so willing to retreat and so willing to be ready to dodge out and avoid those exchanges. It's very hard to secure kills. Henna hiding under turret, Lava hiding under turret. As we will watch this one more time here. Ooh.
Yep, that's just him saving Lava. Deft could have landed it, and if he did, it would have been a kill, but not quite meant to be.
Yeah. I think bailout would have been, I don't know if he had bailout or not either way, but I don't think it would want to secure a kill back, so not going to be too significant, but yeah, good call out there. Watching his first-person view, very defensive roam from Delight once again, doing it here. Because the core tenet of Fredit Breon's comp is Lava will carry as hard as Zeka did last time. Of the two Corki players, Lava is the more famous of them, but he does not have the same sort of composition to back him up this time around. It's more all about him, and then Aphelios can help clean things up.
Yeah, Aphelios can have poke at times, especially later on. We've seen some of the crazy plays, but definitely a lot less consistent than an Ezreal.
Zeka he is basically just not missing charms. He's forcing Valkyries out. He forced Heartbreaker out of Umpty here. He's like, I will just make you guys use cooldowns.
And speaking of which, I mean, there's the Everfrost, and there is going to be a dead Umpty. Immediately will go down. Actually, it is Delight that goes first, and then it's Umpty. DRX set up the vision, and they set up the play. This is how you control the map, and you make plays with this kind of comp.
He's got it, charm again. Lava's scared. I think I might lose my turret right now. That's his last rocket. This is going to be waiting on those on cooldown. And it's forced Henna over here too, which means Deft on the bottom side of the map has free reign. You kill the support, you force the Aphelios to help defend the mid push. You lose a turret either way. Well, at least a significant amount of this. I didn't realize it was that full on health, but still, Deft is going to rip through this one very quickly as Kalista. Umpty checks for this, just lost his Heartbreaker. So Zeka knows he can come in here, set up the charm. Everfrost is buffered, but doesn't matter. He's taken out, and Umpty follows.
Yeah. That's what happens when you have 5 members of a composition that are kind of all going the same direction, right? So much follow-up on the backside of that play. I don't even think King was there either. So once we get to 5v5s, it's going to be even more in terms of setup. And yeah, you know what? The first ban in game number 1, by the way, on blue side, it was Ahri. The first ban. And then they first picked Corki, right? They banned the Ahri that could go against a Corki. They banned the Kai'Sa that could go against the Ezreal. And then they banned Taliyah.
Yeah. Taliyah also, you know, strong pick into this right now. But if you have the Ahri, feeling pretty good about things, especially if you hit every charm like Zeka is.
Yeah, certainly helps.
I mean, he still holds on to the flash that he hasn't really been using this game outside of that initial gank attempt on his life because he hasn't needed flash. He's always been in charm range, hasn't really overextended. Now this will be a nice hit back of Demolition proc, but going to be second Herald. And DRX are just going, all right, well, we have a lot of control over this map. The gold lead is 2,000. You might be watching going, but it's Corki, man. Is that enough? Is that enough of an advantage here? I think the map control that DRX are going to try to have with this drop of the second Rift Herald and their ability to roam and set up picks with the Ahri is going to be more valuable than that 2,000 gold is.
Yeah. Keep in mind that it is a Mountain Drake as well, so a Mountain Soul, I should say. So this is one that, you know, 1 by 1, it's not the hugest deal, but there are actual tanks on the side of DRX that can engage really well as well. And plus, Mountain Soul is actually going to be really good for staving off some of that extra chip damage when you pick up that shield.
Yeah.
Not to mention, you know, just making your resistances even better and allowing you to take less damage overall.
Gangplank was the top laner for Fredit, or top champion for Fredit Breon. This time they have Kingen on Ornn, like you said, so they have a real tank who will use the resistance as well, will have that shielding, and will actually actively be trying to be up in the face of the Corki to set up for, call the Forged God, some knockups. So he is going to actively be a great meat shield while also shoring up some of the damage. Everfrost got built here for Zeka, but at least it'll be upgraded. It'll be amplified later on in the game. He has a Dark Seal that he bought early on. Would love to see him just go straight into a Death Cap from here too. See what he ends up deciding to go for. Obviously could go Shadow Flame, but there's a Hex Drinker on the other side, so I wouldn't like it. He's only got an Amp Tome, so we just don't know yet.
Why are we watching this?
Void Staff. All right.
Yes.
Yeah, I wasn't watching. You were watching. I was just looking at the item inventory
Yeah,
to
that's
see what was
probably a
coming in.
better
I'm like,
idea.
just look at all the items.
Oh, he's got the flank. Oh boy. Oh.
Oh, rip that word.
15 gold. Okay. Now, Void Staff did receive a little bit of a nerf, and with the extra resistances, you know, a little bit less value, but it still can be good, especially if they are building a significant amount of resistances.
Yeah, it's going to be helpful against Morgan.
And Corki.
And Corki, too, obviously, with the Hex Drinker, but he's going to be hitting Morgan more of the time. If he's hitting Lava, then something went wrong for Fred Brion, generally speaking. He can hit him later on, but in the lane and in the side lane, it's going to be useful now. Obviously, in team fights, more useful against the Scion.
I wonder if Shadow Flame would have been better at this point in time.
Yeah, I'm
this
wondering
early
that, too.
on.
It's expensive, though.
And then you go Void third. Because I was hearing, you know, with some of the changes to all the numbers, that math actually lines up a little bit better, where Void third did earn some value.
Do you get the amp first, or do you get the rod first, though, is the other question. Like Hextech Alternator, or do you get the rod? Like, because the Void Crystal is pretty gold efficient here, going to be useful in all cases. I guess at this moment in time, you could argue, but he's also got the Blasting Wand, so could have afforded it. It's a tough question to answer. I think there's not a like hard, correct answer, but it's fun to discuss.
Yeah. Have to look at the numbers and think about who he'd be attacking the most. I think maybe just the flat pen could have been better overall for this team. So trying to smite this down. That charm was close, but we are cheering over just everybody grouping in top for a last-second hit. Oh man, that was a lot of damage. No charm available though for Zeka, means that Lava will not die this time.
He's going to survive. Goes down to half health, though. And that's just from Zeka sitting in a brush for a second. That's the power that Ori has, because she can simply escape if this goes poorly. She can chase further. And look at vision around the map. This is what Frederick Brion was never able to accomplish with their variation of this draft, is a significant vision control that allows picks to occur. We did see Umpty get that one pick up on Deft, where he found a pocket of vision, was fairly lucky, and DRX were a little bit lazy with how they controlled that setup for Elder. But DRX have actual active opportunities on the map with the line of wards they have around top side where the Baron has spawned. They don't have as much vision bottom, but Barrel's on his way to take care of just that problem, where the Drake will be spawning in 60 seconds here. We'll clear this ward up, and DRX have fast track.
First Ornn item given over to his teammate. Now Zeka has the Forever Everfrost. I don't know the actual name of it, but that is the item that did get upgraded. He completed the Void Staff as well. So Void Staff second actually happening this time around. Again, not sure about if that was exactly the right choice, but either way, it does certainly highlight that he is already on 2 items. He's ready to rumble.
It synergizes with his Mage Pen boots that he already has too. So it's not bad. Is it the most optimal? You know, we'll have to do a lab on that one later.
This is where, like, if maybe in like 20 years, this is where, like, okay, not much is happening in the game. Let's throw it to the stats team. Like, it's like a guy down on the, like, I've been watching, I might not have enough time to talk about it. We got a fight happening here.
A skirmish, if you will.
A little bit of a skirmishy
Some health bars, a little bit of health bar being eroded. A little health bar erosion.
Morgan. Okay, that is a huge knock up into alt. He is just dead. That is the end of Zeka. And Kingan's like, well, I should try to follow up here. As the stolen Ahri from Umpty follows up with that. And that is going to be the Drake here for Bro.
Remember when we went all the way back to the beginning of this game where I was like, Morgan's positioning is going to have to be really important. He's going to have to be at the front. He's going to have to control choke points. He cannot be trading. He cannot put himself in charm range in the later parts of the game, because he will just get blown up. This is actually not only he positioned well to hold this choke, but Zeka walks back in to the maximum hold Q.
Yeah.
I mean, that is just as simple as it is. Like, Morgan's like, you can't walk here. And he's like, oh yeah, try me. Morgan's like, all right, thank you for the kill.
I think Morgan was outside of vision around the corner. So he was just charging that up, and Zeka...
But he saw the initial charge, right? So he has to consider the possibility that it's still up, right? Because why would he just drop it? He's like holding the choke. I mean, yeah, that makes sense as to why he walked back in.
On that one.
It makes sense as to why he went back in if he didn't see it, but I mean, he has had such a great game until this point, so it just feels bad, man.
Yeah.
He's had such a great RE game. But that's a gold bounty also given over.
Very
to Frederick
true.
Brion.
It's pretty large, you know. It gets them one step closer. It allows your Corki to scale more. It allows your Aphelios to scale more. And to try, at least, to get to a late stage of this game where you use your range advantage to slowly eke out a win.
I just noticed Corki built Leandrius. Corki might be dead.
Oh, he's dead. Yeah, there's no saving that. Whoopsie. And that might just be Baron. I mean, this is 24 minutes into the game. I think it's enough for this team, especially with Callista.
Well, they're going to contest because they have to. They have all of their ults online, and Aphelios has the right guns.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he's going to have to hit a big one. Zeka's zoning is good. He's not going to step onto the Q this time.
Delight is seen. He is going to throw out the Berserk, and then they just back away. So this is going to be Baron over to the side of DRX as they throw out a Call of the Forge God. As they rotate in here, there's even a teleport as they're trying to burst this one down. No Call of Forge God anymore. Frederick Brion, they're like, yeah, you want to go, let's go. Lava TP's back in. They're trying to get something off of the back of this play.
Well, I mean, because he picked Leandrius, now that he's back here, you know, they can try to siege this up and slow down the Baron value. They're going to grab a turret during this because they had that extra prio, and they might get more. Pioshik.
Yeah, they are looking for a bit more. Pioshik is going to hop over the wall.
When you're sieging like this with Leandri's Corki and your opponents are trying to track back to the wave you have pushing, mistakes can happen. Speaking of mistakes happening, we're going to go back to Lava just having absolutely no vision. And again, what Frederick Brion could not do last game, control vision deep enough to set up for picks like this. They were sitting back defending their turrets because they couldn't do anything, whereas DRX have such a massive control over every aspect of the map with this pick-based comp that they could set up for these picks over and over and over again.
Here we go again. Looks like Deft is going to be very aware of that happening. He will just be buffing up the minions until the last second and pushing once again. He has picked up the Runon's Hurricane, which means that he will actually have some nice pushing power with this kind of build.
Will be the death cap third for Zeka this time around instead of second. Wanted to get the Void Staff and the Sork Shoes first, and then we'll have that big boosted, amplified cap damage coming through. I mean, they have Baron, they are just pushing these lanes. Game 1 looking like Game 2 in a lot of ways, just with completely different comps now. Like DRX just being oppressive with vision, cutting them off. And even though there's good wave clear here for Frederick Brion with this Corki, we just don't have opportunities to...
Oh, they think they are not on vision, but there's actually a ward around the bend.
The control ward missed the bush.
Yeah. It's kind of like on the other side of that little bend there. So Mountain Drake coming up here. Zeka continuing to hit charges, or charms rather. As we do not have any MR actually built here for Morgan, but he's still extremely tanky. Very large health pool. This is going to be the way. Certainly Zeka needs some more EP straight up, and as I say that, he completes his randomins.
I wonder what he will build next, Morgan, that is. I almost wonder if like building gargoyles is actually the play here. It's going to be on-demand shielding to survive and then maybe get on top of everybody with an ultimate. Control choke points. Force of Nature doesn't feel great here. Feels okay. We'll have to wait and see. A lot of speculation in this game, but I mean, DRX are in just such good control right now. It's hard to imagine a world where Frederick Brion can have a Miracle engage or rather a miracle fight, because Corki can't see where he's shooting. And this whole series has just showcased the power of having a tempo lead and the vision that comes with it, because the Corki comp blind is practically worthless, and the same is true of the dive comp, or the pseudo dive that Fred Brion had in game 1 on the red side. And just see, like, Fred Brion, it's like, why are they just waiting to lose the game? Well, they just can't see anything, and that means they can't approach, because Zeka could be in a bush with Charm ready, with Everfrost, and you die. So, and if you bring your whole 5-man unit to a fight like that, go, okay, Morgan's going to come in first, check to see if Zeka's there, then we all push through, and you get out side lane, you get out macroed, because you have to bring 5 to even push through vision. Bring Udyr back, man. He doesn't zoom around, clear those wards up.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you might be the only one thinking that right now. I don't need any more Udyr.
I heard his visual update, you know, is coming out soon. He's got a few more reworks on his abilities stuff. Maybe he'll come back. It's Koshik's in this game. You never know. He's on the winning side this time. He doesn't need to clear vision. He's putting it down. Notice the 30 extra vision score for Delight, because he's had to clear through so many wards this game. Like, I mean, that you could see it in the numbers. Like,
but hey, man, 30 extra vision score for Deft over Henna.
Yeah.
There you go. It's all balanced.
It's usually because Henna's been away from Delight killing minions. Delight's been kind of doing it on his own.
Well, we have 3 stopwatches right now for DRX. They know the next fight is going to be very important. If there is one thing about this comp where you could say, like, oh, you know, everything's kind of pretty well, they have a lot of pieces that work well together, I feel like they do lack a little bit of damage. You know, if especially it does go later into the game, Ahri is very much like kind of burst oriented. She got some buffs to that with her changes, obviously. And Kalista needs to be right up in there. So if it goes very late and Def's not able to output consistent damage, then I could see how they could fall behind in that damage sphere. So I think for DRX, they definitely want to try to end this game before it gets, you know, to the Fred Brion power spike at 40 minutes. You got to be careful.
The stopwatches here are going to be for diving deep and then having no consequences. Speaking of diving deep, Zeka's just waiting for an opportunity to do so.
Yeah.
Because obviously those stopwatches, if they are used to survive in a longer fight, are just certain death. But yeah, all 3 of these champions need to get into the thick of things and try to execute the Corki Aphelios. And so the stopwatch allows them to do so and then survive, and then they win the ensuing fight.
Yeah.
Is what Valdez is getting at here. And
otherwise, you just, you know, continue to control vision, and if you can catch anyone in a Charm and an Everfrost, then, you know, that's good enough. You'll have enough damage with 5 champions especially to burst someone down.
This style of play we're seeing from DRX here is really reminiscent to a lot of the ways that RNG ended up winning MSI in a lot of those really pivotal moments. Controlling vision, setting up a vision line to the critical objective, and then setting up picks and diving those who try to cross it. Morgan leads the charge here as he should. This could be the last fight of the game if Fred Brion get wiped here.
Yeah, take a look at Zeka's positioning here on the right side. They are immediately pulling off of this Baron. The second they feel it, they want to go for the turn, as Lava is going to get hit in the back there, but the Charm is onto Umpty. He is going to Heartbreaker away. Zeka's looking for more, but the Berserk actually stops the onslaught, as now the front to back here. Another hit down from Morgan. Actually, Fred Brion, they back away. They handle it with the Berserk, and they are able to fight this uneven footing.
It's exactly as you said. The longer the fight goes, they do not have the damage. Morgan is untouched in the beginning of this fight. He's got the flank angle, and even though it's a great engage from Zeka, he's got, you know, the Charm set up there. He's trying to get the pick. They don't actually secure the kill. And then from then on, Fred Brion's like, yep, well, now we're doing the longer damage. The Aphelios ult is also really good. So look at Zeka's engage here on Umpty. Gets the Charm off, but he actually is able to Heartbreaker away. Now Morgan, with the ultimate turn here from Renata, is like, all right, cool, I'm hitting some knockups. You guys are trapped in here, and DRX have to get the hell out of here ASAP. Despite no kills in this highlight, it's a 1 front-to-back team fight here for Fred Brion after the initial engage does not yield a kill on Umpty.
It's a really important fight. One thing for DRX, they didn't use any of their stopwatches. So that is one thing, but as this timer continues to tick, and Lava, you know, he picked up his 4th item. He did have to go. Yeah, he's got package too. He did have to go into that Maw Malmortius, so it's not all damage here, but he's still, I mean, he's got 4 items and he's a Corki. If they could just delay, allow some of these missiles to hit before any kind of combo comes out from DRX.
He could just package the choke and they could start this Drake. If DRX can't get in here, the package plus Leandri's Void Staff he's got, they will not be able to compete. Their health bars are at half before the fight starts.
Yoshik trying to find the angle here on the left side. He is spotted. As you see, he's got to be extremely careful to clear out that vision. As here we go, the Orn is coming in. They want lava, but he just packages, and the ultimate here from Renata is huge. Zeka solo, he's trying to burst down the Corki, and they will finally get onto that backline of lava. But is it enough? Do they have the sustained damage? Do DRX? It's not looking like it, as Delight is helping out Henna so much, and the Dragon is also going to go in the hands of Bro here and make this so much better for them. Depth is trying to hop around and do the damage, but he can't quite get it done as he is up against 4 of them, and finally he will be taken down.
It's a 7 elemental Drake game here, another one onto Frederick Brion's hands, and as you say, these fights go long, and Delight's ultimate, a second time deters the dive. This was banned out last time around, you could see why. When DRX are trying to pile in to follow up the call of the Forge God, he puts that ultimate in. Positioning is good from Lava. He packages away from the engage, which sets up a ton of damage while also getting him to safety. This ends up being a 3rd Drake and Soul Point, but also a setup here onto Baron.
And we got Orn again as they try to get it, and Umpty jumps in front of that. He's going to try to save it, but he just gets burst down as well alongside of Henna.
But I don't know if DRX can win this. They just don't have any damage. Lava's ready to chase. He's ready to hit those Leandri procs.
He got hit by that Q, and now 3v3 and spawning on the side of DRX. They will have to back away.
And this is really critical. Fred and Brion need to actually make sure they contest for this and stop the setup from coming through from DRX, because they are 2 down right now, including their AD carry.
I don't know if they can actually contest. There's no package. It's 3v5.
This is a disaster. That was, I think, not the right call for Mumpty to engage in like that, jumping forward and trying to force the fight, looking for a pick onto Zeka, who I believe had his stopwatch available still, and it's going to cost you Baron. You just got your 6th Drake. I mean, you saw your 3rd Drake of the game. We're going to go all the way back to this. Watch Delight in this fight. Angle to hit the Berserk on the wall. Lava layers the ultimate on top while also avoiding Call of the Forge God. The bailout comes through here onto Lava. He still falls, but there's just enough damage done that it does not matter. Henna is completely untouched in the back line. And Morgan having a great performance on this Scion. One of the champions he's well known for. And I want to see that Umpty engage once again. We'll probably go straight into that right after this. I don't know if there's enough time. This is a really long replay of Death
Jeff
Time.
was barely doing damage in that fight as well, because he was just zoned the entire time.
So they try to start this one up. Zeka goes over the wall, then Umpty decides to go over and is instantly charmed.
He tries to save Henna, but Henna immediately dies too.
Yeah, this was very sloppy from Fred at Brion. Kingen just barely escapes. They could reset. They take Baron. I imagine in live that's already ticking down. 2 minutes left on that one. And it is looking like DRX have the driver's seat well and truly. They're sitting in it well and truly, the driver's seat, because they have Baron. They have the vision that comes with it. They lost control for just a moment, but back in it.
Trying to find vision for a charm there with Zeka. And there is a healthy amount of wave clear. Obviously, on the side of Fred Brion, they have an Aphelios that's got 4 items. Now they have a Corki, and doing a pretty good job just staving it off. I think that DRX needs to do better of timing the waves so that they don't crash one at a time.
I believe
that would certainly help.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
A little bit better.
Zeka
chip damage in.
Zeka's in such a perfect spot here.
See the amount of damage his autos do to that turret?
Yeah.
He's got so much AP on this Ahri. He is extremely fed right now.
And you give him just a few seconds there and he will absolutely demolish. Henna at least has wave clear gun, so he's going to be feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah. You can see DRX don't have vision over the walls, so they're kind of like apprehensive to actually force things onto Henna and stuff like that.
they don't need an inhibitor here to have guaranteed prio for Mountain Soul. So they're kind of guaranteed it here as long as they just keep pushing these waves through until Baron times out 10 seconds before the Drake spawns. So they're very happy to, if Fred at Breon try to chase or make a mistake, win the game off a pick, or just casually reset here with the prio they need. And it's just very textbook. This game feels, in some way, in so many ways, almost exactly the same as the last game in terms of what to do when you're ahead and how much control you have. But in some ways, so different because DRX did such an alternate version of the dive. They're the ones controlling the game again on the opposite side of things. It's so cool.
Yeah, feels like a great series to teach, you know, like
it really
basic
does.
concepts and stuff like that. But it's not over yet. Certainly Fred Breon can use some of those things in their composition here in the later stages of the game to make it work. The package available.
Could be another fight here, just like we saw last time.
Yeah. Even with that Baron that is now gone.
They don't know where Zeka is. He is completely unseen right now.
Yeah, they're trying to slowly push forward the vision. Morgan trying to be a living ward here as they will get in. And the wombo combo gets the Drake, gets the jungler as well. And there is the engage onto the front line. They are just tearing through everybody. As down will go Henna. Down will go Lava eventually. That should do it, guys. They pick up the Mountain Soul, and a very perfect engage comes in.
Should be the game. Teleport to bottom to close it out. Morgan trying to survive here to buy some time, but DRX, a long 80-minute 2-0. Well, they will take the 2-0 just the same.
That was a nice train cosplay from Morgan. He's got a big shield. He did go into the Gargoyle Stone Plate.
He's gonna die again.
Yeah. This is not...
He's buying a lot of time. Umpty's coming up, but he's Viego.
A little bit of time, yeah. And Delight to spot the Chemtech Purifier, but it's a little bit too little too late. That's going to do it here for this series. Zeka is just going to play bodyguard. He has a stopwatch, and they can just chip away at this Nexus. As the charm will miss, and the game will end. DRX with another solid 2-0 victory.
Fred Breon will end the week 0-4, and it's the fourth game they play where Lava pilots the Corki again, but they can't find the draft advantages that DRX did when they played their own version, a superior version of the poke. They played a superior version of the attempted counter. Vision control was solid. Zeka on so many champions already early in the week is looking clean. Def perhaps forgets that he's in fact on camera, but...
It's like shaking his head, he's like, oh, I didn't carry hard enough.
DRX, they're living up to the scrim hype. The play has been clean. The drafting has been consistent, which has always been one of the things we've worried about for DRX, even as far back as Worlds DRX, where Pioshik did travel across the world to try to conquer that Worlds title. And DRX, I mean, if the season starts like this, where it's clean, and we're not going, well, DRX look like they have potential, but we're not sure. We got to work on the consistency. I'm like, okay, we got it. He said no.
He said no many times.
Nah,
looks like this time maybe.
This time he's really
no. King and Zorn again.
Zorn again.
Really solid. I mean, obviously in this game in the lane, like he basically had to sit there and hit a Scion. But other than that, his ults were all extremely solid. Great positioning, just very reliable. Certainly, it's easier to look that way when you're very far ahead, as he was in this game. But
okay.
Cyclone. I love that at the end. A little strut. Oh man, perfect. He said no, he's just doing that to tease us.
Well, he fooled me. I've been fooled by Pioshik before. It's not the last time I'll be fooled by him saying no.
Yeah.
I think DRX fans really have something to look forward to. I think DRX fans really have a season that, you know, has started off so well, so cleanly. It's not the first time I've seen DRX start off 2-0 in a season and totally bomb the mid parts of it, but I don't know, this time it feels different to me, Valdez. I'm ready to believe.
You ready to get on the DRX hype train?
I'm holding on to the back of the caboose, all right?
Okay.
I'm hanging off the side.
I can see the train, but I'm not ready to jump on yet. The the next matchup for them as well is Homolife Esports, which you know,
won't tell us too much more necessarily, but
it gives them a nice start to get some confidence and maybe go from there.
Zeka played a near perfect game of Ari, minus the time where he got picked around Drake. He was constantly hitting charms, proccing Electrocute repeatedly, pushed Lava to the brink on, you know, this year his most famous champion, let's say, because he has a few famed ones. But his Orianna, he played game 1, his LeBlanc, which he hasn't played yet this season, but he looked so good and the team played around him so well. Every time Zeka was looking to go in, it was almost always the correct choice. It was almost always the perfect move. It was like, checkmate, I found the back line, I'm threatening the Corki, I'm making him Valkyrie away, I'm making him package away. And then watch these final moments here. Falling for Aphelios has no flash, and controlling the fight in the choke.
Yeah.
Getting on top of Hannah.
This is part of where you see how Ezreal could have maybe had a better time against this kind of comp, whereas the Aphelios very immobile, not really having as much luck. We didn't really get to see Hannah popping off at all in this game.
Kushik is so happy as always. Just calling has no flash. So mean.
He was pretty large there at the end.
They both did build those Gargoyle stone plates we were talking about earlier, and it became so difficult to kill. The DRX were just able to circumvent him completely in that fight. Some really good defensive ults from Delight, really showing Renata's power. I think that was game 2. I think it was one of the games where we really got to feel why she's so high priority, even though in the games where she does actually appear, we don't always get to see that strong of an ult impact defensively. Delight really put on a clinic, I think, despite the loss here. In 2 nearly exactly 40-minute games of League of Legends we had.
It's weird the way that works. Fred and Brion just before their power spike twice in a row. Not quite able to get over the hump. And Lava, you know, he did the most damage in the game, but Zeka, at the end of the day, I think was the big star of tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Ari did 3,000 left in Corki, I think really says a lot.
Yeah, he was extremely fed. And 2 very straightforward series tonight. I think Gen G over Homolife Esports was pretty obvious. And then tonight, DRX really showing what they got. I think they have a much better grasp of the meta right now compared to Fred and Brion. But let's see what the Deskers have to say. The guys on the carpet space, let's throw it to them.
Thank you so much, Valdez, and also for not calling us the carpet spaceman.
No, that one's way better. I love that one.
I kind of wanted to make an astronaut reference, and then he just didn't go with it. He's keeping me on my toes. He absolutely is. Anyway, welcome to the analytical chairs and collaborative carpet space. Let's have a look at this draft. This was actually just the most perfect draft after we were talking about the trinity of compositions here at the moment in League of Legends.
We get to continue our educational segments. And I love that. Thank you, Durability Patch, for giving us the space to talk more.
We have a lot more time. We absolutely
have
do.
a lot more time because there weren't a lot of highlights again. Although, before we talk about draft very shortly, I do think that the overall level of team fighting, once we get there, has been great. So shout out to that. When we're looking at this draft, the Corki priority is the obvious one, and DRX actually making the adjustments that we didn't see from Fred and Brion last time around in order to be able to deal with this. The Aphelios, in addition to that, also doesn't really work as well within this composition. I think Aphelios works best when you really build around him, and the only thing that really enabled him here was the Renata. Sion can be okay, but both Viego, both Corki really want to play the game in a very different way, and that lack of cohesion combined with DRX making some great adjustments compared to what Fred and Brion, because the drafts were flipped basically.
Yeah.
Worked out very well.
Yeah, the archetypes were kind of flipped. But if we can bring up, we've got a little bit of a graphic here just to show some of the differences. And as you can see, bringing in the Ornn and the Rel when there is no Braum, right, to stop the Ornn from being as powerful, you add so much more engage potential and dive potential, right? That Magnet Storm, the Crash Down combination, being able to demand when fights start, plus the Ram flying out of nowhere and Kingen playing it expertly yet again. It was his highlight pick in his previous series and is once again very good here. Whereas, I mean, Renata was fantastic as far as adding a bit of disengage, but Braum Trundle is so good in a poke composition, especially when it's augmenting not just a Corki, but a Corki and an Ezreal to try and get that initial damage down.
Great graphic, by the way. A lot great work from our graphics team tonight. We've requested a lot because normally we're just like, give us 2 highlights, Herald fight and like the Soul. Yeah, Soul fight's good enough.
Yeah.
But now we're actually we're getting a lot, and as you pointed out, the level of play also is always going to play a part. But a large part of why we focus a lot on draft, especially in the LCK, where our teams are a little bit have a tendency to just play strictly according to their draft and never go off book.
Yeah.
Having a good draft that allows you to have multiple win cons is really, really big.
No, it absolutely is. And it's led us to some really cool team fights, especially in this particular game. I think we can bring up our first highlight here, which is sort of illustrating if things go well for Fred at Freon, what can actually occur. And having 2 threats, even though the Aphelios isn't necessarily as poke-based, means that if you don't manage to kill one of them, things can be very, very difficult.
And man, shout out to Delight. That guy is really trying to carry, like really, really, really hard. His ultimates on Renata were absolutely insane in this game. And that was a large part of why the health bars of the Fred Brion backline stayed as high as it did. And here you see the problem with the composition from DRX. The upfront burst and the ability to take someone down initially, and if they do actually get on the backline, very, very high. But there are still, even though it's not quite Braum Trundle, some tools available, again, the light coming to mind here, to keep that backline safe. And if that happens, Fred Brion can win the fight.
Yeah, no, exactly right. Another thing that we want to talk about is the Kalista that we had a bit of issue with in the previous game. We have one more highlight, and this exactly exemplifies why Kalista can be absolutely fantastic in these style of compositions. And do you know why? It's so that Beryl can be good, basically.
I want to just highlight that this engage was enabled by both Death and Beryl being out of vision. Like, the whole setup and the reason that this fight is as lopsided as it is that out of nowhere, there is a huge Magnet Storm, and then in addition to that, Kingen, again, showing us that Ornn has some skill expression, because no one else hits the unstoppable Rams just like that.
Yep.
Because they're unstoppable because he flashes.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
And I really like that also really speeds up the whole engage, but it's all in line with how DRX wanted to play out the team fight as well. Like, that last fight really was just fantastic use of a dive composition to do exactly what it needs to do. So shout outs to DRX. Let's just hope that they can keep up the consistency. This was a word that DRX were absolutely allergic to in previous seasons. So let's not count our chickens just yet. Let's just be ready for them to show us more good stuff.
As someone who likes the sandbox, I feel where you're coming from, Atlas. I know the feeling. Also, we got the specific shout out to Yondrong for the graphics. So everyone,
Yes,
can you
did a
please
fantastic job.
do a clappy? Or, you know, you can,
claps
you
in
can
chat.
do a clappy or like a happy emoji. Yeah,
Whichever one you want.
Yeah, whichever you prefer.
Speaking of happiness, let's talk about a happy Galio IRL, who I assume is going to pick up back-to-back POGs. Zeka does get it. He was just amazing today. And we were singing so many praises to Kingen in the previous series. He solo POG that time. This time it was Zeka, and my God.
Oh yeah.
What's happened to the solo lanes of DRX?
Yeah, both solo lanes of DRX looking so crisp. And the coolest thing is there is a variety of styles. And that is something our best mid laners, you know, the Showmakers, the Fakers, and the Chovies generally are fine with. But a lot of our other more mid-tier mid laners have very much a niche in which they excel.
Yes.
And if Zeka and Kingen can both kind of maintain this level of gameplay on both Ahri, which is a very aggressive, like super forwardly posturing playstyle as we saw there, and on the Corki, which is basically the complete opposite, it means a lot of good things for DRX. And I would love them to be a genuinely good team.
We'll have to see.
We'll have to see.
Yeah, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. Cloud Templar, shout out for the Beryl vote. I actually really like that because he really did contribute to winning that last team fight. And just one going over to Kingen, I think is absolutely fine as well. His flash for the Ram was definitely very cool, but I think Zeka 100% deserved that one. His play throughout the entire game was absolutely fantastic, and I just think it's really, really cool that now we get the solo interview with
Yeah.
Zeka to see exactly how he's managed to turn around his performance. So, without further ado, let's throw it over to Ji-sun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation. This time around joined by the solo POG of DRX, Zeka. What a fresh start for DRX for the summer split. You guys are on a 2-0 winning streak, and also you are the solo POG. How do you feel? Yeah, I think this is a great start to a split, so it feels amazing. Game number 1, we had a very interesting situation in terms of the champion pick because Lucian was let through, but neither of the team decided to play it. I think for DRX, Corki is definitely on the top of the tier list, and also we also had other options to deal with Lucian, so we were at the same time not afraid of letting it go. And so many people are complimenting DRX's draft these days. Were you aware of that? Not really. What was the turning point for DRX? Did you guys kind of add a new coaching staff to the roster? I don't really think so. I think just in general, you know, the topside players have become a lot more vocal in terms of their picks and plays. And Zeka, you are the unanimous POG in game number 1 on Corki. It had 1081 BPM with the Ludens Echo. Well, we saw a lot of people building Leandries recently, so tell us about the Ludens build. To put it simple, when enemy doesn't have tank, you go Ludens. When enemy has a lot of tanks, you know, you go Leandries. And then game number 2, it was Lava playing Corki. Were you not afraid of that Corki pick? Not really. A little bit maybe, but still, you know, we had a huge win around the Raptors at about 15 minutes into the game, so we thought the game was going to be pretty easy for us after that. And Kalista got her first victory of the summer split. So tell us about the Kalista-Rel duo. Well, I mean, Kalista is good, but after I saw Rel at the end of the pick and ban, I was like, I'm not sure whether it's good. So I still don't know whether it's a good pick, but still, Rel is really good at it. So I think it's a good pick for now. What about Rel without Burrow? I guess it's okay. It's all right. And in the previous interview, Kingen said the DRX is now having stronger topside players because of so many communications and talks within the older players of DRX. Do you also feel the same way? Yeah, definitely we have stepped up a lot compared to the spring split because we thought in spring it was about the bottom lane, but currently the summer split meta is about the top side, so we have become a lot more proactive. And the core of that is actually Zeka, you stepping up so much heading into the summer split, and you are the Galio in real life. You have been performing so well on many different picks so far. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people keep asking why you don't work out even though you have such a great frame. So I just started. I've been hitting the gym recently. But I don't think I'm getting buffed. Not yet. But I will, you know, keep working out until I beat Kingen. Looking forward to that summer body work from the DRX players as well. And your next opponent will be Hana Life Esports. As far as I remember, we were on a 6-match winning streak and then we lost to Hana Life. So this is our time to get our revenge. Lastly, what is your final message over to your fans to wrap up the interview? I know Spring Split started off with 3-match losing streak, but we are now on a winning streak, so I hope we can keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation. Great to hear from Zeka there. I think Ji-sun was a little bit cut off or something like that. She needed to go somewhere. But thankfully, we can now get into the standings to see how things have changed as DRX do take top spot alongside Gen G. T1 still with the match yet to play, Telecom War tomorrow, which is going to be very exciting, and you'd be very happy with Sandbox up there as well.
Yay! Sandbox. Sandbox. I'm not. I've lost my heart to the romantic gamers of Live Sandbox too many times to really have faith. But if DRX continue this for like 1-2 more weeks, then that would be really good. Something that we didn't really lack last split was a team that consistently could kind of at least somewhat catch up with the top three. And stronger middle of the pack was the theme of summer 2021. Let's not forget that was one while the other teams also really came into their own. And I would love to see a repeat of that in summer 2022.
No, absolutely. And this is tomorrow's matchups, of course, the last day of our first week and the last matchups to see as far as the second matches for these teams. Damwon versus Live Sandbox. It might be difficult for Live Sandbox to stay at the top during that one. However, with Prince's return, you know, it's the battle of the returning players, which is definitely going to be fun, Noguri and Prince. And then the Telecom War needs no mention, of course. If Scrimbucks are saying anything, then KT should be all right, but they didn't look so good in their first match, and T1 looked a bit like they were playing with their food. They were feeling so good.
I'm hoping for Vikla. Don't tell Nymera, but I'm hoping for Vikla. Give it to me. I want him back.
Challenger versus LJL, absolutely fantastic. But ladies and gentlemen, that'll do it for the LCK for this evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more.
Yeah, I'm